Hey chat, how's it going? Alright, here we go. Welcome to stream, everyone. Hi guys. Hello, Braille, Bile, what's my top? Dirty, Meta, Tex, Adreno. Is that Taiwanese? Not Chinese? Movebull, Nini, Olive Jane, Jabber. How's everyone here? Doing the Druid grind, 0 Ubers and 120 runs feels bad. That does feel bad. Hello, Harry and Ironman. What's up? Well, a fresh day, good time. A fresh day, and good time to blast. And grinding levels here, it feels like it takes ages. I mean, if you're kind of slow at grinding living steel, you can try to do as many events as possible. Like when you're like just sitting at an event and killing waves of monsters or something, that's usually, you know, good for slow builds. But generally, I mean, you just walk around. If you're fast, you can do something like 6 minutes chest. That's like, you know, really fast time. 7 minutes, 8 minutes is pretty good. Just like go around and kill monsters like this, basically. And I mean, there's like some areas that have a lot of stuff. Like here in Kyrgyzstan, for example, the stand area is kind of nice. But yeah, as long as you stay below like 10 minutes per chest, you're fine. Let's see here, I'm here for like a minute, I got like 40. Just make sure you can actually collect them. Hey, well done. A good day to blast. Hello, Jonathan. I agree. Actually, I found some mods earlier off stream during a meeting. So I have like almost 20... That's like 15 Duriel summons again today. And we're also not doing Duriels today. So it's actually been kind of good today. Just gonna farm more health ties, I guess, as much as I can. Trying to get those final Ubers. Got 15 Duriels too. Nice. Yeah, I guess you're gonna like group up with the boys again tomorrow. Thank you, son of Isildur. I got Nemesis, Genesis, and Evernight. Yeah, nice, guys. Yeah, I got both on the Rogue now, and then missing Evernight on the Barb, and then I'm also done with Malthus. So that's cool. Hey, Tom. Yeah, for now, I was gonna be farming a lot of Living Steel today. You're probably gonna get a Sorc to 100 doing that. Well, okay, I get levels very slowly, because I'm also relogging to the Barb and stuff to farm more Cinders. And I guess then at some point we're gonna do like a more glyph leveling session and some like vaults farming. Try to get a few more item upgrades. Maybe get a 925. I guess I'm gonna try to farm a 925 Sky Hunter. Because you probably want that for the Gauntlets as well. Can't get through the stones again, took almost 200 kills. Fuck. Yeah, I also have done many Malphas runs actually, now I think about it, but not that many. But definitely more than I would expect. I just hope that my Barb is not gonna find like, 3 copies of Genesis now or something next time I do it. How many cores do I have? 47. Okay. I have to do like a Brazier session again at some point. Gonna try to mobilize the guys tomorrow. 1%, huh? Hello, Simple Gaming. Thank you. The game wants to go to World Tier 3 at level 37. Wait, really? Like, what do you mean the game wants you to go? Does it give you the quest for the cathedral? Or what? That seems early. Is Ice Blades better than Deep Freeze for the Sorc build? I mean, both doesn't really matter, I feel. But, I mean, Deep Freeze doesn't really do anything, and at least Ice Blades gives me vulnerable. Yeah, I guess Ice Blades doesn't really matter anymore at this point, because I don't have Prodigy Aspect anymore. I was using Prodigy Aspect so I get mana from it, but now I don't even get that anymore, so there's not really a reason to have anything there, I guess. Does Deep Freeze do anything? No. 10% of my base life as barrier, wonderful. For each enemy I froze. Non-ultimate cooldowns are reset. I guess this can be kind of useful, but whatever, I guess. And resetting cooldowns is also not really that helpful. Could I change this? I guess. So how does this feel now? It's gonna left click accidentally my ultimate all the time now. I mean, it seems like you have to stay in it for like at least a second or something though. You can't like insta cancel it. So I'm not really sure about it. Thank you for the sub, son of Isildur. The Blizzard Sorc guide. I didn't make a guide myself. But there's one on Maxroll from Northvar, that's very good. Just search it. Blizzard, Maxroll. Hello, Benny. Yeah, I don't know, maybe if you play around with Deep Freeze stuff, you can get the cooldown resets, but I think ultimately it doesn't matter, you can just leave this empty if you want. You can just like run no skill. Move only button. On left click, man, look at this. Wonderful. I don't think I really care that much about it. But sure, I guess. Maybe do this here on number 4. And if anything, I should probably run Inferno and not Blizzard. What is that? Deep Freeze. Inferno would be kind of nice, just like pull stuff together. I think it could be better. We only need 2 points for it, so we save 1. Sounds kind of cool, actually, when I think about it. Now what do we do with the points? So people are going for Lightning Spear. Ah, that works as well, I guess, since it gives you... Is it guaranteed now? It's on crit, right? Critical strikes apply vulnerable for 3 seconds. It's actually a nutty buff, man, they did there with Lightning Spear. I wonder why they did that, man. I thought Lightning Spear was already kind of like a worthy ability. Now it's good, like insane vulnerable. Like this entire like lightning Sorc has become like so much about vulnerable, it's kinda crazy. So last Epoch fun? Yes. Yeah, McFluffin actually asked me yesterday in evening, like, apparently usually it's like the LE dev stream today, but they're busy with preparing for launch, and yeah, apparently they want us to like, you know, kind of step in. And then McFluffin asked me like, hey, you wanna join? I'm like, okay. So here we are. Apparently later we're gonna have some little event. Burner cooldown is too long. Yeah, not really. 37 seconds right now. And I don't have cooldown on my offhand. And I'm not running X-Files, so I'm missing 2 cooldown rolls. 3 cooldown rolls actually. Like it's gonna be like way below 30 seconds. And I mean, you ultimately only need it like once in a run, like in Vault. Just in the final room, just gonna press Inferno like this, pull all the elites in the middle and kapow. So that sounds pretty nice actually. Let's try this. Never looked into it. Yeah, I'm gonna release a bunch of videos about last Epoch soon. Starting tomorrow, actually. Just made like a bit of a content plan for the next 2 weeks. Until launch. What enchants do you use? This is Frozen Orb and Firebolt. Nice Akaza, by the way. Great. Oh, they got the goal, man. Holy shit. So a double swing build on Maxroll. You have an uber unique version. Could you add a few unique stones as well? Well, the setup for unique stones is basically always the same. Genesis goes into Flash. If tactical and duration for perma 50% damage buff. And then Ebonite goes into any of your attack skills that you use for like, you know, constant application. And that's it. What's the best build for Sorc? That's Blizzard right now. Although, it may like, be outperformed by other builds later when you like, you know, just mega speed farming for full setup. But in terms of power, I think Blizzard wins. So no endgame build for charge bolts on Maxroll. That's damn right. So far there was not really a need to ride it because charge bolts has been very weak. But yeah, I guess it's actually not bad. I played it last season. It's probably like B tier, I guess. You can check my planner from last season. I mean, the build hasn't really changed. I think I made a video about it too, so you can check it out if you want. Hi, Iceberg. Little Roland. Yeah, given I don't have the link in the usual description, but on the Discord I have my season 2 planners together with my season 3 planners, so you can just look for the Charged Bolts planner there from last season in my builds channel. I'm good too, nice bird. A rogue ray for Gauntlet. Thanks, Wang. Well, I got both of the stones at least. But it's still missing the Shaco and maybe a Stardust Skies. I'm not sure if I will need a Stardust Skies, but I'll have to try that. And, well, just like gear upgrades, like I want to try to farm high level vaults until I get a 925 Sky Hunter, for example. So that might take me like, 10-20 hours of grinding. I guess we have a pretty good chance then. Falconer specialization made for me, like a dream come true. It's a true rogue bird build. Honestly, I think Falconer is probably going to be like one of the most played, at least among the veterans in last Epoch. I guess a lot of people do Falconer. It seems very powerful, very fast. It's kind of like an interesting, like active and passive playstyle. I'm also kind of tempted to try Falconer myself. It looks kind of cool. Did I fix my sleep schedule? Yeah, I did. I'm up for around 6 hours at this point. Jakey boy. Did I try ball lighting season 2? I did play a Sorc, but it was a charged bolt Sorc, not a ball lighting Sorc last season. I was not interested in ball lightning last season. I wanted to play it actually, but then because of the bugs I wasn't really motivated. I've been playing crossbow, I was convinced it's better than Sky Hunter. Yeah, it's hard to beat Sky Hunter, honestly. Even for combo point builds where the resource is irrelevant. Sky Hunter is very powerful now. I mean, I did some napkin math while I was racing with my rogue, because I found a Sky Hunter while leveling to 100. And I kind of like napkin mathed it out to be like almost double damage from where I was. Without an aspect I could put on a crossbow. Which at that point was rapid, so it wasn't a damage aspect. And also my bow was like somewhat underwhelming compared to other my crossbow was somewhat underwhelming in terms of like stats. But yeah, like a well-statted 925 crossbow is like a well-rolled 925 Sky Hunter. It's getting somewhat close at least. And you have the option to choose what you put on your crossbow, which is kind of important. You could do something like an accelerating or a rapid or something like that, depending on what you want to do. Or even elements for the big one-shots. Or like this is, like the 1 billion attempts that Meteor was doing. Elements on the crossbow is definitely better. I mean, it's like relatively simple math to figure it out. Are you celebrating Carnival? I am not, actually. Is there a Ranger or Rogue build that is viable for launch in LE? Well, we don't know about the balance changes yet. I mean, there's people that have played at a test client and stuff. But I think even there, they're doing like a lot of the balance work still and all that. So, you know, no one really knows, I guess, about the meta. What is going to get hit and how hard. But yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is that it's a lot of viable builds, right? And you can always make something work in last Epoch. It's not that hard to get through the game with like anything really, it seems to me. So just like, okay, like some of them will scale higher and better than others or so, but it's just how it is. I recommend Sorc or Rogue for a second character. Nah, Rogue. Congrats for your Ugos, by the way, Jackie. Lilith cosplay tomorrow. Wait, where's that coming from? The carnival, you mean? Hello, Outback. How you doing? Thanks, Armand. Oh. This will be a moment for deep freeze now. No jam bread, thank you. Shred, come back. Ah, Shred never really left. I mean... let's check this out. I mean, they deleted the poison Shred, but you know, Shred itself, in general, is still really powerful and fast built, so that didn't go away. It's considered to be the fastest in the game for a long time already, at least in our tier lists. And that's a nice song. Thanks again, Jambred, by the way. I'm up early. Well, if that is early, then let me tell you, I'm awake for 6 hours already. Glad it will last forever once I finally get Evernight. I mean, it's fine that, you know, there's like a seasonal thing, and then that seasonal thing disappears because it's no longer seasonal and it goes to eternal and all that, right? It's okay. But yeah, it needs to still be like reasonable, right? It's like... I think the grind for Evernight and Genesis is okay, but it just kind of feels bad that they allow you to get duplicates, for example. I think the grind would be a lot more interesting if you can't get duplicates, or if you can at least make them like an item and you can put them on another character or something. Right? Like, you know, make the grind harder if you want, you know, lower the drop rates or whatever. but don't make it like you can find like 5 times the same gem and you can't do anything with it. It's just stupid. Like, I would much rather have like half the drop rate for the stones, but I know that, you know, once I have one, I get the other at some point. Yo, I'm just don't thank you. And also thanks for 2 subs, Elvis. Oh, Kickstart again. Hello. Alright then. Oh my god, it's moving. Trying to hit my robot. Dude, this boss is so fucking annoying. Helltide assassin my ass, man. Look at this. He's hitting me. I cannot even see my HP move. What kind of assassin is this? Oh. Nice. Random Harbinger also popped up. That's cool. Another one. Okay. I'll save this one too. Okay. Waki Yoshi, thank you for that. Sneaks in a 1 HP drop every now and then. Very sneaky guy. But you have to look closely, man, else you miss it. Which character would use a Doombringer drop on this season? Barb or Rogue? I mean, nothing of them really. Like, in general, I think Doombringer is not a very useful unique right now. It's nice to get like more toughness if you want to be more tanky and do like T100 dungeons. It makes it easy because of the extra life. But ultimately, I don't really want to put it into a build myself. Find 2 more commanders in Helltide for season journey. Oh, good luck. He's killing my will to do Helltides. Yeah, man, I really hope that they're gonna do something with Helltides, so I talked a lot about this in my last video. So, let's see. What do you mean, no mechanics? Yeah. Do that 800 obols again. So many obols. Use only Barber Grandfather too. Yeah, Doombringer, Grandfather, you're gonna be very tanky. It's like overkill already, I guess. But yeah, I mean, if you don't care about like super min-max damage, Barb, for example, is definitely strong enough to like easy peasy farm hundreds anyway. You can definitely equip a Doombringer there. On Rogue, yeah, I guess you can if you want. Definitely helps you more on the Rogue, but you also have like a bigger like loss in damage. You can feel it more because Rogue is weaker in general. Please make a Druid soon, we can change up here. Yeah, I actually wanted to record my Trample Slide guide. I've played Trample Slide the other like week, actually, like a week ago or so. I made the Druid. And level 2, level 100 with Trample Slide, and then also played some Boulder. So I wanted to make some videos about those actually. And yeah, I'm planning to actually make probably 3 Druids this season. I want to make this a big Druid season. Because there's not that many things I want to do on like a Necromancer right now. Or a Sorc. I mean, okay, there's a few things on Sorc, but you know, I have my Sorc almost at 100, and I'm not sure if I level the second one. I won't do much more on the Barb, I won't do much more on the Rogue. So yeah, I'm gonna do a lot of Druid stuff this season, I think. And like learn the builds and stuff. Druid is like one last thing. Together with Necro, I guess there's like some stuff to discover for me. Until I've played like most of the like, you know, established builds. $15k life, 15k armor isn't enough. Yeah, the traps are very dangerous for sure. Hi Nate, my day was pretty good so far. Had like a meeting, a very long one. But outside of that, it was fine. Found Genesis and Arrow Knight within 20 runs last night and only done a total of 40. That's pretty good. Oh. Wait, is this fake event here? What's going on? Like the pillars are here, but they can't activate the event. Interesting. Did I get the Meteor helm? Actually, I have not gotten the Meteor helm yet. I still have to go and get it. Yeah, I was just farming like hell tides with my Sorc, but you're right, I have to go back to Beast in the Ice at some point. Yikes. Not a single one, man. What is Fawns exactly? It's just a stat that deals damage when you get a hit from an enemy. So there's like Fawns builds around that basically. Barb has one. Necromancer can do some stuff with the minions. Should not use Melted Heart for endgame. Yeah, I mean, Melted Heart is useful for just becoming tankier. You may not need it, but you can definitely just try to slot it in and give up one of the offensive powers or something. You're gonna be very tanky, at least for like, you know, high tier dungeons might be useful. Little jump down there. Figure out Meteor Blizzard build. I thought Meteor Blizzard build is actually like a pretty popular combo right now. And either way, it has like so many uniques, there's not very many moving parts anyway. You need the Starfall Coronet, they need like the Glacial, probably on the Amulets. They need like, I don't know, a free curses thing, I guess. Oh, I'm going to some Duriels. Okay. I guess we're going to do some Duriels after all. What would I say this axe would be worth? I don't know exactly about prices, but let's just see it. 925, all stats willpower, distant and slow. Yeah, okay, so distant and close is like something for storm druids, right? It's like a storm druid weapon. The question is, are they running two-handed or are they running on-hand offense? I think generally you probably want to go one-hand offense, but there may be cases where you want to put a two-handed aspect, like Shepherd's aspect, for example. Two-handed is really powerful. Yeah. I would price it very high, at least. Like $1 billion plus. Let's just finish this one chest here. Incarnation, Doombringer is okay combo for Twisting Blades. Everyone is asking about Doombringer today, man. It's like a third question or something. What's going on? And the answer is, yeah, Doombringer is just, you know, for tankiness. It doesn't have any other purpose. If you feel you want to have more toughness, you can use it. Gauntlet in Season 3. Of course Gauntlet is coming in Season 3. I didn't open a chest on a spot, did I? It was not here. Let's try to relook. Which class is the best for Helltide farming? I mean, every class has like really fast builds once you like optimized. It's hard to say, like, you know, I don't really have like a clear benchmark, but you know, something like a 6-minute Helltide chest or like Living Seal chest is definitely quite doable on any class, really. Usually Sorc speeds up a lot in the late game. Sorc is probably like the fastest with like enough cooldown reduction and so on. You can like zoom around with teleport. But I mean, everyone can run at movement speed cap in late game and just like, you know, as soon as you come one-shot the entire screen, you're fine. So like, even Blood Surge Necro is really fast. Like last season I played Blood Surge Necro and I was also doing like 6-minute Living Steel chests, for example, back when it cost 300. Yeah, Sorc Fireball, definitely pretty good. It's like a nice AoE clear, everything just explodes. You pop like one guy in the pack and you get a chain reaction. So that works. Ball lightning as well. Okay, Duriel time, guys. We're doing 20 runs. Gonna make a Gamba. Oh, we got double drop. I think this is the first double drop of the season for me. That's crazy. It happened. It took very long, man. Holy shit. I've opened so many of these fucking Helltide chests. This double swing build. I didn't log out because they brought back the Living Steel chest bug where it's just not appearing sometimes. Actually, should I go into Sorc? The Sorc is almost 100. I'll just do a duel of them as long as one of them can one-shot. Let me do it next time. There'll be Barbarian. I wouldn't mind having an Barbarian and trying it out at least. But yeah, let's just see if we get like 1 or 2 more Ubers today. Who was that? Want to invite me? Invite me now. Checking if I'm subbed. Ah, hello. I remember. Wait a second. Oh shit. I didn't convert. I actually have to convert. Okay, wait. 20. 4. 4. This. Yeah, so I think I have to change very much else. We have crossplay on or off. I have it on. Okay. Okay, where's Ace of Spades? He's one of our challenge winners for Abattoir of the Year. And I'm finally gifting out those subs. So in case you weren't aware, some of the winners in Abattoir of the Year, I think it's like the top 1 of each class on hardcore and softcore, they will all get a 6-month sub to my channel. And one of them is Ace of Spades, who won the softcore Druid, I think. It's Ace of Spades shots, right? Yes. Wait, how did I end up here, by the way? Let's do it. Congratulations. This guy is running with Azure Wrath Transmog. Yo, enjoy, man. Yeah, this is this year, so where's the other 12 tier channels? Is it here? Here. So we're like still. Okay, next time we do such an event, you definitely don't make it until the last day of the season or something. That was kind of stupid. Like this was fine, like January 14, but like, you know, season end and then giving people the option to Still, like, go until the last day of the season was kind of dumb with, like... Easy, okay.
Well done.
But yeah, what I was giving out here is, where is it? This one. So there's a few more I actually have to do. There's brutals for the runners as well, yeah. Well, I mean, good job, man. How's the prediction looking, by the way? Almost 50-50. Interesting. People are always on copium. So you have two guys leeching, yeah? Can this guy destroy the thing? Okay. So I guess I'm the one killing. Yeah, 300 eggs and 300 shards. Man, you've been busy, huh? Hello, Restaurant. Lightning Stone Druid. I got an Invernable Porous Druid Falcon Crest. I think Porous is probably generally better, actually. Or at least even. And Found of Love. Why Grass of Shadow is viewed as so bad? Yeah, they have great stats, which are roughly competitive with normal glove stats. But then they have an effect that does nothing instead of an aspect. This is why they're bad. One level's higher than me. When are you logging in, Iceberg? I'm learning LE right now. I'm probably gonna log in later as well in LE. So we're gonna have like some LE talk with some of the boys. Gonna be fun. You'd love to see Druid getting one shot by 20 minutes getting one shot with the free. Playing with Woody today. Well, I'm not really sure if I'm gonna be playing very much. I'm not sure exactly what we plan later. But yeah. Hey, Jerison. Should make a speed farming category on Maxroll so I can see some of the speed variants for Helltide, Living Steel Farming Whispers. I mean, it's already there. Like, our guides have these variants. Yeah, you go to the variants. Here. There's usually, like, you know, speed farming, etc. I don't hate you. Iceberg. That much, at least. Yeah, don't worry, Bile, I can do more. He just asked me for like 5 runs and I had a group ready, so I just joined. Let's get procced. Kick. Okay, who else I actually have to give some subs here while we're at it? Do reset. Oh, no, you don't mess. No, Steve. Which build you're running exactly? Exactly like it. Do a step-by-step explanation how to one-shot. Okay, you stack the 300 from Banishwell's Talisman. Get the 3 common points, get the 6 position stacks. Pop the Shadow Clone for Unstoppable, for Tibbot's Will. Shadow Implement. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Dash, right-click. And you try to do the full combo in the first 3 seconds for God's Slayer Crown. You do the dash as the last thing before the rapid fire because of the tricks of the trade multiplier. I think these guys are living under a rock or something in party. Yeah, one guy asked me like, okay, wait, Rudy, what build are you playing? And now the other guy, how the rogue do one shot. Nice. Welcome to Diablo 4, guys. Check him PC. You hate one shot of the thing? Yeah, I agree. On the other hand, if you found this boss 500 times, at some point I don't want to have like a 5-minute action encounter all the time, I guess. Especially with like 3 random people running around. Where's everyone? Okay. I just see the blue beam as well. That was good. Diablo Balls Heath 4. Oh man. You'd love to see me in a Gauntlet? Yeah, I mean, it's a bit late for that now, huh? If I had gotten more lucky and didn't rip my rogues, yeah, maybe I would have played the Gauntlet, but, you know, I lost way too much time with the rips and, you know, just all that stuff. And we didn't know when the Gauntlet is coming or when not, right? I need to be ready for week 1 of Gauntlet. But maybe next time. At least the next season launch I'm probably gonna play again. But I'm preparing something for Diablo 4. Soon TM. Yeah, I wanna try to make a PoE Gauntlet style event in D4. It's like much harder because you don't have like, you know, fresh seasons, and you know, we don't have SSF mode and stuff. But I think with enough moderation we can do something relatively close. Just need a good team of moderators and we can make it work. Hallo Frau Tradafitti. No, hello Dark Eyes. Dark Forces remake this month. Well, doesn't really ring much of a bell for me. Got emailed by Blizzard to present the SSF trailer for Season 4. Well, I don't know if they will do SSF or not, but this is going to be a Season 3 event, by the way. I feel about Druid amounts and the fundamental of forcing into a certain grind instead of making them must spawn in several areas and different activities. I think the fact that they have certain activities and make them relevant, you know, through, like, for example, Druid mods, I think that's okay in general. As long as the grind of those mods is fun enough. I just think the bigger problem is that Whispers and Helltide just get stale at some point. There's not like enough stuff going on. They don't scale with difficulty. They don't scale with your character or something like that. It's just like this easy outdoor one-shot content. That's the bigger problem. If like Helltide was more interesting, I wouldn't mind farming it even more. If the grind is a mistake, it's fundamentally flawed. Why so, though? Like, you can choose to farm a certain thing to get a certain outcome, and I think this is exactly what ARPGs should have. So otherwise it's just like, you know, the typical Diablo 3 system where everything drops everywhere, which is almost what you had in Diablo 4 as well, right? Everything just drops everywhere. It doesn't really matter what you do. You just grind the most effective thing, and this is the best thing for everything, you know, farm high tier nightmare dungeons, this is the best thing for everything forever. And you completely ignore like 90% of the game. And that's just stupid. Why should it be that way? And I think having, you know, dedicated, you know, okay, Helltide gives me Forgotten Souls, you know. I need to roll my items, I farm Helltide for Forgotten Souls. And you know, it feels good to then go and do it and get a certain thing out of it, instead of just getting Forgotten Souls everywhere and never having to do Helltide. I think that's, you know, that makes it relevant and that makes it fun to farm. You have one tile, it's hard to drop, you get fucked up. Yeah, I mean, this is just a matter of drop rates and like maybe alternatives as well, right? Like, you know, I'm advocating for alternatives of the Uber item grind, right? Why do we only have Duriel? Why do we not have, you know, T100 Nightmare Dungeons that also drop Ubers? That would also be more solo friendly, for example. And would actually give T100 Dungeons a real purpose, like the hardest content in the game. Doesn't have a purpose currently. Not even anything close to it, in fact, right? The highest you want to farm is like 80, 85, maybe 90. What if you can choose between 2 or 3 wells at the end of the night balance instead of Helltide farming? Nah, I don't think I should like completely replace Helltide farming. I think having Helltide stay relevant is a good thing, not a bad thing. And like, you know, I don't want to have like a pop-up at the end of the dungeon and then I have to select one thing. That's kind of stupid. Like, if anything, they should make something like the PoE Atlas tree, where, you know, I can customize my nightmare dungeons and I can say, okay, you know, I want to farm, I don't know, more butchers, I want to farm more elites, I want to farm more malignant guys, I want to have bloodseekers, and then you just choose, you know, with the Atlas tree, basically, or however that would look in Diablo. But, you know, ahead of time, not during the run, not for every single dungeon. It's just like, you know, a permanent system. Why don't I play PoE? Oh, I have played a lot of PoE in my life, and I will play a lot more, but right now is not the time. Yeah, I mean, the main issue is that Duriel has no alternative. There's no other boss that I can farm. There's no, you know, dungeons I can farm. There's nothing. There is only Duriel. If you want to get your Ubers, you have to farm Duriel. And that is just stupid, you know. At least make it different bosses, you know. Make a hard mode of all the bosses and give them all an Uber. And so you don't have like one boss that has like, you know, 7 Uber drops, but, you know, every boss has like 2 or something. And they have like a much lower RNG as well. I might not die. Okay. If you make options, it will always be min-maxed it, and it will always become the best way to do it. Of course, there will be a best way to do it, but most people don't care about the best way to do it. You know, they just want to do whatever they want and get a reward for it, which is also good. You know, I would like to farm T100 dungeons, but there's no reward for it, so I don't. Like, I'm literally just wasting my time doing T100s and my character on hardcore on top of that. So, why is it that way? At least last season there was an incentive to do T100 dungeons. You know, T100 dungeons were very effective to gear up because they dropped higher and higher level loot the higher you went. But now they kind of kept it out way too early, so you don't have to go very high difficulty anymore. Glyph leveling is the reason to do them. Yeah, that's not exactly true. I mean, it's true for, like, you know, starting out your character and for casuals, okay, but, you know, if you're talking about like min-maxing, farming Ubers and bullshit like that, then glyphs are definitely not an issue. So, you know, you can do your glyphs in like 5 hours max, and you're done. So, It's still 13.3k, Jerson. It's most likely for the game's longevity. If you give options for people to get desired gear quickly, it will burn out more quickly. And how do you get burned out more quickly if you make the game more fun? Like, I'm not saying they should lower the grind needed to get all the Ubers, you know? I think it's totally fair that, you know, a realistic chance of getting all the Ubers you want requires you to farm for like 200 hours per season. I think that's totally fair number. I don't want to do 200 hours of Duriel only, though, you know? This is the burnout that's happening. More fun equals more retention. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like if you look at this example of PoE, you also have to look at the long-term effects though. Like, yeah, I can say, okay, it's, you know, the Affliction League is super fun because people find 20 mirrors in one league, where previously in like, you know, 10 years they have never found a single one or something. But obviously this is not a status that you can keep up, you know. This is like an once in a lifetime kind of league. And it will forever stay that way, because if they keep anything remotely close to Affliction, the game is just gonna die very fast. And even though in short term people really like it, ultimately it just kills the game, I think. With like, you know, how accessible everything is, how much it gets flooded with loot and everything. And it's the same problem here as well. You get flooded with loot, no one likes it. Like in Diablo 4, like people just don't really care about loot anymore at some point, right? And it's gonna be similar to that in PoE, where, I mean, the loot in general is a lot more interesting. But it will lead to that long term. Like, it's literally people saying that, you know, I don't even show anything on my filter that is not a divine, you know? Like, these people exist currently in PoE, right? So, that is not how it should be. If anything about LE 1.0 talk. Well, McFluffin asked me yesterday to join for that, and I asked him like who's joining and what we're gonna do and stuff, because I don't really know, but apparently in around 7 hours we're gonna meet with some of the LE boys, and let's see what happens. Rex was right about to bring the D3 devs to save Diablo 4. I mean, one thing that Rax knows is that the D3 guys are long working on D4 already, so I'm not sure why he even said that, to be honest. I mean, obviously they are working on Diablo 4, you know, Diablo 3 is finished. There's nothing to do, and these guys moved on. And where do they move? Of course, they go to Diablo 4. It's just only the logical step.
Come back if you need the forge.
Bless and thank you.
Bring that 1 3 left to D4. Nah, it's not just one. They actually had... It was like around a handful or so in the end, I guess. And yeah. I want to go back to D3 now. Wish Wyatt Cheng into D4 instead of Immortal. Yeah, Wyatt Cheng is actually a really nice guy. I also had the opportunity to talk to him a little bit here and there. And he actually has like a very good understanding of, you know, the game development and everything. Like, Wyatt Cheng is not the guy who brought Pay to Win to D4, you know, he was forced to make that. So bring D3 devs to D4, just quit D4. It's already bad enough. I don't know, I mean, the D3 devs in the last like half decade or so, they have done a fucking badass job at reviving a dead game. And they, you know, very strongly listen to feedback. You know, we had like many talks with the devs and some other people as well, like Rax, for example. And, you know, we were like always in touch with them, and they implemented a lot of our ideas and feedback, and people really loved the recent seasons. I mean, not everyone likes D3, but the people that did play D3 really liked it. You know, the last seasons, they were extremely popular compared to, you know, the last 5 years prior. Did I open mine already? I still have mine. Leaders at this point should have a lot of experience on what they should avoid, at least. I mean, the people that made the recent seasons are not the same people that developed the game originally, right? They are like the classics game team, whatever they're called, and they kind of took over D3 at some point. You know, D3, like, you know, back in, like, I don't know, when they abandoned D3 basically in like season 9 or season 12 or something. At some point, it kind of just didn't do anything with D3 for like 3 years. And then the new team came, and it was like a super small team, like a handful of guys, and they revived D3 basically. You know, people came back. You know, they started with like the small season themes. It was like the double goblin thing, kind of the meme. And then they started, you know, doing the Rogue season. They started doing the Lon season. Then they started doing the big season themes, you know, like the Pandemonium, the Cube stuff. And then they started implementing new sets. You know, season 19, we got the new Crusader set, we got the new Monk set, etc. So, and suddenly the game became hugely popular. And there was also like, you know, content created, you know, suddenly we had a community again. Where, you know, 4 years before that, it was completely dead. There was no one. And this was all the new, like, you know, small team, basically. Are they all here? Oh, Ram's off again. Is there any offer for season 4? Yes. Yeah, season 4 is going to be pretty huge, I think. It's probably going to be the biggest update to the game before the expansion. The way I understand it. So they're going to get itemization changes, most likely codex rework. And this is just the base game, you know, then we also get a season theme, etc. And potentially new content, maybe AOZ is coming back. Oh, one guy that got under arrows. I bet this season 4 is going to be the biggest disappointment. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know exactly how the optimization will look in the end. I only saw, like, you know, an early preview some months ago. But, you know, there's going to be like some kind of like multi-step progression system, and it seems kind of cool. Multi-step, you know, like 1, 2, 3. No, I can't talk about what I saw. Honestly, I wouldn't mind implementing like D2 style sets in Diablo 4. Like, you know, 2-piece sets, 3-piece sets, even 4-piece or something that are, you know, kind of cool, have like some unique powers or some unique stat combos or something like that. And like some cool like theme. You know, they definitely should not make like D3 style sets, but D2 style sets I think would be pretty cool for sure.
Greetings.
One small team can do a lot in 3 months, so manage our ideas and their skill. 3 months is plenty for a season theme. Yeah, of course. And I mean, for like how small the D3 team was, you know, I think they did a really good job. I mean, I always wish they would do more, and, you know, I always gave them like, you know, tons and tons of feedback and suggestions and balancing ideas and new item ideas or whatever, you know. And I mean, they just made the best out of it, and they succeeded pretty well. You know, you can definitely see it. You can definitely say that whatever the D3 team did in the last few years was a massive hit, you know. For the investment, they get an incredible turnout in Diablo 3 in the last, like, you know, 4 years or so. It's literally just like 5 guys in a cave, you know, pumping out seasons that bring back like literally millions of people every few months. And for that, I mean, you have to applaud them. Basically the GGG team, yeah. GG team is just like 3 guys in a garage, yeah. Like 11 years ago, yes. Double drop. Hands and chest armor. Yeah. Kind of shocking that it had that much success, and yet D3 has all the game design problems that it has. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's much easier to just take an existing game that is already like very well developed and then just add some more stuff onto it. Versus, you know, creating a whole new game from scratch like Diablo 4 with a whole different concept, and then trying to get everything right. So I can see that. But yeah. Don't learn from mistakes or apply the same principles to D4. Yeah, I mean, like, to learn from mistakes, I actually need to have people that actually made those learnings and are still there, right? And I guess there's just not many people from the original, like, D3 team there that actually work on D4, for example. They have, like, a very young team. And I mean, they're just trying to make a very, like, young game, like a modern game, I guess, right? D4 is very different from, like, all the other Diablos. It's the last run now, guys. They were bold in this game. Yeah, to be honest, I think it was a pretty bold move making this a like open world game, right? And always online, and you know, this stuff is definitely a huge bold move for an ARPG. And I think so far the open world stuff has mostly worked out. And you know, especially with an expansion coming, I could imagine that they're going to do a lot more stuff with that in the future as well, now that they have actually learned so many things. Over here. D4 is better than D3 in almost every aspect, but people still say D4 is bad. Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? The thing is that for people to believe that something is better or worse doesn't actually mean that that product is actually better or worse, right? They just need to believe it. So, you know, opinions can differ from facts. And very often they do. And yeah, if you look at it objectively, I think Diablo 4 is a better game. Just in terms of, you know, design and execution and, you know, many things. You know, it's just like more modern, has a lot more features and all that stuff. And it's just like missing some things that people really are attached to that are, in the grand scheme of things, somewhat minor, but very important for those people's enjoyment of the game, right? But I wouldn't say that Diablo 4 is, you know, a worse game just because it doesn't have an armory feature that few people want, or because it doesn't have pets that auto do your gold. You know, these are kind of like petty little things in my book that don't define the game. It's just that, yeah, they're really cool to have, and quality of life, no one says no to that. But as a game, I think Diablo 4 does it better. Yo. Neutering. Guess I'm gonna do real Doombringers now. I think that was the last run, by the way. Believers win. Yeah, Doombringer was my first item of the season. So I have 2 now. 3 Statics, 2 Doombringers, 3 Andariels, 1 Grandfather, 0 Shaco, 0 Solace. The 2 items I want. Great.
A fine deal.
Got a big pants though. Dude, there's an insane ring here for like a barrage inner side build. That's nuts, actually. Maybe I'll try that. Well, I guess we go back to living steel hell. Should I add Magic Find to D4? Nah, terrible idea. Did you just see an inner side barrage build? You heard that, yes. It's gonna be very cool, you know, like multi-shot style farming. So I might make it, but we'll see. I can probably use most of the same Paragon board and glyphs and all that for such a build, so you don't really need that much. And we can talk to the last Epoch guys soon. Yeah, I don't know exactly who and what, but in 6.5 hours we're gonna do some last Epoch talk. What's Yogger? I'm good, and you? What's another extra thing I have to stack? If they add a magic find, I have to make you start getting blues and whites more. So you have a reason to stack magic find to get rares and legendaries. Yeah, we don't need that, you know. If there's one thing we need more of, it's less loot. So, and also just like scuffing up your character so that you get more loot, it's just like a stupid thing, I think. You know, this shouldn't be how the game, like it's just a band-aid to lack of difficulty and lack of challenging content. You know, you make a character weaker on purpose so you get more loot in the content that you're farming, instead of just having better content to farm. Like, why don't you just make better content or more challenging content, and then you play that without stupid magic find? Like, magic find serves no purpose. It's just a lazy design, and that's it. Chris and Jonathan hate it too. Did they actually talk about Magic Find in PoE too? I've not heard about that topic yet, but speaking of, actually, I still need to finish that Sys interview. I have it open somewhere, yeah.
In something that is
Yeah, right. Yeah, we should probably continue with that, so I didn't really finish that yesterday. I wanna finish the Sys interview because I have my interview with Jonathan. This guy here, game director of PoE 2, on Sunday. I want to be a bit better prepared for that. So I guess we're gonna finish this today, yeah? When is the PoE for beta? It's like end of June or something, but it's closed beta, so I expect there's gonna be very few people in there. I think it's gonna go very much like Diablo 4 beta, where it was like, you know, all super secret, super small club, and no one can talk about it. I think, pretty sure this is gonna be how PoE 2 beta is gonna work as well. But we'll see, I guess. And I will tell you guys nothing about it, I guess. Because they probably won't let us. Yo, Yogger, thanks for 5 man, by the way.
You were the answer to my prayers.
Please push back on respect subject. Yeah, I might bring it up. We'll see. I have not like finalized my list of questions yet or something for the interview. So if you guys also have like topics to cover, then let me know.
You were the answer to my prayers.
Yeah, let's see actually.
Staying in Path of Exile too.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always hope that there are more things.
Okay,
we
we're
could
kind
do
of in
with
the
that,
middle
but
somewhere.
It's kind of one of those things.
Some
I'm gonna just go back and I'm not sure where I
Path
can.
of Exile still do like 10, 15 hours through the campaign, and
Right.
to those people especially, I know it does feel like a chore. 10
Okay, let's go maybe to the start of this topic or something. to talk
around
about campaign.
PoE2 is like no excuses about the stuff. Like if people are bothered by something, then we're gonna find a way to deal with it. It's like so.
Let's
Like
see.
if that's still really a concern, then we may have to go further than what I would feel
Yeah.
normally comfortable with going with. But it's kind of like a
Interviews on
I
Sunday.
guess like it is something like, okay, there are areas that you can get to where like I feel a certain way about something, and if the players feel differently, at some point I just need to find a way to change my opinion. So like maybe that would
I think this was the topic about the respecking, by the way. So in case you weren't here yesterday when you were listening to this, they were talking about respecking. And Jonathan seems somewhat like adamant about making respecking somewhat difficult. And I was giving my opinion that the Diablo 4 respecking system is like excellent. And they should just have something similar to that. But he wants it to be like, you know, more of a struggle. So here he's talking about that now.
maybe that will be something that needs to happen here.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that it isn't, and that we'll get this to the right place. But you know, like if I certainly do, like if we're in beta and people are still complaining about respecs, then we're fucked up somewhere. So
Okay.
like we need to make sure that that's not like not a thing people are going to be complaining about.
I think that's a good take. And another thing that's important to consider too, the better someone is at the game and the faster somebody is at the campaign, the less they're going to mind it too. Like I personally don't mind
Right.
doing the campaign because I do it in 2 or 3 hours, but there are so many people that maybe even after a few thousands of hours of Path of Exile still do like 10, 15 hours through the campaign. And
Right.
to those people especially, I know it does feel like a chore.
Right. Understood.
Yeah. Very different question next. Is the private league system something that is staying in Path of Exile too?
Yeah, we'll definitely keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I so
always hope.
I
that
can't
there are
wait for the
more
day when they get
things
our
we can
private
do with
seasons
that,
in
but
D4,
it's kind
man.
of one of those things that ends up not
Man,
really getting
it's gonna be so
huge amount of
good.
development time. But
Yeah.
there's no reason. I mean, look, it'll just work as it works in PoE1 without us having to do anything. So there's no reason for it not to stay. But yeah, it'll be nice to do some more to it in the future.
So I have some
In
extra
2030.
ideas there for private league system
yeah.
things.
What is it? So in PoE, you know, you can either play the regular season, like that it's got league, or you can make a private league. You have to pay for it, and you have to buy slots and time for it. But you can run your own league with your own people, with your own economy, and you can also like make it harder if you want. You can make like, you know, extra hard mods. You know, you can make it more challenging and stuff like that. So it's really awesome, a really cool feature.
Something I've always wanted to see, and I want to know how you feel about it, would be, let's say, a month in or 2 months into the league, crazier options unlocked for private leagues, but they're tied behind a void league.
We talked about this
So
yesterday,
maybe you-
yesterday already. Okay, so they wanted like also have positive mods for these private seasons, but yeah, TLDR, I don't think it's a good idea. Let's go forward.
right before the next league comes out, and then there's like this big, difference
The
from.
the
I'm not
issue
sure exactly where we
is,
stopped
like,
last time.
okay, let's say we had a league mod on private leagues for whichever reason made it really easy to get Headhunter. What that would mean is that everyone can effectively just try out what it's like to have Headhunter, and they lose that aspirational goal as a thing that they might want to do next league. And so we just want to be really careful that we don't make it so that like we trivialize what it means to get a certain item in the game by making it so that like oh, this is just like in this private league, you can just do that. I guess that's kind of the main fear around having positive mods, like,
Well,
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Jonathan here.
but basically around that.
so, but is it necessarily a problem with, let's say that, like, I
Thanks,
end up
avoidance.
not really enjoying those positive mobs. They're not for me, so I play
Wait, how did the boss
every
go?
league start. But let's say, for example, Empyrean, right? He loves these positive mobs, so instead, he waits like a month into the league and is exclusively playing on these like extra leagues. Still playing the same amount of time. Basically asking,
Right,
is
it's not a
that type
question
of
of-
fun
it's not a
bad?
question- It's not a question of playtime, like for us. It's really just comes down to not wanting to compromise for others. The feeling, like if you know that someone can easily get a headhunter without having to go through the thing that they went through, even if it is in another league, it can still kind of devalue just the whole experience of that.
Okay.
And so this is kind of the issue. Like we want, and this is another reason. So another thing people ask us a lot is like, oh, why don't you increase the drop rates of things in SSF? The reason why we don't do that is literally the same reason, that we don't want to make it so that there is some way you can play that makes it easier to have the same experience. Now, I actually think, by the way, that my stance on that is softening slightly, because in practice it is always easier to get stuff in trade leagues because of the ability to do trade, right? So in reality, we probably could think about increasing the drop rates in SSF, although if we did that, we'd have to make it so you couldn't port your characters from one to the other. So I'm not actually saying this is a thing we're going to do, by the way, but I'm just saying like I guess my feeling on this is that maybe it doesn't have this problem, because like you could probably increase the drop rates in SSF quite a bit before you got to the point where you'd actually have an easier time getting tie-in stuff than what you do in trade leagues. But I'm just saying that like this is the kind of like when we say something like that, the reason why we're saying it is because we want to avoid the situation where it becomes easier, like that there's a way to get the same experience of having an item in a different place than like that's the kind of thing we're trying to prevent.
So I think that would be very popular for a lot of people. But if you consider doing something like that, could that be an additional tick? Because there's no worry about splitting that league, right? There's no economy or anything. Could that be a tick where you can have the boosted rates and no transfer, or you could stay in the exact same normal? Because personally, I would be really sad to have increased rates. I want to just play a more difficult version, but I don't want to go like all the way ruthless, right? That's maybe too hard. So having both could be an option, because there's no
We would
splitting
have
of
to
economy.
think about that, because you don't want to split the community again, if you know what I mean. Like you want to be a little.
Yeah, I also agree with Jonathan here. I mean, LE has a really good system. So if you don't know about LE, they actually made a system for solo self-farm players or for trade players, and you have to choose one of them for each of your characters. And you can also swap between them if you want. And then as you have the SSF thing, you're gonna get more loot, and you can like target farm stuff more easily through prophecies and all that stuff. And it's like a genius system. I made a video about it like a few weeks ago when I previewed it. And PoE doesn't have anything like that. You just get, you know, everything is harder basically because you can't trade. But I think this is not necessarily a downside. I feel like SSF in PoE is actually in a pretty good spot overall, especially with like in most recent years they've done a lot for SSF players to make target farming, you know, more of a thing and stuff like that. So I think it's kind of fine. It's just that SSF Live, I guess they could try to implement something like last Epoch, but I'm not sure it would actually fit PoE very much. Because PoE is so focused on the economy, and last Epoch is not really focused on the economy. There was no economy until now anyway, and so the game was developed without an economy in mind, I guess, and what you're gonna see is that most people, even playing a trade character, will probably not trade all that much, I think. So this is my impression of last Epoch. So I think they're probably fine on that end. Yeah, the gear, okay, the way this works is that the items that were traded from the trade faction, they cannot be used on an SSF character. You can only use them while you have the trade faction. And similarly, if you find an item because of the bonus from SSF faction, you can't trade it either. But there will be also like these neutral items, I guess. But I'm not sure exactly how that works, but yeah, I guess they're kind of just like, whatever. But yeah, either way, yeah, last Epoch does it really well. But I think they have to make sure that it's like, they don't overdo it with the SSF stuff, and then everyone just plays SSF, I guess. But, you know, if you have like some kind of target farming, and it kind of gives you like a realistic option to actually get all of the high-end loot eventually, you know, with enough time investment and enough grinding, then that's fine. So I guess it's more of a problem in PoE that getting everything in the game is like very unrealistic for almost everyone, besides like the absolute hardcore blasters. I mean, not in the current league, but in normal leagues.
A little bit
But
careful
there
about
is
that.
no real
But
split
consider
there.
this anyways.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
they're
it's-
all alone anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something to think about. Like, it's something that I'm potentially interested in exploring. I mean, it's a little bit similar because like Last Epoch has that whole thing where like if you play non-trade, then you've got extra items and that kind of thing. And I think it's an interesting thing to rethink about in the context of that. Is like something we could potentially think about doing. But as I said, the key goal for us is just making sure that like if you look at the work it takes to get a high tier item, that it doesn't feel like someone else just has an easy time of getting that, even if they don't have the ability to trade it with you, even if they do go to Void in the end.
Yeah, I noticed the graphics
There's still that
updates.
feeling of like it's unfair that like they can put in less work and still be able to have that same experience, and that's what we kind of
Yeah.
avoid.
I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of boosted rates, but I know a lot of people would be.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is more on the side of like, he has like these people in his ear, that want like everything to be easy and accessible and, casual friendly. And I think ultimately if they cave into these demands, they're gonna make the game worse. I think that's like my opinion in PoE. And it will be the same as well in like, other games, but in this context here right now of PoE 2, like making these private leagues where you can have positive mods and you can get boosted drop rates or whatever, I think that would kind of like hurt the game more than it helps. Because ultimately people's gonna like feel bad about not playing with the boosted rates. And that is gonna be a much bigger downside than the upside of having people, enjoy the boosted rates basically for a little while and then, getting over saturated or something.
Another thing for private leagues. Now, I don't know if this is even functional. This is sort of me being a little biased as an event creator here. But I've always wanted to do a similar thing of RuneScape's group found, where you literally lock yourself into like, this is the group you're playing with. I don't know if, are you familiar with it at all?
I am not familiar with that, but I can imagine how that might work. We can only play when other people everyone from your group is playing.
No, it's you can play at any time, but they actually have a shared death system, which I think is really interesting. So if you're playing with 4 people, you have 4 deaths on hardcore. So one person can die 3 times, another person can die 1 time, and you're all moved to standard when you die. Things like that is a very cool approach to it. And you can just only play and trade with each other, but you can still see the ladder of other peoples that are doing the same thing.
Right.
So the yellow text and global, stuff like that.
Right. Understood. I mean, look, we could probably do some changes around here, but I can't say it's exactly top of my priority list as far as common stuff goes. Like, there'll probably come a time when I want to do more stuff around that, because I mean, I do like those kinds of features.
Yeah.
Just a matter of getting time to do it.
Very cool.
But that's good.
I'm not talking with Sizzy.
This is probably my dumbest
we are
question.
just,
It's very
listening.
silly, but I really just want to hear your response to it. So visual clarity is always going to be a problem. Would an enemy skill filter be too silly? So Time Crisis had a red ring around bullets that would cause you to, like, when you're about to take health damage. So something where you're choosing like, these skills are what I want to see the most, but I don't want to see auto attacks, or I don't want to see like this ability is not dangerous to the way I'm starting my character.
Oh my god.
Well, I don't love it, I have to say.
Yeah.
I don't love it. Look, I mean, this to me it feels more like look, if this is still a problem in PoE 2, I'm really hoping it will not be a problem in PoE 2 because we've managed to sort out a lot of the visual clarity issues with a lot of other ways
Yeah, we'll see for how long that goes well.
that we achieve that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The idea of being able to have some skills you can't see does bother me quite a lot, I have to say.
That's fair.
I mean, I understand you're opting into that in your situation,
Yeah,
but like,
yeah.
still, I worry about this, and I worry about what it would make. It seems, I can't say I'm a fan, as I said.
Do you hate all terms of opacity with, like, let's say I want to see, like, maybe there's a max on it, but let's say I want to see like 30% less monster mods, or something I know is requested, and I would love this, is being to turn down the opacity of my friends. Like in a 6-man group,
Right.
I'd be hard pressed to see that
Yeah,
there
that-
won't
that
be
makes sense,
opacity
Sam.
or effect problems with 6 people.
One thing I will mention is that you can't just technically, if you did this and you had the ability to turn opacity down for some sources, the effects wouldn't quite work
Thanks, Zartos.
the same. It isn't like different components of skill effects of different blend modes that will kind of break.
I have like nearly 4k hours in PoE. I also helped build the original launch of the PoE Maxroll branch. So, I still have like some articles up there probably on the page that I wrote, you know, a while ago, especially like some of the resource articles and stuff. Started in 3.1.
In certain ways, like the effect won't look the same as how it looks just dimmer if you did that. So from a technical perspective, I mean, it's not like you could do it, and the effect would be dimmer, but the effect would not look the same as how it looked before. And so it will break some stuff, which is a thing. But at the same time, I guess I just like, it's kind of one of those things where I feel like if you feel like you'd have to do that, we've kind of already screwed up. You know what I mean? That's kind of my feeling on this one as well. It's just another one of those like if you really shouldn't feel like this is a thing you need to be doing. And I understand in PoE 1 where like that becomes a thing. But yeah, I really sort of would hope that isn't a necessary solution for us once we get to PoE.
I feel like with a game like Path of Exile, if you have a 6-man party, there must be some builds that would be visually cluttered with 6 people.
No, you're right. You know, on some level, it is impossible to completely solve that, right? Because we do have the ability to generate a lot of projectiles and things like that. There will be some visual clarity issues. Like, it's impossible to completely remove it. And so I guess you would argue then, well, then why surely you need some kind of system like this? And I guess that is a thought. I don't know that I have a decent answer for you there, because like, you know, it really is a challenging one.
Yeah. Maybe there can be a max minimum opacity, like you can't turn it down below 50% or something, so you still see them.
Oh, I mean, if you can do it, you'd want the ability to go it all the way, because that isn't really like, you know, if you had the ability to do that, you might as well do it. Okay. Because you're already suffering from the brokenness, then you might as well just let it be broken all the way to 0.
Right.
But it's like, you know, it's one of those things where like my reasons for disliking it aren't. Like, even though I said that stuff about the technical issues like that isn't really the main concern for me, like, if I'm being honest. It's kind of just something to do with the whole, this, like, the world should be some kind of consistent reality, you know? Like, as soon as you've got the thing where, like, I'm turning off, like, you know, certain skill effects, it's like, you know, and maybe that's more of an excuse than it should be. Like, maybe I should be more okay with this kind of thing, but, because at the end of the day, you are opting into it. But I guess it's like, yeah, I find it difficult to be okay with just turning off certain effects. I do find it difficult, for sure.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean,
Thanks, Boba.
I will have another discussion about this as well, because once again, I understand the desire. But the hope is that in PoE 2, you're not going to be feeling like that's a big of an issue, because I think that's definitely, in PoE 1 is absolutely a problem, right? Like, for sure it is.
In Path of Exile 1 right now, we have like Searing Exarch.
Yeah, I want to talk about this real quick of what Wonka said. So this is like a major problem. It's something they just discussed earlier in that video. We watched that yesterday and a bit today, because I went a bit further back than I had to. But yeah, TLDR is very difficult to respec a character in PoE, especially early on. You don't have the currency for it. Basically, it's the opposite of Diablo 4. In Diablo 4, it costs nothing, and then it costs more and more and more. And, well, at this point, they have tuned down it costs so much, it's basically nothing all the way. And in PoE, it's exactly the opposite. It's very easy to respec a character later, because you're gonna have the money, but early on you just can't. And, you know, if you do like one wrong skill point, you have to wait until later to fix it or something. So you kind of like, you know, it's like very rigid. And it seems like they kind of want to continue with like a similar fashion in the PoE 2. And I think that's a pretty big mistake.
American Eater Worlds and stuff that have rollable invitations. Personally, I feel like these boss mobs are a little bit like dull.
One of the most fun part about Diablo 4 right now, at least for me, is making a new character, having no plan at all, and I just play the game, I press buttons, and at some point I'm gonna find an item and like, hey, let's try that, you know, and then suddenly I respec my character to, like, you know, from my lightning Sorc to a fire Sorc, and I'm gonna try this Meteor thing that I just found. And then like, yeah, okay, I don't really want to keep going with that, so okay, here's the next item. Okay, now I'm playing charged bolts, so I found the charged bolts aspect, let's try it out. And, you know, at some point I'm gonna just stick with something that I like. And then I'm gonna keep playing with that all the way to level 100, for example. Or maybe at level 80 I find my Tempest Roar if I'm lucky. And then I'm gonna respec, you know, to like a werewolf druid. Not from the Sorc to werewolf, of course, but, you know, these kind of like big items that actually change builds. And in the Diablo 4, it's just like, you know, very fluid. You can like adjust on the fly. But it's not like to the point where I have to adjust. You know, I can just keep going. I can just make a character and I can say, okay, this will be my charged bolt stout now, all the way level 1 to 100, and that also works. But it's also fun to just like start a character and not have a plan, and just see what you get. Like I did that with the Druid, and I went with Trample Slide and had a ton of fun. After like trying like 3 different builds up to like level 20 or something. So Thanks for the subs, by the way.
Because they're just map mods. Like, there's not any, like, you know, faster projectiles, or the Maven memory game is longer, the Maven memory game is faster. Is there going to be a similar invite system in PoE 2 where you get a boss that you can roll? And if so, is there a potential to actually get boss-specific mods rollable?
I think this is probably just one of those things where it's like in PoE 2 the systems will be quite different, so this question becomes kind of not really like part of the same.
Yeah.
Like it's hard for us to really commit to anything particularly around this since the systems are different, and like there may end up being systems that work similarly, but I don't know that they're going to work the same, and it'll be different design in any case.
Okay, cool.
So I think this question just kind of ends up being like it's not quite relevant to PoE 2 enough.
Okay, that's fair.
But I like this is one of those things that I'll mention to Mark, and since he can do since he does PoE 1 design, he can be like, okay, like I'll take that on board. But yeah, I think it's not so PoE 2 relevant.
For anything, because I'm guessing there will be some form of something that will be rollable on a map or something.
Oh, there will definitely be rollable stuff in PoE 2.
Have you considered positive mods? Like you have on heist contracts, like there's no cost.
Well,
so I actually do like this, but I feel like there was a reason we didn't do them. I'm just trying to dredge up why.
well, we used to have
Yes,
like
we did.
pack
We did have
size.
maze.
Yep, we did.
And everyone rolled for pack size.
Yeah, yep.
And then we added pack
right,
size
that's
to every mod. That's what
right,
it was.
Yeah. So basically,
I completely disagree with that. I mean, as an experienced player, what Rachmaninov says, as an experienced player, 20 respect points is totally fine and potentially OP. But as a noob, it's not fine, you know? And if your noobs are not sticking around because they got only 20 respect points during the campaign, if they ever finish the campaign in the first place, then you have a problem. And there's no reason to not give people easier respecking because the pros will need it. It's only a feature for the noobs anyway. And why would you not have it? It doesn't really impact anything for like the higher end player base anyway. Just let people respec, you know? Give them like at least an option to respec. Like right now, if you play a PoE 1 campaign and you run out of regrets, you're done. Because you can't get more regrets at that point in the game, especially if you're a noob. You have no idea where to go, where to farm, what to sell, if you even have anything to sell, right? If it's like a day 1 or day 2 or whatever, and you have like your 1.5 chaos in your stash. They keep the players longer in the game without respect. That is completely untrue. Like, people quit the game. They don't stay longer in the game. They just quit. You know, they're like, oh shit, I break my character. Goodbye. See you next league. Or maybe not see you ever again.
if you want to explain that a little bit more.
Yeah.
But...
So I mean, it used to be the case, right? Like back in the day when there were positive only map mods. I don't know if you remember areas.
That's my opinion. The reality is not like the reality is that whenever some topic like this comes up, there's gonna be like 100 people in my chat that say exactly what I just said. They quit the fucking game. This is the reality. Who is here? Who's done that? Tell me.
As a maze, which I guess technically isn't really positive, but it was positive because it increased the size of the map, right? And what ended up happening is I remember everyone rolled for that.
Look at that.
That was the reason why we removed it, and we added pack size to every map mod. And I'm not actually sure that was necessarily... I'm sorry?
Well, a big problem on top of that was that was because of map system. Like, we would literally run out of maps without it, right? So...
But... why is it bad if everyone wants to roll for a specific outcome?
I guess.
That's a good question.
Yeah. I think we've had this discussion in the past.
Yes, I'm just trying
I
to
don't know
remember
if we
what it
actually
was.
had any conclusion there. But look, I guess on the surface, I don't see a reason why we couldn't have positive only mods. I mean, there are some which I guess technically aren't positive only, like, you know, Sea Witches. It's sure it's technically
It comes down entirely to this. Do you want it so that when you get a map that you have to re-roll it to get a certain mod, or do you not want that? And I believe the reason why we decided we didn't like that is because it became part of the mandatory chore you have to do every time you want to roll a map. Now, there are a ton of mandatory...
We're talking about completely different things here, All Might, though. I was talking about early game, you know, noob-friendly respecking. I think it's important to have in the game, especially in a game that's going to be as complex as PoE 2. PoE 2, I expect it's not going to be as complex as PoE 1, but it will be complex. This will be a new game, it's a huge ARPG, it's made by GG, it will be complex to some sort. And no matter what kind of like, you know, easy to understand tools they're gonna put into the game, you know, like, you know, stats that are highlighted or whatever, I think someone said that, people will not understand the game when they first play it. And even when they play it a second time, or the 5th time, or the 10th time, most likely. You know, people will be noobs. Noobs will be noobs, basically. This is the message here. Noobs will be noobs. And noobs will just quit if they have a huge obstacle like not being able to respect their character. That's just how it is. And I'm not saying that the game needs to be easy, but at the very least, you need to give people that try something and then it doesn't work, and you have to give them an option to try something else without starting from scratch. This is kind of the main point I'm trying to get across here.
Chores going on right now in PoE1 that you have to do in order to juice maps,
Wow.
which is another whole topic, right?
Yeah.
But basically, the thinking is that you want to be able to just get a map to be able to like we still want to have it so that you can craft maps, and that can be an interesting thing. But we don't want it to be that every time you get a map, you have to roll a certain mod to play it, and if you don't, then you're at a disadvantage. So that I believe was the reason why we didn't like having positive mods. And so maybe there's another solution that allows us to have positive mods, because I mean I actually do like them. Like,
yeah, speaking of positive mods, actually D4 has a very interesting thing here, and it may actually be due to some feedback that I gave. But you know, these positive mods on the sigils, it's actually something that I talked about very, very long time ago. I was like, hey, like, you know, some dungeons are just worse than others. Like, why is there, you know, no incentive to go into a shitty dungeon as well? Like, why can I not have some reason, you know, something that makes me want to go in there? And I guess this is what I made out of it, which is not exactly enough, I guess. But maybe at some point they're gonna, you know, I would actually like to see more on the drop side, you know, instead of this, you know, you get like 9% extra crit chance, or you get a 30% more gold. 30% more gold is somewhat useful, but you know, call down lightning from the sky, who cares, right? But if there was something like, okay, this dungeon drops 100% more bows, and this dungeon drops 100% more chest armors, I think that would be pretty cool stuff, you know, to get like randomly on a sigil. But yeah.
Like, I think it's cool
Yeah,
when
I
you have
agree.
the occasional thing, but I don't think we were able to find a good way to design the system such that you can both have that and not have that effect that I was talking about of having mandatory reroll as part of your map process.
Maybe
So yeah, that was it.
maybe that's something that ends up being a league mechanic where the currency is like a positive thing, like a thing like Delirium Orb that you add to a map because you're a weaker character and you need a little buff or you want to go faster. Yeah.
But I mean, for example, you could have positive corruption outcomes on maps. Like
Oh,
that
yeah.
would be a thing you could do because after that point, like you can't just re-roll the map until you do it, right? Like it's just a one-time thing you
that's a
do it,
cool
and
idea.
that would be fine, right? That kind of thing could work.
That would be funny in Valdi
but,
maps.
Like, yeah, it's one of those things where you
And then you get a positive mod,
that's
and then
the
you're like,
situation.
hey, yeah. Instead of getting this huge book of 8 mods.
So, my least favorite thing on monster mods in PoE 1 are things like cycling damage reduction, less chaos, less wither, because they feel a lot like immunities in Diablo 2, which I personally didn't like. I don't know how you feel about them, but I feel like they just it feels like just running into a speed bump, and it's not that the monster is dangerous. There's no counterplay, and it's not very engaging. How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about immunities in D2? Rishan?
Well, okay. So when there's no counterplay, I can see why immunities are not great. But there should be some counterplay to this, right? Like, for example, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the best solution, but in D2, having 2 elements was your way to solve immunities, right?
But it was certainly in D2, it was a huge controversy.
Yeah.
Immunities were a big controversy in D2.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't there at the start, right? It got added.
Yes, it got added by, I don't remember
which
the patch
patch.
number, but yes, it got added.
Wait, they added immunities after the release of D2? Holy shit. They didn't launch with it? I thought it was always how it was. That's funny. Just get infinity, problem solved. Yeah, I gotta say that first you make the immunities, and then like years later you make infinity, and then you have to grind out that infinity, and then the problem is solved. It's like the most stupid system ever. I'm a big fan of the immunities in Diablo 2, even though I don't really want to see them in Diablo 4 or something, but I think the immunities in Diablo 2 were actually cool because of exactly what they said. You have like this dual element strategy, and you could actually find different combinations of builds to actually like deal with all that stuff that the game throws at you, which I found was very cool. And then you have stuff like Infinity that completely trivializes this entire system and makes it all like a one-button spam, which is just really boring again. And on top of this, is like super late game, so I don't even get it, most of the time. So it was kind of like a kind of cool system with a really stupid solution, I think. I think Infinity, while convenient and obviously overpowered as fuck, was just a really stupid solution, if you ask me.
And it was a big.
And then come the charms.
Sure. I'm guessing from your question that you didn't like it. You don't like.
I
immunities?
hate it. It's my least favorite thing. I do like really challenging monsters like spark mages and stuff, or some of the coolest monsters in PoE. The goats, amazing. I love them because and strangely enough, I kind of like revenants. I hate that I kind of like them just because I have to focus so much more in this map. So I do like danger.
I mean, about immunities, I think it wouldn't be so bad to not like make them immune, but like, very resistant, for example. To like, incentivize multi-elements builds, for example. So I think D2 would probably be a better game if there was just no immunities. Compared to, having immunities and you literally cannot hurt them. On the other hand, the way that it forces you to actually make like multi-element builds, I think it was kind of something interesting at least. Instead of just like, doing like this one thing forever or something. So I don't know. On the other hand, I don't like D2 that much, so I'm not really too keen on seeing a repeat of it.
So we aren't going to have immunities in PoE 2, to be clear, right? There want to be no actual I see. Okay. There won't be. We shouldn't have a situation where we have a your build is just completely cannot do any damage due to due to a specific monster mod. But let me tell you why it is that designers do like having these kinds of mechanics in there, and the reason is because we want there to be dimensions to your build you have to focus on, right? So the really obvious one is offense versus defense. Another one that is another and it's really hard to have more things you have to focus on as a thing. A lot of stuff just boils down to some kind of DPS and some kind of defensiveness. And so then there's Magic Find, which is another one where basically if you have another dimension, which is the ability to do Magic Find, then that means that now you have to consider, okay, do I want to trade some of my offensiveness for Magic Find? It's like another thing to trade off against. Now, one of the things you can also have people trade off against is more types of different damage. Like if I have to have a way to do if my primary build is fire damage, then I have to have a way to do not fire damage in the case where something's fire immune, and that means that I've got another thing. I have to sacrifice some of my potential power in my primary element to be able to do something else should the situation arise. So this is the reason why designers like it.
Yeah.
On the other hand, players do find it very frustrating when they've got there. They want to be able to focus on their one thing. So I'll put another couple of interesting elements out there. So number one is that in PoE 1, because of the way 6-linking is, you kind of can't easily focus on more than one thing. And in PoE 2, that's not really the case anymore. A, you've got multiple 6-links, and B, you have the dual specialization system as well, which means you can have the ability to do multiple, at full effectiveness, multiple damage types on your build. So that means that we could...
Yeah, I think that this is actually like one of the huge upsides of PoE 2. Like the fact that you don't have these like shitty one-button builds anymore that we know from PoE 1, and spam, basically almost every single build in PoE 1 is just like main attack, movement, guard skill on proc, curse skill on proc, and that's your build, right? And then maybe there's a totem if you're lucky. And this is like how that 95% of the builds work. And then there's there's some minion stuff where you press a bunch of buttons, and there's some weirdo builds. But basically most builds work exactly like that. There's no builder, first of all, there's no generator. And I don't know, I feel like the combat that we've seen from PoE 2 is looking way more exciting. Even though it may be slower right now in the previews and stuff. It will speed up, I'm sure, but it definitely looks way more exciting than the PoE 1 combat. I think PoE 1 is not good because it's combat. The bosses are cool, but it's really the only cool part about all the combat in PoE 1, I think.
If we wanted to have immunities and have it so that your character we could expect of you the ability to do that. So as I said, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do full immunities, but it does mean that we can make some of the resistances in some cases more.
They also go to the high lengths to just have one-button builds. Oh, I absolutely agree. There's a huge demand for one-button builds. And, you know, whenever the time comes for that inner side barrage build to shine, I will make it. Trust me. But yeah, on the other hand, I think that having actually interesting combos at least being a viable option, you know, it doesn't have to be a forced option, but a viable option, you know, like I would like to press multiple buttons and do a combo, you know, with this and that and have like maybe 2 different elements, and this thing is good for single target, this thing is good for AoE clear, and I want to maybe combine the two and then get a special effect or whatever. And, you know, I also like that, but nothing like that exists at all in PoE 1 right now. But we do have, you know, a bunch of stuff like that in D4, for example, and this is why D4 combat is so good. There's so good rogue with imbuements, for example, right? You have this imbuement for that, you have this imbuement for that, you can like choose on the fly. It makes combat like very interesting. And PoE 1 doesn't have that. You just like zoom and one-shot stuff.
Punitive and have that be okay. But that definitely goes against what you were just saying about, you know, having like that less wither and this sort of stuff. Like that kind of stuff does get nerfed by that. So the question is that what we should be doing? Given all of that context, what do you think? I'm interested to hear your feeling about it.
I just feel like I get to a roadblock. I feel like what's more interesting, I don't mind like extra life. Because for any character, like I just feel like my specific build is being punished, and for all the other stuff, I don't notice it. So I do like when a monster is like extra life. I'm probably the only player that likes Soul Eater. Even when I'm playing with Steel Mage, I will shout it out like Soul Eater, and we'll focus that monster down. So I think that's okay. Like I like dangerous monsters, but like any form of build targeted immunity, it's just not something.
So wither is one that I think is too specific for sure. Like I probably wouldn't be fine with doing like, okay, this exact like one skill is getting targeted.
Well, wither exists in a lot more.
Well, sure, okay, yeah, sure. But then, okay, but the question is fire damage, for example, right? Like, is it okay for a monster to have like minus 90% fire damage on it? Is that okay?
I hate it. Personally,
you hate it. Fair enough. Okay, understood. So this is one of those things where, if that's the case, then what we're saying is that you are not expected to do multiple elements, which means that then the dominant strategy is always going to be to all in on a certain element, right? And that's the concern. So in order for that not to be the case, you have to be getting something else out of the different. If we want you to be focusing on multiple elements, you have to be getting something else out of those elements. And what that effectively means is that we have to be more like. We have to make sure. I mean, so there's a reason to do lightning damage, right? Because of shock. And so it's like so therefore we have to make sure that the power you are getting for adding lightning damage to your build is higher than what what you would be getting if you were to all in on just fire alone. And like that's effectively just makes the allies a little bit more complicated designers, but that's fine. I mean, you can do that. But it's one of those things where like the reason for it though, like just to be clear, is because of the desire to want to make it so that the players have to focus on more elements in their build without having to go all in on one thing.
Yeah, like a monster mod that reduces ignite duration is a good example. Like the reason is so that if you're focused on ignite, you also think about getting more ignite duration on passives or whatever it is.
Or you've got some other thing that isn't ignite that you're able to do
exactly.
in some other situation. So yeah, but it's good.
I guess a big concern for me as a player would be a build is not going to be switching most likely. Well, I'm assuming a build is not going to be switching from spell to like a pure physical attack, right? So anything that's like very punitive, that would be
correct. You're unlikely to switch from spell. Although in some cases there will be cases where you do that. But for the most part, like if you're, but the thing is, but that would imply though that we still like it's still okay to be able to switch from say fire to ice, like this kind of thing can be fine. Like we can make that so that's an acceptable and reasonable thing to be doing.
That's fair.
But I mean, I think we probably want a little bit more pressure in this regard, just because of the fact that you can do dual spec. Like we want a little bit of pressure there. But as I said, we're not willing to go to the full like total immunity situation. Like it's just a question of like making sure there's a bit of pressure there to be able to do something else.
I guess that a lot of the problem is especially like Chaos and Wither, because like pretty much every Chaos build uses Wither, so it's like double tapping the build, right? Instead of just being like a 30% damage reduction, it can be a lot more in some cases.
Right. I at the same time, I don't know that 30% of a reduction in a certain build on a mod is quite enough to be able to encourage the situation. Like if it's just 30% reduction in total DPS, then I think that you'll just power through it, and then you effectively, like, what was the point of the mod then? You might as well not have bothered. I feel like there's probably somewhere around the kind of like 70-ish% mark where it's like, okay, like it is a thing that I have to deal with now. Like it's not just a question of like, like, oh, just hit this monster just had a more effective life for me.
Right.
It's kind of an actual, like, I need a solution to this in my build. And so, yeah, like there's still some more to do around this area, I think. But I think that you do need to have some situations. I personally think you need to have some situations where a monster frustrates you and you want to find a solution in your build to deal with that.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I do hear the fact that you don't want full immunity. Like I absolutely get that.
Yeah.
And I also think minus 90% is probably a little bit on the high side as far as like, you just.
Oh.
Just explain why it is.
I think we
why it is that
dropped out there.
Do that. Are you good?
Yeah, we lost our cameras. Oh,
Uh-oh.
they're back on. We're
All right,
sorted.
Cool.
So yeah,
All right.
it dropped out a little bit there. You might want to
Good.
repeat what you said at the end, like the last 10 seconds.
I don't remember.
Why have I not maxed the 200 mace? Because I wanted to have close instead of core on this. And I didn't want to use this one. So I just couldn't be bothered to roll another mace so far and then upgrade it.
Anymore. It's fine. We'll
Okay,
move
well-
on. It's all good.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I was thinking of was, I think for me personally, what really like makes it stand out is that it's one monster, right? There's one monster. That's something I've cleared everything else, but it's one monster that's there. It would maybe feel less annoying if, let's say, this map has a lot of monster types that are maybe like, I know this monster type has 50% lightning resist or 30% lightning resist. Then for that map, I'll be more incentivized to use my cold skill or my fire skill if I am using multiple.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess the thing though is that if you can tell in advance for a given map that a given situation is going to happen, the more likely the outcome for that is that you're just going to not run the map. And so you just end up with like, okay, these maps I can't run. Like, what I'm saying is, like I mean, this is already the case that with map mods that we have right now, right? Where there's there are certain map mods that you're just like, okay, this map mod destroys my build. I just don't run it. So like, if it's only to do with things that you can see in advance, then that means that then you're not encouraged to actually modify your build to contain a solution to the thing. Otherwise, like you just avoid the situation happening in the first place.
Well, I think it is a little bit different because you would still in PoE 2, you like you said, you do have more tools to deal with it. So then, like you said, it's just the fact that it's one monster. Like I think if it's a lot, then I think it's more okay for me to find solution to like I need to have two different elements, but that's still gonna if it is like a 70% damage reduction, I don't know. I think it'll feel
right. So what you're saying the fact that okay, there's this one boss here that's just like it annoys you the fact that there is a monster that
just one singular,
you one monster thing there, and I don't really want to have to deal with it, so you just run on and not kill it. I assume a lot of the time in that situation.
Yeah,
I do actually sort of agree with you a little bit, but I'd have to think a little bit about a solution to that. But I actually kind of appreciate the fact that. That is an interesting thing to identify because it's one of those things that there would be a solution for, and that sort of would allow that. And as I said, designers do want to have the ability to do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Whatever kind of mouse or keyboard movement, you can't decide. I do both all the time. I use WSD while sorting out my loot, for example, but otherwise I usually use mouse, and in particular my mouse wheel. Is the defaulting considering Paragon board open to all classes? I have no idea what plans they have with Paragon boards. I don't think you're gonna see much until the expansion, but maybe in the expansion you're gonna get new boards or so. I agree that a lot of classes have trouble actually making interesting builds past Paragon board 2 or 3. And it's always just like stack glyphs with the best stats, and that's about it. And you have to compromise on like a lot of shitty stats. But I think it's not really a huge problem in the game right now. Like, we have way other problems to solve.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Another thing, and this was talked about a little bit before, but I want to talk more about identification. So, yeah, ID scrolls and stuff. To me, that feels a little bit more of something that made sense in, like, CRPGs, like Baldur's Gate, or back in the day where you have, like, cursed items. You can equip unidentified items, and it's either a limited resource. Can you explain to me why? You do like identification, right?
Yeah.
Can you explain that to me? I want to know.
Good question.
Well, okay. So this goes back to, I guess, what we call.
I don't miss identifying at all.
About this
You can talk
before,
about
but it's effectively okay. So you've done a map, you have a bunch of items. It's important to go back to town, do a bunch of things, and then go into your next map. And in PoE 2, you finish your map, you go back to town, you talk to our identify all NPC, and then you look at your items. We feel like that loop is kind of important to preserve as as running map to map, rather than just having it when you pick it up it just automatically identifies.
There is also this thing where you get 2 shots at something like you get 2 moments of intrigue as far as an item goes. Like an item drops on the ground, you pick it up and you're like, oh, will it be good? Will it be good? Will it be not be good? There's this extra element of intrigue that you get there.
Yeah, that's a good.
So that's kind of like an important one as well. And that's like one of those things that it's just a game feel thing, right? Like if everything's identified, once again, it's just another sort of devaluation of the experience of picking up an item.
And I understand that might be hard to appreciate with the number of items dropping in PoE 1, but the idea is when you see an item drop, you're like, ooh, what is that? And it is like an unidentified rare item of some kind. And then you take it back to town, and then you get a second.
Ugh. Wait, is that not even gonna be scrolls? Did they remove the identify scrolls? You only have the NPC in town? Or what? I mean, if that's the case, then holy shit. Really? Oh my god, man. I mean, I kind of like the idea that, I have like uninterrupted action going through the entire map and I just pick up the stuff real quick and I don't actually open my inventory and look at other stuff, but I don't know. On the other hand, as someone who wants to be fast and efficient, like I do want to look at my gear while I'm running because I have downtime anyway, right? I can do this all the time, literally, right? I do WSD and I look at my stuff and man, it's just a fucking blessing. And if they don't even have identify scrolls, so you just have to go back to town after every single time you find an item, you're like, oh man. Like, like some of these maps, especially solo players, I imagine you're gonna go through them in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes or something like that. The entire inventory is gonna fill over time or whatever. And you're gonna get level ups on the way and you're gonna get better items on the way, and especially like early on when you cycle through items really fast. I think that's a disaster that you have to go back to town. You have to teleport down to town before the boss, try to maybe slot in an upgrade or 2, fix your build again, go back to the portal, fight the boss. Yeah.
A moment there when it's like, oh, what's it going to be? And then you identify it, and then, oh, it could be good, it could not be good.
Yeah. Well, you did previously mention Last Epoch, and Last Epoch does not have identifying rares, but you still do get that feeling if you hover over a special base and you see if it's good then and there, and then you don't go back to town like you said, but you look at it and you go like, oh, I actually do want to pick that up. So you still can have that exciting feeling without the identification part.
I don't know that I fully agree that it's the same. There's also the concern that I think it's to do with
the scrolls, okay. Well, that's good.
Okay, I'm just trying to think if there's anything about that. So you can just effectively what you'd prefer then is just that you everything's identified when it's on the ground. You can just mouse over and see it.
Yeah, and
wouldn't that mean though?
Well,
wouldn't that mean though that
unidentified items have different values in the market? Yeah, okay. For the trading part of the game, I do agree. It's somewhat interesting for the Gamba people that are too rich and they just want to Gamba and get rid of all of their currency. They just buy, tons of unidentified stuff and then have fun until they're poor. But it's not really an important part of the game, I think. I think the fact that you can just look at an item immediately in Diablo 4 is so much better than, all the shit in Diablo 3 and the PoE with identification. In the 3 you can't even identify stuff. I guess you can stand there for 5 seconds and right click every item, but of course you're not going to do that during a run. At least in PoE you can you can keep running and you can open your inventory, you run and you identify it, you look at it, and you can do that. But why can't I just open my inventory now and I just look at the items? I mean, it's nice. And ultimately, if there are still scrolls and they are still cheap anyway, then what's exactly the point of the identification process in the first place, right? If they don't even have any value, these scrolls, then just let me see the item and I have less clicks to do. It's just, this identification, okay, it's fine that you have to pick up the item. You know, you see that base item on the ground and you can't see the stats just yet. But just looking at the item in your inventory should be enough of like a, you know, opening the present kind of moment, in my opinion.
Loot filters just mean that like
You could just
you just filter
Yeah.
out absolutely everything, and then
Well,
like you don't.
So yes, but there's the second follow-up. Because something that was talked about during your Ziggy interview, which I was,
Yeah,
I
Wayne
was
just
screaming
drops into
internally
it, yeah.
because there
Yeah,
was
that's
a
good.
misunderstanding, and they asked you about smart loot, and there's two definitions of smart loot because Chris referred to smart loot as what was called loot 2.0, which was that there would be a lot fewer drops, and this is similar to the end of heist with Grun Heist, right? Like that both the items there and talisman would drop. Not
That's news today,
necessarily
yeah,
like if
apparently.
you're playing a barbarian, it's going to be a barbarian item, or if you're playing a witch, it's going to be a witch item. But that the item makes sense. So if you're dropping a axe, it's not going to have like added lightning and added fist, right? That it would be a more well-rolled and smarter item. But then maybe
okay,
less
so-
items.
Okay, I'll clear up, I guess, a misconception of what, you know, the end of heist loot was and what talisman was, I suppose.
Sure, go for it.
So
Sure.
the way that was done, which is why we haven't done it since, is because we basically told the item exactly what mods to roll, and that
Right.
that feels a bit distasteful to me because we are telling you these mods are good. You only want these mods on an item. We don't want these other mods on this item, and that shouldn't be how, I guess, items roll better. You know, where we just say an item must have 3 resistances and life and nothing else, and every other mod is basically reduced down to 0.
Yeah.
And that is what, I guess, the
Wait,
items-
they did that? In Heist? What the fuck? That was a thing?
the end of heist do, and I believe talisman for that one league, and
Yeah.
that was the reason why it was changed back, because it was like we said talismans roll with these particular mods rather than rolling with its entire mod pool. And I don't know that we should be telling people that these are the only mods you should care about. Anything else that rolls on this item is a
I mean, you don't even have to reduce it down to 0. They can just, like, you know, weight it more highly for, like, you know, better loot. I mean, almost every single build wants the same stuff, you know. Almost every single build wants life and resistances on their gear. And, you know, they don't want thorns on their gear, right? But you could also just, like, take out a few of the shitty mods. You know, not all of them, but, you know, just take out a few of them. And that would already help a ton as well if you want to have, like, well-rolled items. Or you have, like, this lucky system. I think, like, one cool thing that PoE had, I think, for a while was for the talismans, where they rolled lucky mods, right? Where it had, like, 2 times the chance to roll, and it took the better one for each of the mods, and, you know, for each of the tiers of the mods and stuff like that. And that was kind of cool. And then it just removes it again, which was absolutely stupid. But that was an actually somewhat interesting system, I think, where it was, you know, fun picking up the talismans for a while, because you knew they had this lucky system. But yeah, for some reason they don't like talisman, I guess. Yeah, remove the low tiers, that's also fine. It's just like, you know, cut out the bottom, like 3 or 4 tiers of, you know, whatever the mods can roll, or make it a lucky thing. You know, something like that. I mean, just the fact that, like, any high level item can roll even all the way down to, like, T11 mods, like +2 mana or some bullshit. When you're, like, you know, level 98 and finding, like, some item in a tier 60 map, it's just completely stupid. Like, why is that even a thing in the first place? Why did it never remove that? Like, why is there no maximum level for each of the, you know, tiers of mods that can roll? There's a minimum level, but there's no maximum level. And so you just end up with, you know, +1 mana slam from your Exalt on your gear. And it just feels terrible, and it serves no purpose other than breaking your item. It's just, you know, like, why is that a thing? Why can't I get the same mod at, like, you know, it doesn't have to be like Diablo 4 where, you know, there's only one tier per item, right? There's no tiers of stats. Every ancestral item you find, which is basically every item you find in the game after, you know, 5 hours, every item has only one tier of mods outside of, like, you know, the base mods with higher item power and the maximum life. But everything else is just the same tier of mods. And I think that's also not necessarily the way to go. I think Diablo 4 oversimplified this a lot, and I hope that's going to improve next season. Actually giving making, like, some items a bit more exciting, you know, with, like, tier 1, tier 2 rolls, tier 3 rolls or something. It doesn't have to be much more than 3 tiers though. It could be 3 tiers, for example. You know, like, imagine you can roll the Sacred Range you can roll the current ancestral range, and then you can roll like the T1, like a slightly higher version of the current ancestral stuff or whatever next season. And I think that would be fine, you know, if each of those mods individually roll one of those 3 tiers, for example. And there would be a bit more excitement on his items, and a bit more of like a loot hunt. But in the way it works in PoE, it's just super frustrating, because, you know, I can get like T10 mana, you know, on like any high level item. Like anything can roll, and like all the low tier shit, and that's just stupid. Plus minus 1 level. Yeah, I mean, you could also make like some Gamba currency then, right? In Diablo 4, let's say there could be like, you know, a randomization of tiers of the stats currency or whatever, right? That you can use, or like a craft or whatever that, you know, allows you to Gamba on your item, and, you know, maybe you're gonna flip your, you know, tier 3 mod to a tier 1 mod, or vice versa, right? And, you know, there could actually be like, you know, okay, you're gonna keep that around, they're gonna try crafting on it later, and, you know, try a few rolls. Yeah, it could be like divines, or it could even be, you know, like the tiers changing, you know, something like that. I don't know. It would at very minimum be a much better system than we currently have.
Another way to look at this, to frame this issue, I guess, a little bit, which is that, okay, there must be bad outcomes. Hopefully we can agree on that, right? Like, you don't want every item to be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the question then is what percentage of outcomes should be bad, and well, that really is all it comes down to, right? Because like, what percentage of items should be bad at the end of the day, right? Whether or not they're bad because the numbers are bad or because the mods happen to clash or whatever, ultimately is irrelevant to the player, I think. What matters is just what percentage of items should be good, right? And I think we've talked a little bit before.
D4 team meeting. What percentage of items should be good? And the team leader asks, okay, how many decimals do you want?
About the fact that we need to make sure that there's less items on the ground. There definitely should be less items, but we also talked about the fact that we want to preserve like value. So clearly, in some way, although we're not ready to talk about exactly what's going on, somehow, some way, there has to be a way to reduce the percentage of bad outcomes, but then also drop less, right? And I don't think that the way that we want to be doing that is by making it so that we care about what mods go together. And the reason I don't want to do that is because I don't think we should be making that kind of decision for the player,
Right.
Like, about like what kind of things like should go together. But we should in some way make it so that there are less bad outcomes as a percentage of overall item drops in order to be able to drop less. And so that's really our task. So hopefully that kind of like philosophically arrives at where we kind of need to be to kind of like to make the drop system good. Yeah.
Purple bird pet I have in D3. This is a funny question out of nowhere. I think so last season. Yeah, upgrading sacred items to ancestral would also be interesting. Like, if you can actually find like a really GG drop early on, and you kind of like keep it, and then like upgrade it, and it becomes like an ancestral item. And you kind of like, you know, it sticks around, and you like, you know, keep going with it, and do more stuff with it. And in general, like, we just need to do more stuff with our items, right? Like, we need less loot and more stuff to do with our items. You know, more Gamba, more funny, you know, crafting, you know, and you know, more excitement about, you know, keeping an item around. And then not just like all being like super bland, that just like fine, you pick them up and you upgrade them 5 times and this is the end of story. Like, when I saw this like blacksmith upgrade system for the first time, the first thing I just told straight to the devs' faces is like, this is fucking boring, you know, basically. Like, it's just like a super boring system. Can they please improve it? You know, that's basically what I said. But, well, here we are. And I guess it's coming finally, but very late.
Have you discussed something like the higher item level an item is? It blocks some mods, like you physically cannot get tier 6 physical or below.
It is part of the conversation, but the system. So we have a system designed. It's not like at the point where we're willing to quite talk about it yet. but ultimately, like there are elements of that, yes. But like you'll see more about that as we like a little bit
Okay.
later. But we're going to reveal like how the whole item drop system works in PoE2 before too long. But yeah, like there has to be in some manner a way to make it so that there are less bad outcomes as a percentage of the items that drop, and so things like that help with that for sure.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Another thing, it's quite hard to balance that both like dropping items and crafting items are exciting. What kind of percentage do you see there, as well as adding things like maybe drop only mods? Like what kind of percentage do you see there? Because current PoE one right now, I feel like 99% of my items, if not 100%, are crafted, almost from scratch.
Well, it's really hard. Okay, just to just give a percentage, right? But our goal is to make items on the ground matter. That it goes back to why we changed the Chaos Orb in PoE2 in the first place.
Yeah.
Because if I remember this conversation, we were talking about how to make bases feel valuable, and we were like, oh, should we add more bases at the upper end, and we should do that. And then we kind of eventually landed at the idea of like, well, how rare can you possibly make a base, because you always can reset the base. And then we realized that the problem was that due to the existence of the Chaos Orb, the Alteration, and I guess Scour to a lesser degree, every item that drops is the same thing. Now, when our expectation is you're starting from an item that dropped on the ground with certain mods on them already, and then you're crafting from there, there's at least some level of interconnectivity there of like the items on the ground matter, and you get to craft them on top of that.
The answer is both. Every item that you get should both have dropped well on the ground and be something that you crafted after the fact.
This is basically, this sounds very much like what's gonna go down in LE, to be honest. Like in last Epoch, you make a load filter, you search for the right base, you search for like, 1 or 2 good stats that are already present out of like those, 5 stats or so that would fit your build. And then you pick it up and you start crafting on it until it breaks. Or it doesn't break and you actually use it. So I think that this sounds very much like what we're gonna do in last Epoch. Which is, last Epoch system is really cool because you're constantly involved with crafting. In PoE, I feel like you're not constantly involved in crafting. Like you're trying to grind up 1,000 materials to then craft your item. And you do this like, once every blue moon. And in LE, you constantly pick up items, and you constantly try your luck with the craft, and you have always this kind of like, the same cycle of trying to hit something really cool and then either use it or not. And in PoE, I feel like you just do it like way less frequently in like way, bigger sessions. So I think LE is definitely superior there, even though it has like a much, inferior crafting system as a whole. Like the little thing that LE made is really cool, but it's way smaller at least compared to Path of Exile, where it's like many more possibilities. But because, the crowd versus is usually very large in Path of Exile, I feel like that's kind of like alienates them more or less from the casuals, right? Like casuals, they maybe do some essence spamming and that's it. If at all, right? If they don't just buy everything pre-rolled already by other people. So I really like how LE handled this, and it sounds like in PoE2 they're gonna do something similar, where like kind of like more constantly actually like pick an item that's already like somewhat okay, and then like keep going with it or so. I would really prefer that compared to the current PoE, where you have like these huge crafting projects, and then you also have to like craft 3 other items because your resistances now suck after changing that one item, and now you have to go and like fix a lot of stuff on your gear to actually be able to use that new item, which is another thing that LE handles extremely well compared to PoE, I think. With the resistance caps. Last Epoch is too expensive, $35 and a microtransaction shop is pure robbery for a 3-man garage game. Hot takes today, man, from All Might 501, dude. Hot takes. $35 is robbery for an ARPG that you could potentially enjoy for thousands of hours. Yeah.
That's like that's the intention that we're going for here.
Yeah.
Not to say that we're going to remove from scratch crafting or anything like that. You still do that, of course,
of course.
But I think that a much more viable path is going to be that you start with something that's already kind of got part of what you need, and then you go from there. And that's going to be the more common situation in PoE2.
And an interesting outcome of removing scouring is that white items found on the ground actually have value because they are the only way you can start from scratch. You can't
right.
like you can't just get like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
blue item or a
That is nice.
Yeah, get ready now to collect like 2,000 like white leather belts, and this time not for chancing them, but to craft them one by one and break them one by one.
I do miss kind of back in the day when WoW axes were worth something and stuff like that. So that is cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Are there going to be drop-only mods in PoE 2? Like, is that a concept you like?
Well, so
ready.
this is a tricky one, right? Because yes, I do like the concept. However, there is, I guess, something that bothers me a little bit. If the best possible rare comes from very specific content and cannot just drop from anywhere, so we just have to be careful about what sort of mods are drop only. I don't know if I have a great example off the top of my head.
You wouldn't want it so the highest ED
Yes, exactly.
came from a specific like place, because then every item that you start with would have to come from that place.
Yeah, like incursion mods is a good example of something
Right.
that I feel isn't in the right spot there, because like the incursion mods are better than base mods in
Yeah.
many cases, and you don't want to have to do that in order to start from that base, right?
So
But-
what you want is the highest. You want there to be mods that are good for specific builds that are
Yes,
drop only in
exactly.
certain locations. So if you're playing that build, you're like, I want to start from this. But not everyone has to make the same decision. And
Yeah.
as long as there's diversity there, I think. it
Yeah.
can be
So
good.
so as long as the mods are niche, I don't see why we couldn't do drop only mods. I guess we haven't really talked about any in
no,
particular,
but we
but
will have. There will certainly be drop only.
Yeah.
mods. There will
Okay.
certainly be.
And do you like...
And it's actually better in PoE 2 than it is in PoE 1 to do that, because we already have the expectation that a lot of the time you're starting from a dropped item anyway.
Very cool. So do
yeah.
you like veiled items and things like that?
well, that's a little bit different, I suppose, because again, there are some veiled mods that are just better in many cases to base mods, and requiring you to do that content specifically to get access to it isn't great.
But why not? Why is that not great? Because
I think the PoE one does it actually really well with like veiled mods, incursion mods, etc. Because they're usually not exactly always, but they're usually kind of exclusive. You can only have influence mods or incursion. You can't really have both unless you do like some black magic with crafting and stuff. And that's kind of cool. You can find that type of mod in that content. You can find that type of that in that content, and I think that's totally fine. That there are certain bases that you can try to use as a crafting starting point and try to make something out of this, and most of the time never anything comes out of it because you just break the item and it's gone. And these mods are like not target farmable enough and not common enough for you to even have a chance to get them. But it's kind of cool. Ring of the Ravenous apparently
personally
stands
love
for
when there's a specific...
for double swing, no and hell no. I mean, double swing doesn't work with all power, so no banner swords. And Ravenous, like, literally doesn't do anything for double swing. So, yeah, both of them don't work. I have a guide already. I made one like a few days ago, and we can check out. Thanks for the donation, by the way.
specific area I have to go to and target farm.
On YouTube. Check on YouTube.
It's okay if there's like a specific build that does that, right? But it's not so good if every single build needs to do that, because then you lose the feeling. Okay, there's this feeling that I think is important to preserve, where any random skeleton that you kill can drop the best item in the game, and you sort of lose that if every single build wants to go towards a specific type of content in order to get the best possible thing. So that's why again, if these mods were more niche or more build specific,
okay.
I feel like it would be okay. But it's just that if it's so globally better, that's where I feel like it starts to become an issue.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, that's
I see
good.
that. How do you feel about item syncs like Valor, Recombinator, and things like that? And is that something we're gonna see?
Definitely going to have Valobs.
For sure.
Absolutely.
There needs to
There is
be-
no way that will not exist.
There needs to be stuff like that.
But
What about
yeah,
Recombinators?
there will be. Well,
I don't have an answer for you
Yeah,
about that
not
one right
sure.
now.
Okay.
But the Varlorb for sure, and that's a good one. And in a way, item syncing is more the case already with the way that Chaos Orb works in PoE too, because like you can have an item that can be good and then you use it like to make it a bit better and then it screws it up, and because you can't scour it anymore, it's like that then becomes a useless
Yeah.
thing for most people. So that kind of stuff can happen now.
Yeah. I just Recombinators was my favorite PoE feature so far, so I had to ask him about it.
Okay, sure. I mean, look, we'll
I gotta say, I don't like combinators. I mean, maybe with like a new system they're gonna have in PoE 2, but I don't know. I felt like just putting the stuff in the mixer. I mean, I liked synthesis somehow, but I didn't really like the combinators. But maybe I didn't really use them enough, to be fair.
definitely think about that one. I mean, look, there needs to be an assessment of a lot of the like all of those things as we go
Yeah.
forward. So
Yeah.
we'll talk about whether or not they can go in.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I have some questions about pausing and how that's gonna work. Did you think about having, like right now in the party menu, you have some options,
Mm-hmm.
right? Where you can have like free for all filter or something. What if the party leader can also set things like only the leader can pause, anyone can unpause?
Right. I think that is a pretty good idea. Like I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to have that. It's not something we've implemented yet, but it's the kind of thing we could do. And I think it's probably a pretty cool idea.
And is there going to be a limit on how pausing works? Because right now, let's say that I can pause with no cooldown and it's just start, stop, and I'm doing Searing Exarch. It'll be incredible. Like it kind of like almost like removes the fireballs, right? You know exactly.
We're just talking about
Yes.
that as well.
okay.
And well, I guess there is no limit on how pausing works.
There isn't a limit.
There isn't
And
a limit.
we're not going to put one on there.
So we do have to deal with the fact that there is no limit on pausing, which might mean something like the memory game may not be possible because you could pause, write down what it is. And
I mean,
then-
that's just. I mean, look,
Yeah.
we've done that mechanic. We don't need to do it again, and it
Yeah.
wouldn't work in a world of pausing. So
Yes.
we wouldn't do that one. As for Searing Exarch, though, I think that that's the kind of thing.
And you can literally just put like a short cooldown on it, right? You can do like a 10 seconds cooldown on pausing or I don't know what. I think that could be a solution as well.
That you would want to be possible. And what we were discussing is that like it might be that there's some boss fights where we have to black out the screen when you pause.
Okay.
And that's just a way of dealing with that. I don't think that's relevant in most boss fights, but there might just be a few that we're like, okay, let's just do that. And we'll just add a feature for that in the few cases to make that possible. But I think as if that was the case, then I don't think that would really compromise Searing Exarch particularly.
That does just add the extra step that you like record your gameplay and go look at the recording. Like, what was it before I
I mean,
paused?
I guess at some point,
I just
maybe, but like,
Yeah.
come on. I mean, what would I don't
No,
think.
no.
Surely it's better to just get good. than
Oh,
it is to do-
absolutely. I just like
Yeah.
thinking of how to break
Yeah.
things.
Yes.
A
Just
final
get
question
good, guys. I heard it, man. From Jonathan himself. Just get good, guys.
I had
Let's
with
go.
pausing is it going to just jolt back into like unpause, as in like everything is fully up to speed, or is it going to like?
Yeah, it will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
It is.
Very cool. Ooh. So this is there were going to be things that are rollable and stuff, but I wanted to talk about like the invites for Maven bosses, Eldritch bosses, etc.
Did you talk about them already?
If there is a system like that in PoE 2, which you didn't want to confirm if it was or wasn't, I would absolutely love is instead of these being droppable things that we had to grind for, which can the feeling I sit with as a player, let's say that I'm doing the Twisted, right? And I kill the Elder Guardians. If I don't get the invite and then I'm killing an additional like 4 or 8 bosses without witnessing them, that feels like such a waste to me. So I would instead love if that was something similar to the Einar invites, right? With the Harvest Prison. So you get that as you click on Kirak, you finish the Twisted, and you get to roll the invite.
I guess what I would say is that this is
The
so,
end game is just complete.
it's so
probably
far
different.
away from what
Okay,
we're talking
I
about.
guess.
That's
Yeah.
Okay.
You should talk to Mark about this stuff because he's going to be much more. It's going to be much more relevant. Like if these are the kind of changes that you imagine that you'd like to see in PoE 1, then this is the kind of thing you should talk to Mark about because as I said, this is just like quite far away from what we're
Yeah.
thinking
Okay.
about for PoE 2.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, PoE 2 is so much prettier and more, just everything looks improved. How
have an
do you
8A2.
balance making it look so much nicer while still optimizing it so that most systems can run it?
Well, the system requirements for PoE 2 are definitely higher than they are for PoE 1's
Yeah.
like the start of the game. But a few things. So one of them is we still want a 960 to be the min requirement.
Okay.
So an NVIDIA 960. And so like that's still like a reasonably old card as far as like the ability to do stuff. So I think that it will be accessible to everyone. I'm not going to say that it's going to be the prettiest on that card, but like it is, like it is, it will be perfectly playable. Like, and 60 FPS, like playable to me means 60 FPS. Like anything less than that is just nothing, right? So like, yeah, 60 FPS. But the modern content that's being put into leagues in PoE 1, so for example, the Wildwood and so on, like all of that stuff is done using the same tech and assets stuffs that we're doing in PoE 2. So
Okay.
I would say that if that's running okay for you, then you should be fine. There's still always more optimization we can do. Like the engine still could use more optimization and so on. Like there's always more. But basically, if you are anything from like a 9 series NVIDIA card or equivalent AMD card, then you should be fine. Yeah, that will be okay.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of the reason why a lot of that stuff looks better is not just like particle spam. It's like
Yeah.
actual improvements, like the design of everything, modern ability for us to create new content and so on. So yeah, it isn't necessarily that much more expensive
Awesome.
than the stuff that goes in PoE 1.
Very cool. Very cool to hear. I have a question about multiple skills in PoE 2. So it sounds like we're going to be incentivized to use more multiple skills instead of just having one spam right click. How are you going to incentivize that without cooldowns?
So, basically, in order for you to want to use one skill over another, you have to the advantage that you get for using it in the correct situation has to be high, very high, like high enough to overcome whatever desire you would have to just use the same thing again and again. So if we can make the advantage of that high enough, then that means that we don't need to artificially restrict when you would use something because you only use it at the point when it makes the most sense to do so. So what that means is that there's a lot of balance implications for that, and there's like that, I think this is around the area where it was quite a struggle to get even internally our game designers to understand the sort of situation. Like if you've got an AoE skill and you're expecting that AoE skill to hit 20 targets.
Yeah.
In PoE 1, the difference in damage between a skill that's single target and a skill that's 20 targets is like not really that much.
Yeah.
But in PoE 2, the difference has to be very, very high. Like it has to be like, 10x less damage, this kind of thing, in order to be able to actually make it so that if you got an AoE skill that does 10x less damage, and then that means that once you get, then it's advantageous to use it as soon as you get above 10 targets, right? And then the point where you're expecting to actually hit, like the point where you're doing double damage of a single target skill is the point where you get hitting 20 targets. Do you see what I mean? So effectively, we just have to make sure that the difference between has to be like way more extreme than it was in PoE 1.
That's a great answer.
Right, and then this also is true for any kind of other situation where you've got like other skills where we want to that are dependent on like, so for example, like you've got the armor break combo where there's a few different armor break ones, but just to pick a random one, the sniper skill so the what do you call it, power shot with armor piercing. Hitting an armor broken enemy on the mercenary. The difference in damage, I don't actually remember what the number is, but it's like it's a number like 400% extra damage on that hit. It's like a huge amount, right? To effectively mean that, like, in order to incentivize you not to just spam the power shot without the armor break, to actually make you want to do the combo, you have to actually do a lot of different stuff. And what that means is that the balance, as well, like comboing then becomes a thing.
This means you're gonna see the one-shot builds, like the rapid fire rogue right now, one-shotting Duriel. If you can have combos like that, they're definitely gonna get to the point where people are gonna figure out like insane, crazy stuff, and it's gonna get nerfed. Maybe not. Of course, with like more moving parts and like more combos you can do, that's gonna be way harder ways to balance the game. I wonder how it's gonna be actually. Like everyone was like complaining that the previews of PoE 2 look like very, very slow and very hard and stuff, and I guess generally it will be way harder in Diablo 4, for example. But ultimately, I guess you're gonna lead to the same scenario.
You have to do to actually do decent DPS, because like the situation mattering a lot, like matters a lot as well. So effectively, there's just a lot of stuff around making sure that there's a lot more extremeness in like how different the damage is between situation A and situation B in PoE 2 than there was in PoE 1, because of the fact that we're expecting that you're doing different stuff. So yeah, effectively that's how we do it.
This also comes into on the monster too, right?
Right,
Where
for sure.
like the stats on the monster
Yes,
itself can be.
Yes, that's
can
the
be
other thing
rather
as well. And
extreme.
this actually gets a little bit back to what we were talking about resistance
Yeah.
before. So
Yeah.
the difference between monster A and monster B, like if you've got a monster with armor, then that is serious armor that the monster has versus another one, right? Like you're going to care about like this skill has got the ability to deal with armor and the skill does not a lot more because of the fact that the armor is more extreme. And so yeah, the differences between monsters are also very high. This is, I guess, might be a better framing around when we were talking about resistances and immunities earlier as well. Once again, we don't want immunities, but in order to make it so that you feel incentivized to use different skills, we really do have to make the differences more extreme to be able to achieve that.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
Can we have a third
Yeah,
party
Blizzard is better than
two-factor
Meteor.
authentication in PoE 2? So like something like
We should
Alfie-
we absolutely should have done this by now. We just have never gotten around to it.
Awesome.
I will. We do need to do that. It's just, you know, like once we get a chance, we will do that. But yes, there's no reason why we don't have that. It's just
Excellent.
literally. Well, I will tell you. I will tell you the reason why is because it's not so much that adding third-party authentication is hard. It's adding all of the crap around when people fail, like forget or lose or whatever it is, like all
Yeah.
of the like support policy and like a million freaking annoying things around that. That's the hard part
Yeah.
of that stuff. So yeah, that's where it's annoying.
Awesome. Next up, I have grouped together a lot of item questions as well.
Mhm.
So there would be a lot of item questions now. So I was just sitting there like thinking item. I didn't have time to like
Yeah.
mix it up
Yeah,
or
yeah.
sort
Yeah.
them. Some uniques in PoE 1 currently feel like they have no use. Like they're maybe only like reasonably day one if you find them while you're leveling. Is this something you think is a problem? And will there be a different approach to uniques in PoE 2?
Well, we're definitely going to have uniques that are whose main purpose is to assist with leveling, right? Like,
Yeah.
we do think that's a good thing, and we would like to keep that. As for uniques that don't have a use at all, so in general, our philosophy for uniques is that they are puzzle pieces, right? That combo with something else. Maybe they don't combo with something else immediately. Maybe they combo with something later on. But they basically, well, they're meant to be unique, right, as it were, and they might be strong for your build, they might not be strong for your build, they might be strong for person A, they might not be strong for person B. So in that case, I would hope that the value of a unique is different from person to person, in that, you know, you find something which maybe you don't have any use for this, but somebody else might.
Yeah.
And I guess that is really, I mean, I don't know if that's really different to our philosophy in PoE 1, except for, I suppose, learning some of the things that worked and didn't work over the years.
I mean, in Magic the Gathering, you could complain that there's a lot of useless Magic cards, right?
Yeah.
But the reason why that you have a bunch of things with interesting mechanics on them is so that there's a library of stuff, so that when, you know, someone puts together some interesting combo, or there's like that some new unique comes out that enables something, that it just means that suddenly, oh, this thing that was useless before now becomes something that's useful for something else. So
Yes.
like we like to have a library of stuff that's just kind of out there, and I think it's good to have that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And it's also especially fine if like. It is nice to have the experience while leveling of, oh, I found this weird thing and now I'm gonna use that for a while, and
Yes.
so it is
Yeah,
fun
yeah,
to have like
Right.
just while you're leveling stuff like that. I think that's good.
Okay.
And in fact,
Well, to be honest, I think in PoE 1 is way overdone with like how many useless items there are. There's like so much useless shit, especially in terms of uniques, right? That you would just never look at because they're like 10 years old and they were never really updated or something. And okay, maybe you're gonna find it exactly on the right character while leveling in Act 2 and you're gonna use it for like 5 levels and then you're gonna throw it away or something. But outside of that, yeah. I think the LE system is really cool because it's legendary potential. If you don't know, basically you can find uniques and they can roll randomly between 1 to 4 legendary potential, or 0 actually. And higher is more rare, with like 3 and 4 being like almost impossible depending on the item. And this allows you to fuse the unique with a rare item and actually add extra stats to it. And then you can have like a truly unique item and potentially some crazy combos, even with like shitty low-level items. Because they might have some stats that really synergize with like the stuff you can put, like a low-level weapon, you can put like a high-level damage mod on it, or something like that. So that is really cool in it last Epoch. So I guess they're not going to do that in PoE, but maybe you're going to find better ways to like solve this flood of shitty uniques at least. That's how loot filters make the devs lazy. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, like with D4, a lot of people always ask for loot filters. And I think ultimately it would be good to have them. But, you know, at least they seem to have the noble goal of, you know, trying to make a game that doesn't require loot filters. And I think that's a really good goal to pursue. And maybe they will succeed at it. And maybe we don't get loot filters in D4. And maybe we're all going to be fine with it. So we'll see, I guess. But I think ultimately it would be still nice to have them. So let's see what happens, I guess. Try using X-Files or Blue Rose. Yeah, I wanted to try that, but we're not doing anything hard here right now anyway. But yeah, we'll do that at some point. Thank you, Kim.
Recently, so we've been doing a bunch of low-level unique design in the last month or so.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we've been starting like every week.
yeah.
We've been basically doing a review of.
There's a bunch of low-level uniques that we're doing at the moment. So,
That's very
I
fun.
like that.
Really crazy too,
Yeah.
compared to what you would think of PoE1 uniques at least.
Yeah, that was my next question. Do you approach unique items differently in PoE 2? Like, I would say already items without life can feel a little hard and stuff. So I would love to hear about like the design philosophy.
So okay, I don't know if the approach is different in that respect, where more so that, you know, we just sort of know what works and doesn't work after years of experimenting on what does and doesn't. Like uniques without life. So I guess I'll address that. So we do want uniques to have a cost to put on, such that your entire like every single slot isn't just I have a bunch of uniques on, right? And sometimes that is accomplished by the uniques having a downside. Sometimes that is accomplished by the uniques not having resistances or not having life or not having, you know, whatever it is. But so I would not say we would want to lose that necessarily, but really what it means is if a unique doesn't have life, its unique property needs to be either powerful enough or special enough that it's worth giving up that life for. That's kind of really what our job should be, to make sure that that is the case.
We just to put it more succinctly, we don't want every slot on your character to be uniques, and if that's to be the case, then having it so that you know, you still need rares for something, and those rares being useful for doing things like life and so on that you're not necessarily getting from your uniques.
Yeah.
Then that's sort of how we achieve that. And so it's interesting because it's a way of having a downside on uniques without actually being explicit about there being a downside. It's just the downside is that if you're going to have a build full of uniques, you're not going to have very much life on your character.
Yes.
Right. That makes sense. And with Magifying stuff in particular, quantity was removed, correct?
Yes. Well, player quantity.
Player quantity basically doesn't exist in PoE 2 to avoid the
And if item rarity still is a stat, is that something that needs to be both a prefix and a suffix?
It is. So we have made changes to the mod pool, right?
Okay.
On every single thing. I believe it is not both a prefix and a
Aviva's
suffix on
will
most
is
slots,
genius.
but it is on a couple.
Okay.
And those slots are particularly because they are supposed to be more leaning towards, you know, finding rare items or whatever.
So maybe rings and stuff.
Did we really not? Because it used to be a prefix and a suffix on all item slots.
Yeah,
right?
it's a prefix and a suffix on, I believe, helmets and jewelry, and it's only a suffix on the other slots where it rolls.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I think I might be misremembering, but
Yeah.
It's a big game. It's a lot to remember.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about how we changed it, not
Yeah.
what it was like. Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
For unique items, are there any big technological advances that lets you do new things, like giving more skill points or additional ascendancy points? Which, with my knowledge, that was not possible in PoE 1.
Well, it wasn't that it wasn't possible. It was more that I guess it was annoying because you would have to make it so you couldn't unequip the item or some other thing to prevent, you know, you putting it on, getting the skills, and then doing it. It always comes down to working out like how much time will it take to implement this massive unique, and is it worth all that time for one particular unique, right? Now, as for technological advances, I don't know if there's anything major in particular, but there are a lot of system changes that have happened. Like, for example, conversion has been reworked, right, in PoE 2, and Leech has been reworked. I guess we haven't really talked about it, but it will be. And, you know, when systems change, they're usually allows for more design space, but that's not, I guess, really what you were asking.
Yeah.
One thing
No.
that has improved a lot and is affecting uniques quite a lot is that it is way easier for us to make new animations for player characters
Oh yeah.
and to do armors and interesting.
Meanwhile, in D4, if you build this all Ubernix, you have 100k life. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm really hoping that Season 4 is gonna be a bit of a turnaround here. I like that the uniques can be powerful and they're useful and stuff, but I really don't like the direction that we're going right now with, like, half the builds have, like, I don't know, half the slots full of uniques or something, right? Or some builds even more, right? And the Ubernix being that powerful as they are, there's no competition for them, you know, there's no competition for Shaco. Not even among the uniques. Outside of like Starfall Coronant for a Meteor build or something, right? Or like Blizzard build that doesn't care about skill ranks, but these are like, you know, really exceptions far and few in between. And like everything just comes down to like the same uniques, and it's like really like watered down right now in terms of the loot. And I hope that the itemization changes next season are actually gonna... It would be fine that, you know, somewhere on the way to like the GG gear, we actually use stuff like, you know, Tuskhelm, Tybalt's, even Shaco, but maybe eventually we're gonna get rare items that are just better, you know, if you like invest enough into them. Like if you invest like, you know, 50 hours into like grinding up the perfect rare helm, crafting it, you know, boosting it, whatever, and it would be fine for that to be at least competitive and like a side grid to Shaco, I think, and it would be a lot more interesting. So I really hope that in Season 4 we're gonna see that next season actually.
Rigging things and all sorts of stuff like that, which means that there's a lot more little special things going on with uniques along those lines. Like in PoE 1, we would never like make a weapon that had a custom like attack animation or something like that.
Yeah.
But in PoE 2, we can do that because it's way easier. Because like we've got one rig now, so that means that we can do that, and it just works across all characters. And like it's just generally easier to do like little custom things like that. Yeah, like there's some cool stuff around that.
Which also leads into like custom skills on uniques, right? Because we can actually have a custom skill with an animation that
It's
ties
a lot
into it.
easier. It's a lot easier
cool.
to do that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, there's even like little details that like I guess we could have done before, but they just become a lot easier with like, you know, like you can have like a unique where like, you know, when you like that has little graphical elements where like, you know, like I think we had one where as you get hit it charges up, and then there's like a thing you can do when it like discharges and you can see it on the weapon like the charge going up and this kind of stuff. Like there's little things like that we can do. It's just easier to do that kind of stuff in PoE 2 with the modern art pipeline and everything.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So it's not to say that there is like it's not really so much tech, it's more just that like it's easier for us to do that stuff due to the fact that all the art is modern and all of the stuff that we've got going on with the engine overall is more modern. Yeah.
Would you be able to like expand a little bit on like leech reworks, regen, and defensive things like that?
Leech. Which of the 14,000 systems for Leech did we actually settle on in the end?
I will tell you that Leech is a lot simpler than what you know in
we can
PoE 1.
just explain how it works if you can actually remember.
Okay, well,
oh my God.
it's actually really simple.
Yeah.
It is actually really simple.
Yeah.
An item just has X% of physical attack damage, leech's life, whatever it is. And that is the leech you get. The only difference is that monsters have leech resistance on them.
That's right. Yes, that's where we ended up.
That is it.
Monsters have leech resistance now. It's that simple. So
It's
as you go
just
through
that simple.
So as you go through the game, the monster's leech resist increases in order to counter the expected
The exponential damage,
Right,
because
so then,
you want leech to scale off of your damage, right? Like
Yes.
it's sort of not
Yes.
leech if it doesn't.
So
do that.
yes, it says a percentage, and it scales as the percentage goes up. It increases linear as you would expect, and also it like so everything about that works as you would expect. The only difference is that monsters have leech resist. That's all
So
it is.
I have an important thing here.
Oh, boy.
Is the purpose of this leech resist to make some things or some bosses immune to leech, or is it just to counter the exponential scaling?
The purpose is to make it so that as you get through the game,
So it should be consistent.
Yeah.
To be clear, leech resistance is per level. It's not like on an individual. I mean, I guess we could do individual monsters having
we
more
could,
resistance,
but that isn't
but
the purpose.
that isn't
Right.
really the system here.
Yeah.
The system here is just as you level up, like the monster level determines how much leech resistance it has.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, so it's basically like a direct counter to your increasing damage, right? And it's gonna try to keep the life that you're getting from Leech kind of in line across all levels, which is, I guess, kind of a good idea. But I mean, Leech is always gonna invite extremely ridiculous strategies and builds, right? So I wonder how this is gonna turn out.
I should point out that there's no I don't remember the names of the stats that Leech currently has in PoE 1, but none of that is there, right? Like you hit a monster, you leech that amount over 1 second,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Awesome. That's
and
great.
and then it is not like there's no weird stacking rules or anything like that. It just
Thanks,
stacks.
Mongo.
It just stacks.
It
So if
just
you hit
stacks,
10
yeah.
monsters, you get 10,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
Yeah.
10
Okay.
leech
So
instances. That's
all
it.
of the weird complexity, everything around this is all now just very simple. The only concession is leech resistance on
Yeah.
That's
monsters,
huge.
which is effectively hidden because it's not going to be rendered anywhere.
Yeah.
But effectively, as you level up through the game, the monsters will give you less.
Yeah.
life.
Oh, that's,
Although
that's
it should be able to tell you how much you would leech, I suppose.
Yeah, we could put that on the stat screen
Yeah.
probably. We could probably put on like the amount of life per hit that you'll get on a monster of the current of your level or whatever, something like that. But yeah,
Awesome.
it's a lot simpler.
Yeah.
Which is
Will there still be things like
number of
overleech?
systems-
sorry, what was that?
Will there
I'm
still be
sorry?
things like overleech?
Well, we haven't really gone beyond like just the basic system, right?
Yeah.
But as we're doing ascendancies, we'll probably talk about some of this stuff.
Okay.
At the moment, I mean, there's Val Pact, which will make it instant,
Yeah.
and I don't believe we're changing that. So,
Yeah.
other than that, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like they're trying to so hard to like make fights matter and boss mechanics matter and all that stuff. And then you have stuff like Leech that is like readily available. Okay, I don't know how it's gonna be in PoE 2, but I guess it will be somewhat available at least for like basically most builds. And Leech can really kind of like destroy that really like fine-tuned balance of difficulty. It's like really a very like tough thing to balance. So I wonder how they're gonna do that outside of like one-shotting stuff, because one of the main reasons why PoE 1 is like so day and night, either you live or you die, is because of Leech, because you can like or like a life recovery in general, right, being so high. Like the only way to kill players is to kill them instantaneously with a one-shot, else you can't kill anyone because everyone just has an infinite amount of life recovery. And you can easily run into the same problem, especially for power creep, make it its way into the game and stuff like that. So I'm very glad that D4 doesn't have any Leech outside of Andariels, and everyone considers the Andariels a shitty item. So good for that, I guess. And just having life recovery that works in other ways, like more slowly and like more controlled with potions or whatever, it's like a much better system, I think. I think D4 does it actually relatively well, and even in D4 we have a bunch of builds that are just like extreme on recovery, but at least not to the point where like you like instantaneously heal your entire health bar all the time or something. It's just that D4 has like general balancing issues and general like lack of difficulty, I guess, which makes most of these questions kind of irrelevant right now. What is Leech? It means you hit the target and you get like a percentage of the damage as life. So this is how Leech works, and obviously this scales right out of control, because most of the time the player damage goes up way more than the player life, which means that a Leech mod that is like somewhat balanced early on is going to be a completely ridiculous OP later, because your damage rises like 100,000 times, but your life only 10 times, for example. So this is usually how it goes, and this is why it's like a really like hot iron basically. But we'll see, maybe it will play out well.
I don't know if we've done anything else. Like, we just wanted the basic system of Leech to be something that I don't have to spend 30 minutes explaining to somebody, and then they tell me, well, I didn't understand a word you said. Because I've
Yeah.
done this multiple times to people who have asked me how Leech works, and I've explained to them, and then they're like, well, I don't understand anything, so,
It's yeah. People always has a joke like during my PoE university lessons. They're like, "Can you explain Leech?" And I'm like, "No, not doing that." Yeah, so that's great. Honestly, it sounds so much better. Is there a possibility?
What was the other one you asked about? Yeah.
Yeah, is there?
Sorry, you asked about a couple of other ones. Was there any? What was
yes.
the other one?
Sorry, regen as well, like things like life regen, because obviously we've changed the way flasks work so much. So I'm mostly asking about like sustain, I guess, of characters.
Oh, well, life regen works the same as it does before. We're just, I guess, going to be a bit more careful about how quickly you can recover your life, I suppose. I mean, not to say you can't recover your life quickly. I mean, you have flasks, and, the pace of combat is still going to be fast enough that, you'll see your life changing, frequently enough. But, I mean, regen just works as it does before. We just will be more careful about, how much you can get,
okay.
I suppose.
And have you already discussed keeping every mechanic like spell suppression, and we do have a lot of advanced things as well in Path of Exile when it comes to defense?
We're not removing anything like that, I believe. I don't think we're removing any of those, but
Well, it depends on what mechanic, I guess. But
Yeah.
field suppression isn't being removed.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
meant to be, a sort of secondary system that
Right.
goes alongside evasion.
I don't remember the list now, but there were a few cases where we removed some mods from the mod pool by default, like so you'll have to get them from other
Oh,
sources.
yeah, definitely.
But yeah, like the overall, I think spell suppression is still in there. If
It is, yeah.
yeah, spell suppression is
yeah,
still
yeah.
in there. That we liked that one. And there's a few cases, but I don't think we're directly removing anything being supported. Like it's just a question of where you get it.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a possibility of a new tier of items? Other games have things like maybe artifacts, what they call legendaries and stuff, like a super legendary, if you will, or set items and things like that.
Well, okay, so I'll address set items first, and we sort of, I guess, feel like we shouldn't need set items because we kind of ask you to make your own sets, as it were. You find synergies between uniques, and you kind of have a set there, right?
Yep.
And the other problem with the set item is, let's say you have, I don't know, a 6-piece set item on. It's really hard to replace any of those pieces, right? So you just don't find upgrades on those like slots or whatever.
We don't
it
like
is.
the gameplay of set items.
Yeah.
Same.
So they would not exist. Now you could ask, well, what about like a super unique? Well, we kind of have those. It's just not explicitly stated. Like, right, when you find an item and it's like a high tier unique or a rare unique or something like, like a headhunter or something like that, it is effectively in the player's eyes a super unique, even though it is just a unique. And I guess it's important to keep it so those are all the tiers that are there. I don't know.
Well, so I mean, I guess like okay, one of the really common things people imagine is like, oh, you have you've got normal magic, rare, and then uniques are their own thing, I guess. And you could argue like, I mean, those effectively are tiered because internally we obviously have drop rates for different uniques, and we certainly see them as like in a certain term, but we don't feel like unique just means that it's an item that has got fixed properties. So therefore, there's no reason to kind of have different tiers of them visible to the player, particularly. As for rares, there's often the question of, okay, well, why don't you have another thing above rare that has even more mods and so on? And the reason that we don't do that is because we actually think it's important that so all 4 of the rarities that we have all have a purpose, and in theory, all of them should need to exist. So there should really be no reason why we'd want to add a tier above rare, because all that would do was just add mod dilution.
Yeah.
And to explain what mod dilution is, it's very important in case people don't know about it. It's really important that each individual that you don't add too many mods to your character, because if you add too many sources of mods to your character, then it means that each individual mod can't have very much effect on your character.
Yeah.
This is the reason why we don't add more item slots as well, because if you add another item slot, it means that the value of another item slot has to go down as a percentage of your overall build.
Yeah.
Basically, we think that 6 mods per rare is enough. We don't want more than that, and so therefore that means we just wouldn't want to add like another tier of rarity that has more of that stuff above that.
So we're never getting pants.
No, you are never getting
no,
pants.
no.
Although, so here's the thing. But you are getting
Yes,
pants, and here's
you-
the reason: because the pants are now built into the boots of your character. So the boots, in the icon, it just looks like boots, but there's actually pants. There's unique pants that come with every base type that get added to your character.
You actually have pants.
Yeah, so the pants are now part of the part of the boots.
Awesome.
That was actually a really good change when we did it, because it means that previously the armor, the body was like the main part of what made your character look different, but now the pants, the boots slot has a large percentage of difference as well.
Very cool. Nice.
So,
That's
yeah.
nice, actually. I kind of agree. Like, I hear from many people like, oh, why don't we have a belt slot in D4 and so on? We have so few item slots, but I don't think you need a lot of item slots for itemization to be interesting or for gearing to be interesting. Especially if you add like secondary systems, we have Paragon, and eventually you might have something like subclasses, like ascendancies. And if there's like all these like other like moving parts or like like vampire powers or whatever, right? Like I think it's fine to have that many slots, and we don't really need that much more. It also adds like even more trouble with like fixing resistances, fixing your stash and all that kind of stuff. I think we're kind of good on that end.
In fact, there are some like real dodgy looking pants that we need to
Oh yes,
sort out.
Listen to those.
Some of those pants, I look at them and like, especially some of the int pants that go on male characters look a little bit iffy, and we need to do some work on those.
Very cool. Very cool. Are items going to be allowed, are chase items in PoE2 allowed to be as powerful as Headhunter and Mageblood?
We will definitely have chase items in PoE2.
For sure.
Absolutely. And they will be ones that are strong. Now,
sure.
as strong, it's kind of hard to really say, but they will be items that are exceptionally strong and exceptionally rare, right? Like, that's going to be the case.
You need to have stuff that
You need to have
you
that
need
stuff.
to have that stuff so that you've got something to aspire to, right? Like, it's really important.
Yeah, like we do in Diablo 4. Yay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Um,
You know, just as a random anecdote along those lines.
No, I love those.
We
That's-
used to have a rule internally, which was don't balance by rarity. So the theory was that it's a bad idea to have something which is ultra powerful, but is the only reason why it's okay is because it's rare.
Okay.
And we worked under that assumption for many years. And then eventually we realized, I actually can't really justify that rule anymore because, actually people really love stuff that's balanced by rarity. Like, people like it to have it, so there's just an ultra rare thing that's ultra powerful. And so, yeah, we stopped having that rule a while back. And so now we do allow ourselves to just have, like, this is an item that is too powerful to exist except for the fact that it's ultra
very
rare
rare, yeah.
and therefore it's okay.
Very
So
cool.
that kind of stuff we do nowadays.
Very cool.
And that will continue to be the
Yeah,
case, for sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Little T, I made a video about that like just 3 days ago or so about leveling. I made like this 1 to 113 hours video. Can assign legendary powers to each part of the gear. Having more slots could actually make some builds super OP. Yeah, I mean, that's not really the concern, right? They wouldn't just like randomly add the new slot right now or something, but it would be like something for an expansion or so. But on the other hand, you know, this is how they have built the game, and I think the amount of item slots that we have is fine. We don't need more item slots just so that we can like put more powers on our build or something. You can always find another way to like balance this out or give us other extra powers in some other way. You know, they could literally even just like increase the amount of Paragon points that we can get from some source, or, you know, give us more skill points or whatever if they want to just raise their power in some way. But I think ultimately, you know, having stuff like, you know, extra progression systems similar to like the seasonal stuff they have seen in season 2 and 3, like that was kind of cool, you know, with the, you know, you have some options, you have some cool stuff. Problem is like ultimately, you know, most of them are kind of worthless. So it doesn't really have like the right balancing, for example. Especially once you have unique stones, the balance kind of like falls apart here. But yeah, I mean, having more stuff like this would probably be better than just making more item slots, I think. At least for D4. It's not like item slots are the only thing. I think D4 can't add hard content with how out of control player damage is. Oh, you can definitely add hard content. I mean, AOZ was hard content. And the player damage was out of control, and it was still hard. So it didn't really take away from the difficulty of the AOC. I mean, look at how many people, you know, tried playing Barb or Sorc and did not succeed in even clearing like a tier 20, for example. Right? So even after grinding out the glyph and everything. So, you know, there were in the end not that many people that even like went all the way to tier 20. So it was hard, you know. It wasn't like exceptionally hard, but it was hard. You know, to a degree at least compared to the rest of the game, and I think that was kind of okay already. And it wouldn't be very difficult to make hard content, even with like player damage being out of control. I mean, first of all, you can nerf player damage and actually bring it back in line, and that's not a very difficult thing to do. If you just nerf, you know, a handful of too overpowered things, you can bring the game's overall balance into a much better place, and then you can do all the hard content you like anyway. So that's not really the problem. I think that, you know, they just rebalanced the entire game back in season 2, and then they didn't have time to like go back and like rebalance stuff again, because they were erring on the side of making stuff too easy instead of making stuff too hard, which is okay. But so far they just haven't fixed their mistakes of making the game way too easy, right? At least, I mean, it's not bad that the game is generally easy, but it's bad that the game doesn't have anything hard to do in it at all, right? That's like kind of the problem. Like the high end of content is just like too easy. But you can just solve that with, you know, many different things. You can bring back AOZ, you can just make T100s harder, you can actually give an incentive for T100s. I mean, T100s are not a bad difficulty already, you know, they're not like a cakewalk for most people and for most builds. The problem is that no one wants to farm T100s, there's just no point in doing it outside of just like, you know, for fun. You know, it's just literally a waste of time doing a tier 100 over a lower tier, because you don't get anything out of it outside of like slightly more glyph XP or something, if even that, in case you slow down. So that's the bigger problem, I feel. Like, we actually have somewhat difficult content, but no one wants to do it. Yeah, it's literally just so you can say I cleared a tier 100, you know. At least last season there was an incentive to do tier 100s because you got better loot, or like higher level loot, and it kind of felt good to farm the tier 100s because the item power was relatively high. But now you get item power 925 everywhere, you know, in like 80 plus basically. So why would you ever go to 100? Yo, thanks for the 10 subs for boost, by the way. Think there's anything good in D4 that PoE 2 will steal? Absolutely. I think D4 has definitely done a pretty good job at some things. I mean, you can already see it with like stuff like the... Okay, I'm not sure who came first actually with the evade roll, but I guess D4 came first with the evade roll, for example. PoE 2 has that now. Okay, I'm not sure if they stole it exactly, but I'm pretty sure they took inspiration from D4 as well, you know. I mean, they're definitely keeping an eye on D4. No map overlay. Are they not gonna have map overlay in PoE 2 either? Lost Ark. Yo. Huge subs here. Another one from Anne Marillo. Thank you for the prime too. You do T100 for Glyph XP, shrug. Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, the Glyph XP is not really that much better than like an 80 anyway, and you know, okay, do like a few more runs on lower tier and you're done. And it's just like significantly easier to do like an 85 than a T100. You know, like I don't know exactly about the scaling, but you know, monsters probably deal something like a third less damage and probably have like half the health, or I don't know what, something like that. And you know, of course, if you build it strong enough, then do T100s, and you know, nothing is holding you back. But the fact is that you don't really care about making your character strong enough to do T100s right now. Not just doing T100s fast, just like T100s at all, and you know, there's like no reason to do it. So that's kind of a problem, I feel. Map overlay is shit, map design excuse. Yeah, I don't really miss the map overlay very much, I gotta say. So I'm fine. Like a lot of people are always complaining and stuff. I mean, I do look at the map sometimes. I mean, ultimately, I think I would play with map overlay if I had it. I would like to make it like maybe very like transparent or something, but yeah. I do have overlay in PoE too. Okay. And I need to watch some of the ExileCon stuff as well, so I get a bit of up to speed on some of the other things. Posture check. How do you do your rotation? Well, you find 3 other people, bring some mats, and then everyone opens. And well, most people do that through Discord, so good luck. D4 is something which other RPGs are not even close, which is very important. The combat feeling, it's the best ever. Yeah, I agree. The combat in D4 is definitely the best out there. And, you know, they are kind of like throwing it away too carelessly, I guess, with like, you know, the insane power creep and monster nerfs and everything they're doing. So they gotta be a bit careful and kind of like, you know, take some of that back, I feel. Especially like for like, you know, for example, overpower nerfs, soda nerfs, charge nerfs and stuff. Just to make sure that we kind of preserve this combat feel that, you know, makes D4 really great, I think. But yeah, I mean, the combat in PoE 2 also looks superb though to me, and the main concern that many people have is just gonna be that's too difficult and too slow. And that is a concern to have, and I think this is also a mistake that PoE 2 might make early on. That a lot of people will just not like the game because it's gonna be too hard and too slow. Like maybe they get through it, but they will just not enjoy it enough because they're used to zooming, and the zooming just never happens. But you see like how fast they turn around in Diablo 4 as well, right? Like they went from like a somewhat difficult game to, well, what we have now, which is just zoomy, one-shotting the entire screen, all that stuff, no difficult content in the game at all, which is like the complete other extreme. And yeah, realistically, I actually kind of see PoE 2 doing like a similar journey. I think they're gonna launch the game. A lot of people are gonna not like it because of the difficulty and the slowness, and then they're gonna turn it around real fast. So that's my expectation at least. But yeah, we'll see.
In PoE 2, could we expect to see more things itemized, like the Ashleen Slam and things that people are currently trying to buy as services from other people?
Well, this is really I guess it's really tied to PoE 1 because I don't know if that's mechanic in particular.
Well, no, it does matter in PoE 2. Basically, yes, we understand the fact. In general, we are trying very hard to avoid any situation where where a thing that someone would want to trade is not itemized.
Yeah, and to specifically address Aisling Slam, that I believe there's some changes coming with that in the next patch as well. So
I think there are a bunch of things getting itemized in the next PoE 1 update.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I mean that's the thing we're very much aware of.
I had a thing, like an idea, if you will, that I wanted to get your thoughts on. So obviously, I think this is very popular, and I've done this quite a lot when I play Hardcore Trade Leagues. I'll offer a boss kill service. Have you ever thought about offering a feature like that in the game, where you have, let's say, a bounty board? You can request, hey, I want Cyrus to be killed. Here's my Cyrus set. And then in order to not be scammed, me as the completer of this bounty board has to offer my own set. So if I rip it, I lose my own set, not the buyer's. And then the item goes to the person, etc. Like something like that.
Right. So this is effectively trying to avoid the need for third-party ways to trade for this kind of stuff that currently exists.
Correct.
I guess my concern with that is I worry a little bit about adding that as an in-game element because the message would be that, like, I mean, I think you'd get a lot of characters who just like didn't complete the game without ever actually really beating everything.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I'd be a bit hesitant to add something like that as a feature to the like. I said I'd just be a little bit hesitant about adding something like that.
I mean, we're implicitly saying that you need to be killing all those bosses.
Right,
and having it as a
But
feature
obviously-
is sort of saying you can trade for. I mean, we're not preventing you from doing so. But
People will obviously do that, but I guess the thing then is that if there's no secure way to do it, it obviously incentivizes all the stuff around reputation systems and blah 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 blah. There's like a whole rant about that that's like complicated.
Yeah.
So I understand why you desire that because like okay, ultimately what you're looking for there is like what are all the things that people use TFT to do, right? Like that's what you're looking for, and let's try and have a solution to every single one of those. And that we think along the same lines as well, right? Like when we're looking at the stuff, we're kind of like let's try to prevent any reason that you would need to have a service like that. That we certainly we're thinking about it that way as well. But then a service like this, I kind of start to feel a little bit uneasy about because it would be very easy then to be like, I'm effectively telling people we want you to be just playing the game without really playing it, which is a slight concern. But I mean, at the same time, we do have to be realistic that people are going to trade for that stuff anyway, so we do have to think about it. But yeah, I get it and understand. Cool. And obviously, there's a whole big conversation around trade and stuff that is a whole thing to talk about. Which I mean, I guess we could talk about it if you like.
Yeah, I mean, are you fundamentally approaching trade from any different way? I believe I feel like I remember you said you weren't, but I would love to hear you talk about it.
Yeah, so previously we had said that we're not really wanting to change how trade is. But I think, okay, so then the situation now is different because, like people are seeing things like Last Epoch and so on and what they're doing with trade and the people are like really liking what they're doing. And so then I don't know that we live in a world anymore where the current system that we have is good enough. And so that means that we have to.
I wonder when the D4 devs actually mention another game for the first time on a live stream.
Change. And, I don't want to necessarily go into every detail about that, but I guess what I will say is that like the previous feeling that we had was okay. Well, so let's talk about the axioms of like of like what we assume, right? So, we are a game that does not have bind on anything, right? We are not a game that has binding in it, right? That's a very important thing for us. Okay. So any system that involved binding, we don't want to do that.
Oh.
Number two, if you have a trade system that's ultra easy, that has no friction at all, like if you imagine just like instant buyout with like just like with no restriction, like everything's just completely free to trade. What
Yeah.
you'll get is an exponential curve where effectively the stuff that is the most powerful will become very, 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 very expensive, and the stuff that's anything even below that will become extremely, extremely cheap. So you get this kind of exponential curve, and effectively, if you imagine a game with no trade, you've got like a flat, effectively like power and difficulty acquire. Sorry, price and difficulty acquire are completely flat.
Yep.
Not that, and again, with no trade, that would even make sense. But effectively, it turns into a flat line, and then you get more and more exponential as you as you increase the easiness of trade. So therefore, the assumption is that there has to be some way of, in order for a game to be able to have trade, there needs to be something that restricts its use in some manner. And the previous way we looked at that was that you can either have instant buyouts or you can have instant like good search. And what we've been saying is, okay, well, I don't think players are going to accept anything less than instant buyouts, because I don't think there is a way to solve to solve the kinds of problems that people have with trade and PoE without having instant buyouts. So therefore, we now have to take as an axiom there must be instant buyouts, right? We must have that. There must be in some manner a way. How can we have that without having this problem? Now, previously we would have said, okay, well, in that case you can't have good search, but people will not accept a solution that doesn't involve the ability to search for items correctly. Therefore, we must have a proper search function.
Okay.
So what are we to do now then, right? Like if we must have instant buyouts and search, there has to be some manner of way to limit trade in some other means.
Yeah.
Now, if we're not going to have binding, that means there has to be some form of resource that limits trade in some manner that you have to play the game to get. And if that's the case, well, what resources do we have? Well, in PoE 2, we have gold. And if gold is something... So therefore, we discussed basically gold can be a limiting factor. And if we make it so that you can't trade gold, you can only play for gold. And if we add a gold fee...
It's actually a very funny concept to think about, right? Gold being like the currency in like every single RPG ever, and then you just say, okay, by the way, you can't trade gold, but I can trade everything else in the game. That's a kind of funny thought when you think about it.
As a part of an instant buyout cost, that can mean that we can potentially have a trade system that has instant buyouts and searching, while still having a way to and no binding and all that sort of stuff. So it is possible to do that. So we're discussing it, right? We're looking into this. I think that it solves a really important problem. I believe it is possible. We have to, as I said, there's a lot of details to work out.
Yeah.
There's
more
a lot
lighting.
of issues and concerns. But as I said, I think that people will no longer accept an action RPG that doesn't have instant buyouts as a trade for a trade system. So therefore, we will need to change. And as I said, that's we have to move with the times, right? Like we can't. And as I said before, I don't want to have any excuses if players are not enjoying something. We need to find a way to solve that problem.
It's not exactly like the auction house fee and WoW. Basically, he said they want to have like a cost of a currency that they can only grind, and they can't trade for it. And like they want to avoid people sitting in hideout all day and just trading and flipping items and all that stuff. And it's basically what last Epoch is also doing with the trade system. Like you have to play the game in order to get the currency that you need to actually put stuff on the market and buy it from the market. So there's like a certain fee that you have to pay for the market so that you can actually, trade at all. And I think this is fine. So you limit this whole currency flipping and all that kind of stuff. And you actually have to think about what items do you put up for trade so you don't spam the market with like useless shit, or you don't price fix it and all those kind of things that much. So it solves a lot of problems that would otherwise exist, and it's a really good way of handling it, I think. So it seems like they're basically just doing something very similar to like what Last Epoch is doing. Last Epoch has a pretty genius system, I think. So that's nice. If you couldn't trade gold in WoW, it would be like that. Yeah, okay, but you can trade gold in WoW, that's the thing. Like you can just give people gold, right? So WoW would be a very interesting system if you couldn't trade gold, actually. Like, like no GTKP and all that kind of bullshit as well. Carry runs, like, will just not be really a thing. It's kind of interesting thought as well, but yeah. But yeah, either way, I mean, it sounds like a good idea to actually have something like an auction house in the game directly and itemize basically everything you want to trade, and then just allow people to do that, because why not? You know, it just like removes a lot of frustration that people have with actually trying to get an item from trade. Which is like, first, like, the people have to be online, and then you have to whisper them, they have to reply, and then they have to go there, and it's just like a lot of problems, I think. And also over time, I also like personally just went to like trading less and less and less in PoE. And these days I just barely trade anymore when I play PoE leagues. I just don't really want to go through all the shit every single time. And it's just much more enjoyable, especially once you actually, you know, understand the game well enough, so you can like target farm the most of the stuff that you want to get anyway. And then just like become like a much more like, you know, SSF enjoyer over time. You have a timeout redeem? Sure. Okay. Someone did it already. Thanks, Arkanov. People still trade for gold. Overpriced item, lose a bit of gold. Yeah, I mean, like, if gold cannot be, like, you know, let's say you can't price items in gold, right? Gold is like a resource that you can find in the PoE 2 that drops from monsters, and you can't get it anywhere else. Then you have to play the game in order to trade. So, you know, you can use it, and you can, you know, buy stuff for a certain fee or whatever, and then there's like, you trade the items in like other currencies as well, like in the PoE 1 now, right? You have Chaos Orbs, you have Divine Orbs. So people trade in those currencies. And they will continue to do so, because you probably can't list items as gold, because you can't trade gold. It's just the fee that you put in the auction house. And yeah, I think that would be a pretty good solution. It shouldn't be like overly limiting, but I think like you should probably just like, you know, prevent like, you know, the whole bot ecosystem, the whole like flipping stuff, and, you know, the whole price fixing stuff. You know, a lot of these problems would be immediately solved by such a system, or like mostly solved, I guess, at least. So it's kind of good.
So yeah, well, we will solve that problem. We will find a way. So you know, that's my thinking on it anyway. Yeah, so hopefully that, if you've got any questions about that, feel free to
Yeah, so
ask them.
I mean, I can feel myself being posted to Reddit right now. I think most people will be very happy about that.
Right.
No
Yeah,
blessing.
no, I mean, I've always
Good
been
luck,
asked about
Vijay.
my take on an auction house in PoE, and I always said, like, in PoE 1, like, you have no way to tax it, right? What are you going to do? Like, do 0.5 of a Chaos Orb?
Bots can still just farm gold, to be honest. Yes, but that's what I'm saying. In order to, you know, use the auction house to trade with your bots, like if you, like, let's say you set up a bot army that farms Chaos Orbs for you, then you have to trade with those bots, right? Yeah, and then you have to grind gold in order to put the stuff on the auction house from the bot. And then, first of all, hope that no one else snipes it. And then you have to use your own gold that you found with your main character to actually buy that stuff from your bot. So I think that will just not be a thing, you know? If every trade goes through the auction house, I guess not every trade necessarily goes through the auction house. Maybe you can just do player trading anyway. But I guess ultimately most stuff will go through the auction house. So, but either way, like, there would be ways to solve this like much more easily than now, at least.
So,
Yeah.
and that's what I did in previous games. I would sit there flipping items, which is very destructive.
Right.
But with something like a tax, then you can have that. So, yeah, that'd be really interesting. I'm guessing you were also thinking about maybe just a trading orb, right? That you would be, if you weren't going to use
You could
gold.
do that, but I don't like the feel of it as much. And I think
Trading orb.
associating gold, like the in-game sync for gold being trade, is actually good, because it makes sense that that's what gold would be used for. And like it all kind of fits together. So I think that would be, I think that can work well.
Are you worried about, like, are we going to have captures on the auction house? Like, how are you going to combat bots, basically?
Well, they do have to play the game for gold, I suppose. But
Yeah,
you
so
could
that would
bot
be the
that
main
too.
thing is that
Yeah.
yes, because the gold is it would not be tradable. It would mean that you effectively have to play the game. Sure, you can bot playing the game, but on some level, if you're doing that already, then like you. Sure, I mean, we need to prevent bots in whatever way we prevent bots that we do.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
Awesome.
But yeah. There you
Well,
go.
another follow-up question: would everything go on the auction house, like currency, items, uniques, everything, or would there be something that you still have to do person-to-person trading?
I think that people would want to be able to trade anything in such a system. I can't. I mean, that's basically the thing. Now, to look at this though, one thing I would just want to talk about there is that like stuff that has its own sync. So currency items, you don't necessarily need to have the gold cost of transferring that be very high because it already has a sync. You don't get that exponentiation factor quite so much. But stuff like equipment, where there is no natural sync for it except for like crafting failure, I guess. You do actually have to make the cost for trading equipment to be quite high in order to preserve the like so you don't get that exponential being too high. So effectively, you would have to prepare yourself for the fact that the gold cost for buying equipment in particular could be relatively sizable. So that's part of the whole like the trade you're making here with us of being able to have this feature is that the gold cost for it would be quite high for equipment only.
Do you think you'd be taxing both the
Thanks, my
buyer
son.
and the seller?
I believe that the buyer is the right place for it because sellers want to be able to just in order to incentivize people to use the system over the old one, you'd effectively want to make sure that the sellers can still just dump all of their stuff into the into tabs like they normally do, and it's the buyers. Because I mean, ultimately, when you look at the who's the person bearing the burden of this right now, it's not really the seller that's the person doing that. It's the buyer, because the buyer's the one who has to fight through all of the fake listings and all of the like annoying people that don't reply and all of that garbage. So effectively, they're the ones who would pay for the tax on this, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. That's exciting. I guess. Are you concerned at all about like third-party mods for the auction house then?
Third party mods.
Yeah, like basically
like stuff that
something
just tells you what price it should be and stuff like that.
people using. Yeah, I think that, or like just scanning the items and like trying to buy things out that are underpriced, things like that.
Well, I mean, on some level, it's very hard to completely eliminate that stuff, but we will definitely we will use our anti-botting stuff that we do to prevent that kind of stuff.
Awesome.
But I will say though that as distasteful as the botting stuff with that is, I think you have to design your system to be able, like, if your system is if the only thing making the system work is your anti-botting, I think you're kind of screwing up. Like you have to, it has to be resilient to that. Like the taxes have to be in the right places. All the stuff has to kind of work enough so that even if there are bots, it's still okay. Like that's like. And it's funny. This is like, I feel like I'm coming out of a totally left field domain here, but it's like people get angry at high frequency trading in the real, in the real economy, right?
Yeah.
As like a thing, but the actual thing that high frequency trading does is improve liquidity in the market. So I'm getting like real financy right now, but the thing that HFT does is improve liquidity in the market. So what it does is it gets the buy price and the sell price closer together. Like it effectively HFT in a game like PoE would ultimately do the same thing. It would get the price of it would converge the price of the items closer towards the actual true price that they should be priced at. Ideally we don't want botting anyway, but if it were to be full botting, what that would mean is that the prices move to their fair market value much faster than they otherwise would. And the reason why the fair market value is not what you want in a lot of games is because that's what leads to that exponentiation thing. Like the fair market value of a very, very good rare, but that's level 5 is very low because most people only stay at level 5 for a very short amount of time. So what we don't want is for people who play the game at the start to just be like, oh, for like a freaking wisdom scroll you can get like some amazing rare that level 5, right? That's what you're trying to prevent. And so the gold taxes kind of put a price floor on the on things to prevent the stuff. I'm getting real financy here right now.
Thanks for my subs,
as you're talking, trying to think of questions and write them down so I don't forget them, because this is very out of left field.
Sure,
yeah. So yeah, my first question is buy orders. Is that something that would be potentially a thing where you can like set up a buy order for someone to fill it?
Well, we I don't necessarily know that I want to get fully into all of the detail
Yeah.
mechanics around this, because, as I said, we're kind of talking a bit off the cuff here
Sure,
about all this
sure.
stuff. But
Yeah, there's still a bunch of issues that.
there's a lot of issues to sort out. But I guess like well there's some issues. So I probably can't go too
That's
many.
fair.
into
That's
too many
fair.
details of
We
that.
got a lot.
But,
We got a lot.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
but
next
Phil,
question.
if you want to ask more questions, I will tell you where what.
Okay.
Like, feel free to ask more questions about this topic if you like, and I'll just say whether or not I
Yeah,
can.
the only other thing I thought about was limited slots, yes or no. Like, would you be able to list 100 items or 3?
Well, I would say that it would probably be similar to what we already do with regard to like. Well, I don't want to get too far into this, but effectively, stash, like, we don't want you to give you like, we ultimately sell stash tabs as like a thing, and so space, like, to store items is a thing that is part of what we sell. So I wouldn't want to make it so that you, like, generally speaking, more space to have stuff is means you pay real money to get that, right? Like, that's what we have. So what I'm saying is you should probably expect things to work similarly to that way, where, like, if you've got the ability to store more stuff as a player, then that means that you'd be getting more stash tabs or
Yeah.
something along those lines. Yeah.
So
basically something like that.
2 follow-up questions already. Is this going to be a paid feature or available for everybody?
Well, we don't want to restrict something like this to only, like, so certainly something like this would have to be available to the general to general public. But as I said, as we do with stash tabs, it's like the more like, if you want more space for it, if you want to be able to store more items in the system, then you would need to be paying more. But we want to make it so that you can use it as a free player for sure.
And is this something that is, like, is this going to be PoE 2 only, or do you think this will go into PoE 1 too?
Well, the problem with PoE 1 is we don't have gold
Yeah,
to be able
exactly.
to do that. I also wouldn't want to put something like this
Thanks,
into
Caffeine.
PoE 1. I would feel like it would be a dangerous idea to put this into PoE 1 without testing it in PoE 2 first. So I think that PoE 1 does need something along these lines, and I think we need to kind of work out how that could happen. But I think it would be very hard to do that before PoE 2 goes into beta. Like, I think
Yeah, I haven't seen the previous interviews yet. I would also like to see some of those a little bit, at least for a bit. I'm not sure, like, I think they've been doing some with, like, Gazi, and I don't know, there's like a few others I think they had interviews with, right? So I want to see, like, also what they talked about there a bit. But yeah, in general, they seem to be, like, very open to, like, actually answer or, like, at least consider a lot of questions. And even sometimes, like, for example, here Scissorin does a relatively good job at, like, actually introducing some questions that they say, oh, we haven't even thought about this, and then at least will potentially, like, have an impact on the game's development as well now, right? Because this is not just going, like, one way, like, from devs telling us stuff, but also devs kind of, like, getting ideas, for example, from people like this. So that's actually kind of nice on that end. So I wonder how it's gonna go with me on that, like, because I'm, like, much less in, like, the whole PoE crowd and the whole, PoE community right now than someone like this, who's, like, one of the shining stars there, basically. And I will definitely have, like, a very different perspective. And honestly, like, all the things that Ziz cares about, I don't really care much about, to be honest. He does ask some good questions. But I will definitely ask very different questions, I feel. So, we'll see. It's just how Jonathan sounds, Primal angry. I really like his voice, actually. He's a nice talker, I feel. Seems very enjoyable to listen to for me. Kidnap the family so you get the real answers. Well, I mean, I don't think this will be very effective, to be honest. Because ultimately, yeah, he's the game director and stuff, but again, like, like you just talked about with, like, the trade stuff, right? There's, like, difficulties to work through, and they actually have to go through, iteration, basically, right? To make it a good system, even if they say something now. So this doesn't mean that it's gonna make it into the game, like, a year from now, or whenever PoE 2 is coming out, right? It's gonna be, like, probably, like, early 25 or something, when you get the release. So maybe a bit more than a year from this point. So yeah, we're still quite far away, and a lot of things will change, can change and will change. So PoE is a Tencent company, money printer. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that PoE makes a lot of money as well, but I don't know. I don't think this has really much to do with Tencent or something. You know, they made like a really good game. They fostered a really great community, and you know they're benefiting from it now, basically. And with PoE 2, they have like a real shot at becoming potentially as big as D4. Maybe not. Maybe they will. Who knows? But there's like their one big opportunity, I guess. I mean, I think like way back in like I don't know when, like 3 years ago or something, when they announced PoE 2, like they literally said they made PoE 2 as an answer to Diablo 4, because they knew that Diablo 4 would come out eventually and it would be big, and they wanted to try to basically survive. So this is the whole reason why they ever started working on PoE 2. If there wasn't like any Diablo 4 coming, I guess they might not have done it, or maybe not yet, or whatever, or maybe in like a very different way than they actually did now. So I mean, ultimately, I guess a lot of the content creators will carry PoE 2. This is like what carries PoE 1 already. Like the PoE community is like very much smaller, but very more tightly knit, basically. There's like, a lot of streamers, a lot of content creators, like really saturating the whole ecosystem. Compared to Diablo, where they have like way fewer content creators, I feel. Or like a lot more like smaller content creators, at least, that are not so visible, like the ones in PoE. And like it's like the whole game, the whole community is like based a lot more around content creators, I feel, compared to Diablo in general. So it's kind of like a very interesting ecosystem. I have 2 minutes left on this, okay. No one takes the D4 seriously at the moment. Yeah, I mean, from those people that are very vocal and, just like keep memeing with their D4 bad stuff, yeah, sure. I mean, you can say that they don't take D4 seriously right now. But even here I am playing Diablo 4 seriously, and I'm having a decent time. So the thing is that Diablo 4 is just like a much bigger game with a much more casual audience overall than PoE is. So this obviously contributes as well to like, echo chambers, like on the higher end, with like D4 bad memes and stuff just running rampant. Because yeah, it's true that the higher end of player base just doesn't have all that much to look forward to as they do, for example, in PoE. If you don't like the stuff that I like the racing and build making and all this kind of like experimentation that I do with like D4 for example right now, there are many problems that D4 still has to solve that PoE 1 has solved. It's just how it is. Yeah, I mean D4 is way bigger than PoE and last Epoch together, and basically the entire probably like half the ARPG market is just Diablo 4 basically at this point or something. I don't know. Like, I mean, it's just like some numbers, but D4 is big, That's what I can say. Definitely way bigger than PoE. It just doesn't appear so because of the community and the content creation that goes around in especially PoE, I guess, for example. Content creation wise, there's a lot more going on in PoE. But as a game, it's way smaller. Even Rax is starting to doubt. He's starting to doubt what? Global warming. What the fuck? I mean, Rex was never impressed with D4 in the first place, right? He just made content for it. But I think there was no secret that Rex just doesn't like D4 very much. So, what do you mean he's starting to doubt? It's Season 3, man. People truly underestimated casual masses. Yeah. I mean, like from a content creation perspective, you know, I'm never gonna reach, you know, the casual masses, or like many of them at least. You know, like even if I make a video and I, you know, some of my default videos they got like, you know, 500,000 views or something. You know, this is still like just a fraction of the entire player base, right? And there's like even way more casual people that would never even like think about opening YouTube to try to look up the Diablo 4 guide or something, right? It's just like load up the game and start blasting, and that's it. And this is like how it works. And yeah, I mean PoE is, you know, just like it has just evolved a lot more around this whole like content creation ecosystem, right? They're like way more involved with the streamers. They're doing like all this kind of stuff with the streamers. The game is much more streamable. They're doing these events. They have private leagues, you know, all this kind of stuff. They obviously like it fosters such an ecosystem a lot better than D4 does. And this is like why people come into my stream and they say, D4 only has the 2,000 viewers. Look at PoE, it has 20,000, 10 times bigger game, KW. But I mean, obviously it's not a 10 times bigger game. It's a 10 times smaller game, most likely. It's just that, you know, the streaming side of things is completely different. Like for some people, like, you know, the same viewer count on one game equals a certain size as on another game. And I mean, the reality is that different games have different audiences. And, you know, the same applies to Twitch. You just don't have that many people watching stuff. It's just how it is. In D4, I mean. And likewise, right now, for example, if you look at the PoE Gauntlet, right, you have like, you know, Ben sitting there with like 5k viewers, and, you know, the Count sitting there with like 1k viewers, and I don't know, like some of the other racers sitting there with like 1 or 2k viewers. And you have like Scissoran's, you know, channel with the commentary sitting there with like 5k viewers. Yeah, you know, they have like 10 times more viewers than actual players on the Gauntlet, basically, right? Because it's just like fun and entertaining to watch. But this is how it is. Hard to play PoE without a streamer explain to people exactly what to do. Yeah, I can totally understand that. It's not an easy game to get into. And a lot of people have trouble with that. And I also asked this question earlier, like, you know, how many people here, you know, started PoE and then just quit because they couldn't respec their, you know, half-bricked build, you know, somewhere in a campaign or something. And well, there were like dozens of people instantly like raising their hand, basically. It's just, yeah, you know, it has these kind of problems. And I guess it's also like something that's for GG to address in PoE too. Like these are the areas where they need to improve. You know, they're already making a pretty badass game, but not in every regard. And if they can get these things right, while also, you know, competing or even beating D4 in some aspects, like, you know, for example, combat. If they can be somewhere on the same level of combat as D4, and also do a lot of other things right that D4 has fucked up, then yeah, they're gonna be obviously on a good track. But will they do that? Yeah, we'll see, I guess.
It would just be very difficult because, you know, like we need to be able to test this stuff and how the economy would work and so on. So it would be quite dangerous to put it into PoE 1 advanced, which isn't to say that could never happen, but it would be, it would be tricky to do that. As I said,
there's just so many changes that will have to happen
Yes.
in PoE 1 for such a
yes,
system
there would have to
address.
be a lot of changes to be able to make that work.
Very cool. Very cool. That's all the things I can think of for trade. That's that's great. People are going to be very excited.
Well, I guess we're coming up to 2 hours now, so we probably want to consider wrapping it up pretty shortly.
Yeah.
But if you have any last minute questions you want to get in or anything else you'd like to cover, then we can do that.
Let me pick a few here. I wrote way too many questions. I have another like 40, so we definitely won't get through all of them.
All right.
Let's see. I labeled some as important. Right. Global announcements and things like that is like a big feel of what makes the game feel alive for me. Is that something we continue to see in PoE 2? And will we get more options for them? Like, let's say I want to see like anyone over level 90 die.
I would have to think about that, but I mean, sure, we'll definitely still have them. I would have to talk. I think everyone over level 90 would surely start to get a bit spammy. But I mean, look, we could. I'll talk about this. There's not a thing that has come up before about being able to customize those, so I'll
Yeah.
have to.
Cool.
But just global announcements will certainly be a
yeah,
thing.
yeah, they'll still.
Yeah, awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, these are desperately missing from Diablo 4 right now. I mean, at least in the 3 we have like the conquest and stuff in like for day 1 of the season, but yeah, like stuff like, you know, first player to hit 100, first player to kill Lilith, and all this kind of bullshit, you know, and dies at, you know, number 1 in the ladder, like all this kind of bullshit is just like missing, man, really badly in D4.
So masteries are removed in PoE 2, right?
Correct.
Why are they removed? And are we going to see the return of things like cluster jewels?
Why did we remove?
The reason we removed them is because we felt that we would rather put the things that were special in masteries
That's right.
into nodes in the tree itself. And we just kind of felt like, I mean, the reason why masteries existed in the first place is to allow those niche stats to be put in the tree without having to define exactly where you went on the tree. But I don't necessarily know that we really love that. Like, I think I actually kind of prefer that they're just in a specific
No.
location. You have to go to where they are, and that's fine. But basically, anything that's special about masteries should be just in the tree itself.
Yeah, because the downside of what masteries did is it made the stats on the notables feel rather basic, because
Yeah.
all they have is
Yeah.
just a bigger
Yeah.
number of the small node, right?
Yeah.
And you
So
lose a lot of the flavor.
We
that
want the notables to
had.
be. We want the notables to be the flavorful thing, and that I think is better. Yep.
Well-
So we just think it's better designed to not have them.
Then I only have one, the most important question, save for the end. Pineapple on
Yeah.
pizza, yay or nay? Both of you.
Absolutely not.
And absolutely yes, I love it.
Oh my god. All right. There it is. Thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate that. That was a boatload of new information. So yeah, thanks so much for taking time to be here.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you
and-
very much.
Yeah,
And,
soon PoE
yeah,
2
hopefully
beta.
Yep, and hopefully,
Yeah.
hopefully we get to do another one of these before too long.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye
Thank you very
bye.
much.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Well, it was pretty interesting to listen to, at least. Actually, it took forever to go through this now, with like all the pausing and stuff. We already skipped like the first 40 minutes because I had them yesterday. Pineapple on pizza. I'm also a pineapple on pizza enjoyer, although I don't really have it very often. Like turtles. Turtles are cute. Is last Epoch worth it? Hell yes. Yeah, but, speaking of last Epoch, I think in 4 hours actually we're gonna have a little like talk with Fluffin and the boys. Not sure exactly what we're gonna do. Let me see if I got an update on that. Yeah, apparently gonna be 5 people or so. So I can turn on the music again, right? Let's know. Where is it? Okay. There's a Legion coming in 9 minutes. This is a bit late. Delay for next character. Today, campfire chat or patch information. I think they said there's something coming today, yes. I think there was like a post on Twitter from Adam. No campfire chat though. I'm gonna do Druid runs today. I've already done like a bunch of Druid runs earlier. I'm not sure if we have like a party now or something. Did I open a chest already? No, right? McFlurry and Boys, yes. Hopefully there is that Epoch on console at some point. I guess that's the idea. But I mean, it's obviously like a huge undertaking, so that's probably not a priority for the start. Great, I just teleported from up there. Got 10 summon mods if I want to do Rota. Do I at least have to go kill Vashan a little bit. 10 summon mods, so we can do 20 kills I guess with 4 people. If you can find 2 more maybe. And he has some great ideas, both PoE and D4 could benefit from yoinking some of them. Yeah, I agree. Like this SSF and trade stuff, for example, is pretty huge. I mean, you don't have to like, make something like factions, like, you know, like in LAE, for example, but, you know, just like this whole thing, like, you know, prophecies or something, like, that gives you items that can't be tradable, but they may be like more powerful or something, and there's whole like crafting stuff. I mean, there's like lots of really cool things in last Epoch that I like. I don't do PvP favors. I could, but I have like so many Vashamans right now, I'm not really down on them. I need to pick up on living steals. Max HP, Necromancer, and charge by with peak fun of D4. Why do you add me for that comment? Because I wholeheartedly disagree. You really want D4 to be the best, but the foundation is so weak to build anything upon? It's kind of funny because every time someone says something about the foundation of D4, everyone always just says, yeah, D4 has a good base, but it needs more stuff, and they can just build on it. And now we have someone saying that the foundation is so weak. So how come you're saying that the foundation is so weak? What exactly makes you think that? Because I always hear exactly the opposite. Everyone thinks the foundation is very good, and then we're just missing more stuff. Well, by the way, Duja, about the clan, yeah, I do have a clan, but I'm not sure if we have slots right now. I have not actually personally invited anyone to that clan. That was mostly handled by Nini. Still get a lot of sinners from these shrine events there too. When will leader what's be here? Well, I expect. When is it? 27 or 5th, I guess. Probably 5th. I think that's more likely. It's gonna be like pretty much halfway through the season. So this will be the time for a mid-season patch. You know, they have more time to do balance updates, they have more time to bring back the vampiric powers, they have more time to finish the Gauntlet. They give LE some time to release. And yeah. I think it's gonna be 5th of March, if you ask me. Shit, man. This bug is annoying. Direction is like saying, oh, this dude only does bad things, but deep inside he's a good person. I mean, there are people like that, no? Better fire or ice? Yeah, Blizzard Sorc is the best right now, I think. Let's try this. I think itemization, for example, isn't like a fundamental aspect of an ARPG. It is, yeah. And I mean, pretty much everyone agrees that current itemization is kind of shit. And this is why they're doing a major rework of that in, you know, just a few weeks from now, basically. So, there you go. No meteors. I also hear about like Meteor Blizzard combo. Apparently that's a thing. Might try it before I transition to full Meteor when I get the helm, but I haven't found the helm yet. When will Arclash be updated on Maxroll? What's the issue with it? The Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets. Wait, there's no Pain Gorgeous in the Maxroll build? For real? No, Flar. What the fuck did you do that? Starts in 0 seconds. Yeah, I'm not sure why you didn't put any stuff there. I see it says gravitational aspect and stuff. I'm gonna shoot him a message to do that. I guess that would be the way to play, unless he has a good reason not to play it. But I mean, for Arclash, I guess the expectation would be to play Pain Gorgeous. And not like just proc gravitational ball lightning. Am I alone here? Oh, fuck, I just turned crossbow off, right? I'm gonna try to catch another instance. I mean, I don't know, maybe the build that North made is actually just better. I'm doing Helltide all day. Yeah, it's kind of strange that there's no pingers in the Arclash builds. Not sure what North has been up to lately, how much he has been like playing the season and updating the guides. I was just surprised that he didn't put them in from the start. Even though we didn't know like how they would work exactly before season launch. To me that seemed kind of strong. Guys have any problems with Vizier constructs? Yeah, it's like the little flying, the lightning guys, right? They're pretty nasty. Rogue doesn't have basic attack builds now. PE interview on Sunday, what is that about? Well, we just watched Cicerone's interview with Jonathan that he had like, I don't know, 1.5 weeks ago or something. And I will have a similar one with Jonathan, the game director of PoE2. So we're gonna sit here on stream and talk about stuff. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, chat will be a nightmare, I guess. During an interview. But yeah, let's hope for the best. Well, I guess the YouTube chat might be somewhat acceptable. Is there something like emote only chat? I mean, we need the emote only chat on YouTube as well, just in case. But I think this doesn't exist. My fucking god. How many opals do you get there? Arclight build is not the same as a pure basic attack build. Yeah, but isn't the idea that you actually make it like a pure, like, you know, ping gorger attack build and stuff like that? I mean, that's the whole point of it now. Like, I know last season this was like just by far better because ball lightning was busted and stuff, and you just like proc as many ball lightnings as possible, but I guess now you definitely have the option of ping gorgers to actually make like a basic attack build for Sorc and just have it be an actual basic attack build and not like a pseudo ball lightning build. So I guess that should be the idea, no? At least that's my understanding. I haven't tried playing Arclash. The construct setup and those things still the best one. Yeah, like resource is nice, efficiency is nice, flash of adrenaline. That's it. I mean, you don't need much else. Yeah, I'll ask Nova about, you know, this Arclash stuff. I don't know, maybe he just strongly disagrees with Pain Gorgeous, and maybe Pain Gorgeous is not the way to play Arclash, and ball lighting procs and stuff is the way. I know it was the way last season, maybe it's still the way. But I kind of feel like, you know, the idea would be to actually make an Arclash build that is like based on Arclash, right? So at least that's how I would approach making that build. Even if it's not necessarily stronger than the trigger ball lightnings as much as possible variant. I'd like to use the Pain Gorgeous and stuff. It sounds very fun actually to try to make them work. Arclash does no damage with our other glove. Yeah, I guess you have to solve the single target somehow, and there's not many good ways of solving it. But I mean, there's unstable currents, right? If you throw in a flicker step and unstable currents and then a swipe on the boss and evade a little bit, and just have perma unstable currents, that should probably do the trick. But I guess that brings it like very close to ball lighting territory again, right? You just like put in gravitational aspect again and then trigger ball lightnings and stuff. I don't know, we'll see. I want to try some Arclash myself. Less than 10 seconds to kill a T100 boss. That sounds really good, actually. If you can consistently do that. I think charge will be better enables are based on how fast you can loot drops from monsters and chests. I mean, I guess the looting will not be the biggest problem in the Gauntlet. I'm not sure exactly how it's gonna work and how often it drops and all that. But yeah, I mean, charge is relatively good at that because you can, like, you know, carry all the monsters with you and then they drop the loot and you can pick it up immediately. As opposed to other builds where, like, the loot is, like, you know, scattered everywhere and you have to run through it. So charge will be very useful actually for that. And yeah, the idea is also for my build here, I'm definitely probably gonna play something very similar to this in Gauntlet. We might remove the left click and put like a war cry there. We might remove the rallying cry as well. Maybe just remove the rallying cry and put war cry or something. I'm not sure if we want to include steel grass, but I think not. Then you could the grandfather, you could the Shaco, could the Tibalds. I could probably start a skies as well actually. We could probably try to make that work. And then you put like, okay, accelerating stays there on a two-handed. Put brawlers on a normal slot. You might not need unrelenting fury if you have starless guys anyway. I don't really use the double swing that much. You might not need edge masters either, so we can do some compromises there. You might want to keep berserk gripping, but maybe not. Maybe the bleeding is not too important. Because most stuff is getting one shot. Can worst case put bleeding on a pet or something. Right now it's breaking, safeguard, resource. You may not need breaking. Or safeguard, so it can be Evernight and bleeding, for example. For the bosses. We have no free skins for the construct or color changes depending on what stones are used. It actually does change the color depending on the stones it uses. If you have a firefly on it, for example, it will be like orange. Oof, man, I'm really not looking forward to farming more hell tides of this fucking bug all the time. Holy. Promise everybody uses the same two stones. Yeah, it'll save me a bigger problem, the balance between the stones. 1 second. Okay. I was like fucking fly annoying me, and it was just sitting on my cup. So I took it outside. Got her. I'm not even sure how the fly got in here. Kind of strange. They changed Gauntlet so it now buffs damage against the target as first hit, or still only against the pulled in enemies. As far as I know, it always worked against all enemies, including the one that was first hit. Because people use it for boss killing builds, for example. So did it come in again, or is there a second one? I'm going to fly my cup, but I kicks up. I kicks up also a fly, true. There's another fly here. What the fuck? It might be the same one, maybe I didn't notice it coming in again. So maybe I wasn't successful. Well, you know, it's usually say increases damage against folding enemies. Oh no, they didn't. They never changed the tooltip of Godslayer, so they might have changed the functionality, but as far as I know, it always worked against the original target. The tooltip was never changed as far as I know. Anyway, I'm using it in the boss killing build right now as well, and this works fine. Thanks, Rowana. Maybe Bliss bugged my place. So now we have the flies here. Oh, no. Okay, we have 20 minutes left and we've done the chests on both characters, right? Oh, is there like one more? I mean, did I open 2 chests or one? I think I did 2. How are you doing, Nini, by the way? Nice to see you here today. How was your stream? What am I doing? Guess I can do some of the whispers. Guess we did them on this character actually. Just ran a dungeon. Enjoy, Nini. Yeah, they brought back the bug again of the chest. It's very annoying. As I mentioned it all, they re-added the chests. I don't think they've even noticed yet. So we'll see, I guess. And maybe when the update comes, you're gonna also get that fixed. Been too quiet about Gauntlet and mid-season stuff. Yeah, it has been quite quiet, that's true. Hope we're gonna get some. At least give us a date or, you know, something. Like his fire snake, man. Got his room. So probably in the middle. Everything dies. Kinda cool. I've got some. I didn't Ben do like Uber Maven like a long time ago already? I saw him like practicing on standard and then I left and started stream and stuff. But I was like before my stream already, no? Isn't he full clip by now? Was he still stalling? It was a hell. Serious Maven Elder, okay. Is Frozen Orb playable as a single skill? Yeah, Frozen Orb is fine. I like it a lot actually. Gustav? Don't want the free or what? Yeah, I mean like with higher paragons you don't need dexterity on your gear anymore basically because you get it from paragons and then you go for other stats. It just becomes like worthless and less the more you have. That's why. Had a flip. Can I show us the builds? This is Maxroll Blizzard build. Check that out. I don't have a planner. Not my own. This is from Northfar. Well, Northfar has something very close to this, I guess. Oh, it reminds me, I wanted to try X-Far instead of Blue Rose. Let's see. Maze teleported straight into one of the series apparition attacks. Great. Yeah, this Aziri apparition stuff is completely fucked, I guess. Who came up with that? Teleport and Frost Nova build viable Gauntlet builds. Teleport Frost Nova. How do you plan to deal damage? I guess I do quite a lot of damage in a Gauntlet to be competitive. If you can't do that consistent 5 million plus DPS, I don't think you have a Gauntlet build. Ice Shards. I'm not sure if Ice Shards has a burst on bosses that you need. Even though it's like a pretty heavy single target oriented skill, it doesn't really have like the output, I think, to actually kill the Gauntlet bosses very fast. But maybe. You have 90k armor, that's a lot, Sherson. That's a bit too much. But yeah, Juggernaut aspect makes things very simple. Although currently I have Disobedience here and no Juggernauts because with Isos Heirloom, I'll be run Juggernaut. I'll ever show you my capstone dungeons with tier 4 as Rouge. I can do it relatively early if you play a ranged rogue. You kind of know what you're doing. I've done it like at 50 and at 51 this season. It wasn't so hard. But yeah, I mean, depends on how experienced you are. Maybe wait until 60 at least or so. I'll plug like 1 or 2 more until the next outside. 404 error code on the 4 patch note website. It's being updated. Poggers, let's go. And he just announced 1 million player mark. Damn. That's pretty nice. I know they announced the 500k like, I don't know what, a year ago or something. Looking forward to server crashing on February 21st. Yeah. It's gonna be fun on hardcore. I'm playing Business Blood right now. Good Necro hardcore build for first time playing hardcore. Yeah, Blood Surge, I guess. It's like the best leveling build in general, and since it's blood, you stack life and to all power. So that should be pretty nice. I mean, just make sure you have Blood Mist in your build, I guess. So you can get out of hairy situations. Meteor better Starfall or regular Shaco? I've not seen a Meteor build that doesn't run the new helm, at least lately, so I think the new helm is really a big enabler.
How can I help?
Yeah, I wonder how this Epoch is gonna evolve over time. I guess I don't have really like the the big manpower to like redo the game or redo the engine very much and stuff like that. But maybe they can like, do improvements over time. And PoE 1 has done a pretty good job at just like updating the game's engine and graphics and everything over time as well. Pretty sure it will be possible for last Epoch too. They're already starting out in a more modern framework. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I guess, having like a certain outdated engine is always gonna have like some fundamental problems. But I'm not really sure, like, if they have any in last Epoch right now or what. Game overall seems fine. I hope that they're gonna like, introduce interesting seasonal mechanics. And then also interesting combat. And more stuff like that. And boss fights and stuff. Yeah, 1.0 has a graphics update already in last Epoch, that's true. Oh, nose claw, thank you. For 2 subs. Quit Diablo because you got bored? Do you feel that sometimes? I'm not really getting bored, to be honest. I mean, it's always like moments when I'm like more excited than others and so on. But, I always have something to do. I have like projects I want to do for a season. Certain characters I want to level or certain builds. Certain things I want to try. And so on. But yeah, on the other hand, I'm also very much looking forward to like the LE launch soon. Actually, I could just log into last Epoch a little bit today, anyway. In preparation of the event later. Let's see if my Fluffin actually replied here. Trying to catch up a bit with their chat and stuff and see what's going on later. Lead target is in 3 hours, I think. We double check. Yes. Okay. I'm still gonna try to organize it for later. But it will be fine. It's like something like, you know, kind of chill and casual. We're gonna do later with the last Epoch boys. Just gonna talk about like Falconer and, you know, 1.0 stuff, I guess, and, you know, lots of questions, I guess, if anyone has any. It'll be fun. Oh, we got patch notes? Wait a minute. What did I miss? Ah, here, from Crucible. I checked it out, actually. Alright, it's 8 PM, so... Maybe to beat? Okay. 1.3.2. February 13. Okay, it's on Tuesday, I guess. Okay, next week. Uber unique crafting, here it is. Patches out, they say. Uber unique items are highly sought after. With Season of Blood, we introduce target farming Uber unique items at Uber Duel that gives players another source of acquiring this type of item. However, we want to give players increased autonomy in obtaining the desired Uber unique by addressing feedback that expressed how acquiring duplicate or undesired Uber unique items lessens that feelings of triumph. A new system empowers players to make use of duplicate and undesired Uber unique items by establishing them for a new resource, which can be used to eventually craft an Uber unique of their choosing. Additionally, the chance for Uber unique items to drop everywhere but in Uber Druid encounters has been increased. Okay, Uber unique items can now be salvaged to provide a new resource, Resplendent Sparks. Players can spring 5 Resplendent Sparks to the Alchemist and transmute an Uber unique of their choice. Okay, so it's 5-to-1 trade. Okay, I kind of expected something like that. Which is probably the most lazy and uncreative solution. But I guess it's a solution for now. Let's hope we're gonna fix that later. The Refine Resources tab at the Alchemist has been renamed Transmute. Okay. Now the people window for crafting Uber uniques that won't display the items affixes. Okay. Is it not anymore? It's still an Uber. I mean, you have to salvage 5 of them, you know? I mean, how many of you guys have 5 Uber uniques, guys? 5 that you don't want, yeah. So, there's that. I mean, I do, actually, but... I mean, it's like a very effective bad luck protection system, which is good. And I think it's a fair system. I think it's a boring system, but it's a fair system. I think like finding 5 of the wrong Ubers to make the one they want is pretty good. That's pretty powerful. So it's kind of like, you know, nearly guarantees. Let's say you do like a season and yeah, it's a 1 in 50 drop. So let's say you do 400 Durials, you have 8 drops. You know, you have either 5 or 6 items in the pool. And you know, if 8 drops, it's very likely you're gonna get one of those that you want, and then you can like salvage all the rest and get another one that you want or something. So I think that's fair. And that puts you at like, you know, something like 100 hours or so time investment to have a really solid chance of getting what you want. Exclamation mark patch notes. Drop rate of uber unique items acquired outside of uber Druid encounters has been increased. Now that's kind of interesting. But doesn't tell us anything. Great. Examples? Or something? Okay. Has been doubled. And then we doubled it. Yeah. Oh man. Well, I mean, it could mean anything. Yeah, maybe we can data mine that. I think we actually have the drop rates on the data mine since recently, so we're building like a pretty big data mine database on Maxroll right now, so we probably have that. From 100,000 years to 5,000 years. I mean, it's a times 20 improvement. That's pretty good. Okay, the cursed shrine event now gives the shrine bonus at the start of the event instead of when it is finished. What? Who asked for that, and how does that make any sense? Okay. Fix an issue where screen reader. Okay, screen reader stuff. Season of Construct. Wait, this is old? No, this is not old. Okay. Fix an issue where visual wasp constructs were not affected by immobilizing effects. Yeah, we were just talking about the visual constructs, right? That one-shot people. At least now they're not affected by immobilizing effects. Fix an issue where a tutor for igneous cause was missing information. The fuck? Yeah, they had 1 weight. The Uber Uniques had a weight of 1. And the most rare regular Uniques had, I think, 400,000. And then there were, I think there were like 3 rarity tiers, like 400,000, 600,000, 800,000, and then 1 for the Uber Uniques. But I don't know exactly how the unique drop system works. If, like, you know, any item, like if it was like the rarity first, or like rather it rolls the item type first and then the rarity, like in D2 for example. Or if like an item drops and it just like has a chance to roll unique and then it rolls, you know, whatever unique basically randomly or something. Not sure how it works. I'm not sure if that has been figured out yet. I guess you would have to ask some people that actually did like the target farming strat back in season 0 for Tempest Roar. But I've never seen any conclusive data on that. People were trying to farm like cultists for more head drops. Fix an issue where the only first person in the party would get credit for looting obelisk whispers. Fix an issue where arcane charms and horizon could have multi braces. Okay. Ah, here. Fix an issue where attacks from Malphas could still damage players after he's defeated. That's cool. Yeah, that's just my patch notes guide. Guys, yeah. I made it into the patch notes. Okay. Fix an issue with a season journey objective. Keeper of nothing will reference Purse Warning to summon Echo. Okay. Fix an issue where final quest could be started. Okay, whatever. Gameplay. Fix an issue where treasure goblins could fail to spawn while fighting errors. Fix an issue where enemies killed via execute could not drop loot. Ah, it's the second thing I've encountered lately. But I'm probably not fixing it because of that. Fix an issue where a Metal of Silic was not always rolling the maximum value. Okay. Oh shit, they're fixing advanced rapid fire. Fix an issue where advanced rapid fire would incorrectly override the bonus of other sources. Yo. That was actually big, okay. Yeah, that's about it, I guess. Yeah, I mean, okay, so most of the other stuff is kind of small and bug fixes and stuff, but yeah, I mean, the item crafting is coming, so that's pretty huge. So I really wonder what that means. That could mean anything, really, but we'll see. I really hope that they're gonna introduce something like, you know, higher monster level equals higher chance, so that higher Nightmare Dungeon tiers have a purpose and stuff like that. Else this would be relatively pointless. I don't think they will create such a nuanced system, so I'm gonna be disappointed, but let's see. Did they fix the chat issue? I mean, we have mods for that. Bonk. Patches on Tuesday, guys. No wild impulses there, I think. No. Surprised they didn't fix the Sorcerer teleporting in different rooms doing Obermalphas. Yeah, this might be harder to fix, I don't know. Increase the drop rate, yes. I guess we can do a short recording here. I mean, first I wanna like, what do you guys think about this? Let's say, I don't know, like, what is like an acceptable drop rate? What do we expect here? It's useless.
Can I help you? Farewell, and good fortune.
I mean, it's calculated in hours. Let's say you farm efficiently. You know, let's say you do like 5-minute dungeon runs. Like, how often would you expect an Uber unique to drop? I mean, how often do you get uniques in general from dungeons, first of all? I mean, in the vaults are actually pretty rewarding. I guess you get like a unique every 5 runs or something. So how many uniques do you have to find to get an Uber? I guess the number should be minimum a few hundred. Or so. I mean, we already have like a few dozen uniques. Okay, not every class has access to every unique, but every class has like, I don't know, how many uniques in the loot pool for just that class, right? Probably like 2 dozen or 3 dozen or something. There's a lot of like generic uniques in the game, Frostburn and, you know, whatever. So yeah, I guess like, you know, 1 Uber unique every like few hundred unique drops would probably make some sense. I think the Uber system is killing the game. Yeah, people are like really hyper focusing on Uber uniques because it's like the only real grind there is right now. There's nothing else to grind, right? There's no levels to grind. There's no cool items to grind. There's no rare items you want to find because, you know, the itemization is very shallow and stuff like that. So the Uber grind is literally the only thing that the game has right now for someone who actually wants to put in some time. Because there's no challenging content, no aspirational content, no, you know, nothing. So this is why people do it so much, I think. Not necessarily because they want to do something with those Ubers, just because it's the only thing to do. Thanks, Crusher. And Biff Malibu. The culture of the game makes them things to do. Yeah, this is why I will always make build guides without Uber uniques. We're also gonna keep the Uber uniques out of all of the Maxroll guides. Outside of, like, you know, the Uber unique variant or something. But the standard is never gonna be Uber uniques. But yeah, I mean, I wonder what the drop rate will actually be. So if you say, okay, like, you know, the rare uniques right now, they have a weight of 400,000, like, you know, Tempest Roar, etc. And then you have the medium uniques at 600,000. And then you have like the common uniques, like Wind Force, that are like 800,000. Currently, Uber uniques have a drop rate of 1. So let's say they raise that to like 10,000 instead of 1. I think something like that would be okay. Initially times 10,000 improvement. Maybe you're gonna see someone actually finding an Uber drop now. Outside of the real. For leaderboards, the Ubers must be removed. I disagree with that. I mean, casuals might think they have a chance, you know, getting like a top spot if they only had the gear and then compete with the blasters, but the truth is that they will not have a chance against the blasters, even with the same gear. That's just how it is. So I think you don't need to like remove the grind just to like have a fair competition. You know, if you don't want to put in the hours to get the grind done, then you're most likely not going to be someone who actually has even a chance to compete, even if you did that grind. That's just how it is. Yeah, and I'm not trying to like sound condescending here, it's just the reality. People always are high on copium thinking that they could beat the people that put thousands of hours into the game, just if only they had the same character. Only the truth is that's not the case. Unless you're like a, you know, a really good gamer or something. I mean, there are cases like that, I guess, that just don't have enough time. But most people not only like the time, but also the experience, for example. If only I had the same baseball bat. Yeah, I mean, it's just that's just the truth you have to face. You know, like a casual player that just doesn't play enough, like, just has already lost, even if you give them the perfect character. You need to spend time in the game to get good.
You saved my life.
So this whole like, okay, you know, trying to remove the grind from the games just so that the competition is more fair. I mean, okay, it's like an interesting argument. You're like, right, okay, should we make a mode where the grind doesn't matter? And I mean, we had that in Diablo 3, right? No one liked it. Everyone hated challenge drifts. We had a mode where the grind didn't matter. Everyone could compete on completely the same terms with the character and the dungeon laid out. Now we just have the dungeon laid out for everyone, but not the character. And I think that actually makes it more exciting, because now you can actually try stuff, and you can actually try your own build as well. You can see how you fare, even with the scuffed character that you make, or whatever. Which definitely makes it more exciting, I think. And there's actually room for creativity, potentially, like, you know, sneak in a victory. Where, you know, someone comes up with like a build at some point that actually suits this whole thing much better or something. That can happen. So at least there you have a path out to get a victory, even without a grind, potentially. Or at least as much. Yeah, the fix rapid fire, that's kind of big. Well, it's gonna make one-shots even easier, I guess. 30% extra damage, that's kind of big. It's also really big for a pen RF for a Gauntlet, to be honest. So I was considering doing like Barrage Gauntlet, but I mean, I might still do Barrage Gauntlet even with the rapid fire fix, but we'll see. I mean, the rapid fire fix is relatively large. Without Shaco, you have zero hope to be on leaderboard. I mean, that's just untrue. I mean, the reality is that, you know, like, it's like, usually it's always like an exponential curve, you know, at the top end. Like, you know, the top end of players is like significantly better than even like, you know, the top 1% of players. And, you know, those are again significantly better than, you know, the top 10% of players, for example, and so on. So, you know, the Shaco is not gonna lift you up from being like a 1% player to a 0.1% player. It's just gonna make you slightly stronger. You know, ultimately the Shaco is not that impactful, especially for a tier 70 like content that we're gonna get. So you still have to play well. And, you know, the Shaco is not the absolute, like, you know, end-all be-all thing. Or like any of the other Uber uniques. If the content was like higher end, then maybe, but the content is low end enough in the Gauntlet that something like a Shaco won't matter too much. And perfect gear won't matter too much. And on top of this, I mean, not only can you bring your own build, but you can also bring your own strategy in clearing the Gauntlet. Which is another thing, right? So there's not just the gear factor. You have the gear, you have the strategy, the route, you have the build, you have, you know, the gameplay. So there are actually a lot of different factors that play a role. And the Shaco is not the only one. Yeah, exactly. In FPS, it's like way more obvious to see the differences between the, you know, the top 0.1% of pros and the top 1% of pros or so, right? Like you actually see these guys just like shitting on everyone else. You don't see it so easily in games like ARPGs because it's like, you know, very harder to express and also understand the nuances of like gameplay skill. But you will see it in the Gauntlet rankings. No recording done soon. We were just discussing stuff. Yeah, let's just look at the PoE Gauntlet, you know. Like the PoE Gauntlet has sufficiently high-end difficulty that even the best players in the world, you know, cannot beat it basically, or maybe, you know, one, you know. And you can very clearly see the gap that the top players have over everyone else. And even those people that even got like pretty high to like, you know, let's say level 90 or level 95 in the Gauntlet without even killing a single boss, they are already way above, you know, all the other people, you know, that just casually play the game. You know, there's a huge gap. And there's not many people at the top, you know. There's never many people at like the super top end level. It's like a very, very small group of people. Yeah. And you see this everywhere. Wherever there's competition, you have like, you know, these very few like absolute cracks. So all the stuff like, oh, you won't be able to compete in the Gauntlet. Yeah, you won't get the rank 1 without a Shaco. But you can certainly get into top 10 or something. If you're good enough. The problem is just that the people that, you know, don't have the time or the will to grind a Shaco will most likely not be good enough to get into top 10 in the first place. That's just how it is. Unpopular opinion, Shaco is not that hard to get. Well, it has just gotten not hard to get actually with the new patch coming on Tuesday, so there's that. All you have to do is kill Duriel on average 250 times, and you have a Shaco. Which is like a fairly acceptable number, I think. Not that I accept the Duriel grind as the grind it is, but in terms of the time investment, I think it's very acceptable. Now, if they only make it more fun to acquire the Shaco, that would be great. Yeah, I mean you can grind up like a Duriel summon in roughly half an hour, and that's by yourself without any trading. Like, you know, if you actually trade items, you can also buy Duriel sets, but let's say you grind it all yourself. One Duriel set per half hour is pretty, you know, realistic, I guess, for most people, if you're somewhat efficient. So you get 2 Duriel sets per hour, times 4, you have 8 Duriel sets per hour. So you're looking at like 30 something hours of grinding to get enough Duriel sets to do rotations to kill Duriel 250 times. And to kill Duriel 250 times, that takes like another few hours and you're done with that. So you're talking about like maybe 40 hours or something to do 250 Duriel kills. And then you have, statistically, a Shaco. And maybe you get lucky you have it before that even. So I think that's totally fine. 1 in 250 is far fetched. No, you're not gonna drop a Shaco into, well, actually on the Rogue and on wait, which class? Yeah, actually Rogue, Druid and Sorc, you're actually gonna drop a Shaco 1 in 250 on average as well. But outside of that, I was talking about, you know, it takes 250 tries to get 5 Ubers that you can then salvage to get a Shaco from the craft. It's a 5-to-1 conversion. So if you 5 times don't get a Shaco, you're gonna salvage them all and you have a Shaco if you want. So not only do you have 5 chances to actually find a Shaco, but you can also salvage them into a Shaco. So realistically, the average expected amount is actually lower than 250 runs. Yeah. We need to open 4 living steel chests an hour to get 2 Duriel sets an hour. Yes. No. Yes. Yeah, 4 living steel chests. I mean, for living steel chests, you know, if you're fast, that's like half an hour. Maybe less even. So, it's not crazy. And then the rest is some Vashan stuff, and you know, with the current like insanely OP seasonal whispers, you can definitely do. You have to do roughly like 3 whisper turn-ins, I think, to get like a 2 Vashans, right? 1 or 2. I think every time you turn in whispers, you get 2 organs, right? So I have to do 2 turn-ins for 1 summon, and then sometimes I get a Crotasteptors. So yeah, I think something like around 3 to 4 turn-ins gives you a Duriel from the Marshan side. And yeah, if you only do the seasonal whispers, these here, you can complete them in like roughly 2 to 3 minutes, get a turn-in. So times 4, let's say, very pessimistically, it's like 12 minutes. Plus 2 living steel chests, also around 50 minutes. Yeah, so it comes around down to like half an hour per Duriel, and that's kind of pessimistic, I think. You can do faster than half an hour per Duriel. And then you get sometimes double drops from the bosses. You get the shards double drops, you get the X double drops. And so on. So I guess if you like really average it out for like an efficient player, it's probably closer to like the 3 Duriels per hour or so, instead of 2. But let's say it was 2, you know, to like make it not Omega try hard. How rare was Headhunter before this leak? Well, it was that rare that almost everyone who even played like thousands of hours has never found one on the ground. So everything that was extremely rare and valuable, like super crazy drops before this leak, were actually that. And now people have just found all the stuff like 20 times more often. Or 100 times more often or so. I guess this leak is something like a times 100 multiplier on the whole magic find stuff. If you count it all together, it seems. Or somewhere in this ballpark at least. So like current PvE League is like, you know, way out of the ordinary. Thanks, Jonesy. Find complete random from Druid is a problem in the game. Most players are angry about this. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this is also like a big point that I had in my recent video where I talked about my Season 4 wishlist. And I hope that they're gonna just, you know, this is just like the bandit solution for now to give us a chance to get Uber drops. And, you know, maybe in Season 4 they're gonna introduce like another boss or two and they're gonna put Ubers there. And then, you know, it's gonna spread out a little bit, right? They have like maybe 3 Uber drops from Duriel and they have 3 from the other guy. And you found this guy and you found that guy and you have like a much more realistic chance to actually get exactly the drop you want. And maybe you're gonna make more bosses and then there's gonna be 2 drops there, 2 drops there, and 2 drops there. And eventually you're gonna have maybe 1 Uber drop for all of them. So, you know, something like that. Yeah, I mean, this would just make the most sense, right? Like, no one wants to farm and just kill Duriel like 1,000 times over every single season. Even with this pity system in the game, basically, right? So... yeah, we definitely need more bosses and more targeting. Like, this is... you know, this is just like another... this is like a band-aid for another band-aid, basically, right? It's just like, okay, you have like a bad luck protection system now. And I do see the point that this seems steep for many people. But the reality is, it's not too crazy if you try. Getting 5 Uber Uniques is not too crazy if you try. And you're gonna get the guaranteed one of what you want, if you don't already find it on the way there. You have 8 Ubers and 1200 kills. Yeah, that is like an extremely unlucky side. You went for normal uniques, you want something like a primal version. Oh my god, stay away with that shit. We already have 925 loot everywhere. You have 2 and 600 kills. That's actually insane. Yeah. And it's just how RNG works out sometimes. But I mean, the fact is, the drop rate is 2%-ish. I'm not sure if that was ever like exactly confirmed to be 2.00, but I've seen like a pretty large data set that suggests it's 2%. So I kind of trust that. And even if it's like slightly off, you know, even if it's like, you know, 1.5 or 2.5 or something, you know, it wouldn't really change the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I mean, now everyone can bring the anecdotes, like, you know, how unlucky they got or how lucky they got. And if you put it all together, we probably come down to like 2% again. If people count it correctly and set the right numbers, of course. You have 1 in 10 kills on softcore and 1 in 1 kill on hardcore. Holy shit, dude. I mean, how many Ubers do I have now? I have 3 Andes, 3 Silex, that's 6. 2 Doomies, that's 8. And a Grandfather. I have 9 Ubers. And I have killed the boss, I don't know exactly, maybe 300 times this season. So I got very lucky with my drops. Definitely more than expected. But I'm not sure, like maybe I miscounted my kills, like I didn't really keep track of them. So yeah, I got very lucky at the start. Like the first like 120 kills or so, I also had nothing. In fact, no one in the party had anything. Like we did like 100 Duriels and no one got a single Uber. That was actually wild. Yeah. And yeah, and then they just kind of start dropping every few dozen runs or something, so. That's the issue. RNG, you can surmise an average, but nothing is guaranteed. Yeah, but that's exactly what we know why they made this here, right? That's exactly why they just made this. This is like the bad luck protection system, basically. And it sounds fair enough to me. You know, this is like something where I say, okay, you know, I can guarantee every single season with like hating my life up to a certain point, you know, I can get all the items I want. And I don't need to hate my life more than that point. So that's, you know, it's a pretty fair pity system, I think. Five Ubers, yeah. Yeah, I just did a calculation. 5 Ubers if you're an efficient player and you're willing to group up for rotas, so that's of course the assumption. So let's not say a solo player. 5 Ubers will take you roughly 40 hours. On average. And also we have this here. I mean, we don't know what this means. But it's also likely that he's going to find an Uber here and there. I don't know, you know, how often this will happen. Say bye-bye to Ubers casual. Yeah, they literally just made it a fuck ton easier to get Ubers, but say bye-bye to them. Exactly. That makes sense. That's a chatting take indeed, yeah. Is that 40 hours just farming Durio? No, this 40 hours means you grind Varshan and Grigor mods and kill Varshan and Grigor often enough and prepare the Durio mods all yourself without any trading. And then you do a rota of, you know, 250 Durio kills. That's the 40 hours. Maybe 50 hours if you're chilling a bit more. Like 10 hours, like let's say 10 hours for 50 kills. You have to farm 12.5 sets in 10 hours. I mean, that's like an extremely chill pace. Even with all the, like, you know, mini bosses you have to kill and everything. Yeah, 10 hours for 50 kills to get 1 drop, basically, on average. And this is at a chill pace, honestly. So, it's gonna be way faster. Like, the pace that I'm going, because, you know, I always go for, you know, fast Hell Tides, and I always go for fast Whispers, like the Seasonal Whispers here. I only do these Seasonal Whispers. And if you just, like, consistently do the Seasonal Whispers every time they pop up, you get so many fucking Marshal mats. If you just log in, every time the first thing you do is these fucking Seasonal Whispers, they take 3 minutes maximum. And you get a turn in. You get even more than a turn in, actually. They're just so good. So Varshan side is just no problem at all. And then you have to run a bunch of Helltide, basically. It's all because of the streamers who are complaining about duplication. Yeah, I'm sure they only fixed dupes because streamers complained, and not because it completely ruins the entire trade economy and the grind of the game. The patch notes look kind of meh. But I mean, this is a pretty huge thing here, actually. I mean, the rest is kind of whatever. Besides, like, you know, some bug fixes there. This is the huge news here. Yeah, it's pretty big news. I'm just discussing with chat. It's kind of interesting right now. Rob didn't complain about the dupes. Yeah, fixing Rogue Rapid Fire. I'm gonna mention that. Let's do a little recording, guys. Short YouTube recording. No refunds. Well, actually, we have refunds now. Here, 5-1. You take your 5 Steelix, you get a refund. Easy. Okay. Hi YouTube. I'm recording live on stream right now. We have some patch notes to share. Patch 1.3.2. Uber unique crafting is coming. So they've already teased this a while ago. I made a little update on that where Adam Flasher posted you should hold on to your Uber uniques. And here we are. So there's a huge developers note basically saying that, you know, they want to make it easier and they've increased the drop rates. We don't know exactly what that means. It just says the drop rates of Uber unique items has been increased outside of Uber Duriel encounters. So this could mean anything, literally. If you want to have any perspective, right now the drop weight of Uber uniques is 1. And I think of like the rare uniques, it's like 400,000. And then the more common ones are like 600,000 and 800,000. So they're literally hundreds of thousand times more rare than other uniques currently. This is why you never find them. So I guess the idea here is that they are actually buffed by a factor of, you know, thousands, so that you can actually have a realistic chance of finding one. But who knows? We'll see after the patch. But what is more interesting probably is this part here. So there's going to be a new resource that you can salvage your Uber uniques into. So this is something that I kind of like figured would happen already. Personally, I find this to be just a kind of like a band-aid solution, and I sincerely hope that long term we're going to get better ways of acquiring Ubers. For example, high tier dungeons, high tier content, more bosses, like the loot tables are spread out a bit more and you can actually target them a bit better. But for now, that's what you're going to get. So you can salvage Uber uniques into Resplendent Sparks, and you can bring 5 Resplendent Sparks to the Alchemist and then craft whichever Uber unique you want. So I've just been discussing this a bit of chat. Yeah, some people think that this is too costly. Personally, I think this is a really, really fair system. I just got a bit of like napkin math here. It takes roughly half an hour to grind a Duriel set. So it takes around an hour to grind 2 Duriel sets. You can multiply that by times 4 in a rota, so you can do something like 8, maybe even up to 10 Duriels per hour. It takes roughly 50 Duriels to find 1 Uber unique. So if you are an efficient player, I think you're looking at something like a grind of between 40 to 50 hours to get 5 random Uber unique drops on average. So of course people can get unlucky, some people can get lucky, but with the current drop rates, this seems to be like a fairly fair system. So even if you don't get the desired Uber unique in those 5 drops, you can take all of them to this blacksmith and then get whatever you want. Of course, some people might be slower or unlucky, and this still doesn't solve the solo player issue, unless this becomes really powerful here. But at least there is a path forward for people that get really unlucky, which I think is a fairly fair solution. So yeah, it will mean that casuals will still most likely not really see the Uber unique they want, but maybe they will see some of them. And for at least blasters that want to put in a few dozen hours or so, or maybe up to 100 hours in a season to farm Duriel, etc., you have a very, very good chance, nearly guaranteed at some point, if you're looking at like 100 hours, for example, to actually get it. So that's kind of a good system, I guess, at least for now. Let's hope they're going to improve that though. But yeah, I guess there's like mixed opinions on that, but this is my opinion. I think this is a very fair system for what we got right now. Ultimately, I don't want to farm Duriel 1,000 times every season though. Outside of this, there's not really too much in this patch. Bunch of bug fixes here, nothing crazy. One thing that stands out is the advanced rapid fire fix. So for the rogues, you can rejoice. You can now use advanced rapid fire again. In case you didn't know, this turned off the critical strike buff from precision. So you're actively gimping your character if you use this. But now this is actually the choice again. Not really much else in there. Just, you know, a bunch of like other like random fixes and stuff like that. But this kind of sums up the patch. This is coming on Tuesday, 13th of February. So yeah, basically next week on a typical patch day. So this is when you can go to the Alchemist. Do not salvage your items just yet. Just saying. And that's also it for this patch here. So I'm going to have this link in the description if you want to read up on all the details. Otherwise, hope you enjoyed this little clip here and see you guys next time. All right, we got this done. Bye, YouTube. Like and subscribe. Okay. Got this. Let me send a note. Okay. I can hear the outro song for YouTube videos. It's a nice song though. You like it? I like it. We need Magic Find in the game. We could do it 400 times, not one Uber. Oof. 400, not one Uber is insane, actually. You should play lottery. You spent all your bad luck. You have so much good karma now, after 400 euros of no Uber. You don't even believe it.
That's good salvage.
Yeah, good luck, Monkelos. Did we open both chests? I think we did, actually, right? The numbers people claim are such BS. I don't know. Maybe they're right, maybe not. I mean, it can happen, right? It can happen to get so unlucky. But yeah, I think if you play up to 100 hours, focusing entirely on Duriel grind, no buying Duriel mods, and then do rotas, you are nearly guaranteed to get what you want. At least one of the Ubers that you want. Like the Shaco or whatever. So... As I was still left in the cold, yeah. That's a huge problem, but maybe the increased drop rates will be fine, actually. Maybe if like an Omega Blaster, and you actually want to stay true SSF, you can just do like, you know, 9 dungeons on stuff, and yeah, maybe it works. We'll see. Probably not as efficient as farming Duriel, but... yeah, fix an issue where attacks from others could still damage planes. I forgot to mention that actually in the video now, but okay. Okay. So if random wardrobe is so much greater than Duriel. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Doing rotas against SSF? Yes. I mean, SSF means that you never group with anyone. Even if you don't necessarily trade the items with someone. You know, the idea of SSF is that you don't even group or anything. So yeah, of course, rotas would be against SSF. But yeah, I mean, I'm not claiming that I'm like, you know, full SSF or something right now. I'm doing Duriel rotas, I'm doing Malpass rotas because it's just like a fucking bullshit grind to do alone. It's just how it is. And, you know, I frankly just don't have the time to do it. I mean, okay, I guess I could if I really wanted. But I also want to play other builds and make other guides and all that stuff. So I can, like, you know, save myself 200 hours or 300 hours grinding fucking Hell Tides. And just, like, do more interesting stuff instead. And I'm doing that. So that's just how it is. Bro SF. Bro SF is fun. Thoughts about Uber stopping elsewhere? Yeah, I mean, we don't know, like, how good that upgrade is, you know. I just talked about it. I mean, they need to raise it by a factor of a few thousand to even be noticeable for most people, I guess. To even have a realistic chance of finding one at some point. But if they do that, yeah, I mean, you're gonna see some, but we don't know how much they raise it, so.
Come back and see us.
I played SF Hardcore Classic WoW for years. Yeah, like the hardcore WoW stuff was really fun. I still need to finish my rogue at some point, but with Season of Discovery out, it seems also kind of like useless to do. Normal just hardcore classic right now. So everyone's playing Season of Discovery that I have not touched actually. But yeah, someday I'm gonna log in on my rogue and finish the journey to level 60. I'm like level 42, I think. I have to do it like before expansion beta and before PoE beta, I guess. Yeah, I wanna have a realistic chance. Need an uber unique dopamine hit in your brain. Yeah, good luck. I mean, if you do like, you know, hundreds of runs and literally get nothing, I mean, yeah, the same happened to me. For me, I think it was like 120 runs or so for the first drop. So it wasn't as crazy, but yeah, it can happen. It's just how it is. But for me, like, you know, I calculate the odds. I mean, ARPGs, it's important to like know the odds and calculate the odds to actually like not despair in these moments. And you know, I know, okay, I'm gonna, like, you know, now especially with this like 5-to-1 crafting system, you know, I know, you know, I'm gonna find, let's say, 10 uber uniques, and I have extremely high chance of getting the thing I want anyway. Or if not, I'm gonna get so many of the duplicates that I can at least craft one and then, you know, save the other 5. And then, okay, how long does it take to grind 10 uber uniques? Well, it takes roughly 500 runs on average. So I just try to average it out, and then I'll see how lucky or unlucky I get, I guess. But at least you have, like, you know, the kind of like a benchmark to go for. Even if, you know, RNG is RNG. With such high numbers, it's like not too likely to like be that far off at least. And I mean, it can very well happen. You do like 300 runs without anything, and then you do like, you know, 10 more runs and get like 3 drops or something. I mean, that's just how it works sometimes. Yeah, it's arguments really worth it on PS Rock, don't just one-shot everything. Yeah, not really on like T100s and stuff. But it could get like accelerating, for example. Actually, level 99 already. Casual players who have 5 Ubers, raise your hand. Yeah, I mean, people that bought Dura mods, like the dupe mods and stuff, you know, it's quite likely, I guess. Because if you just buy a bunch of mods and run Dural over and over and over, it's very easy to get Ubers. If you like, you know, skip like 95% of the grind and just blast Dural all the time, back to back to back, you know, once per minute or something, like instead of once per hour or something, you do like once per minute. I mean, that's like a massive improvement in efficiency. So it would be very easy with duped and bought mods and RMT to get Ubers, even for casual players, as long as you actually hit level 100 and you have a build to do them easily. But yeah, with like, you know, dupes slowly phasing out, I guess, and I guess trade slowing down on mats, and you know, mats actually become more expensive when people have to farm them instead of dupe them. This is gonna be a different story. And then yeah, on the other hand, I mean, what level of casual do we expect to actually acquire Uber in the first place, you know? Shots are almost 20 million each. 20 million per shot. That's actually insane. What the fuck? Okay. Probably puts like a full Druid set at like about 60 million or something. I don't know. I wonder how the prices are on hardcore actually. I've never tried to check really for Druid mods to buy them. I mean, I have 2.6 billion gold. So I could probably buy quite a bunch of those sets. Just go blast. I'd actually like to farm some, buy some Malphite sets, man. We still need Evernight on a Barb. Now I know why I was farming Druid in a group yesterday. What does that mean? That does too much of a bottleneck. Price just keeps rising. It's kind of funny because like farming the living steel is not actually much slower. I think it's like relatively balanced between Varshan mods and Grimoire mods. Like you spend roughly the same amount of time on farming Varshan and Grimoire. And then okay, now maybe the seasonal whispers, you know, definitely screw it a bit in the favor of Varshan, because the seasonal whispers are just so good. But it's not really that much faster than farming a living steel chest. You just need one living steel chest for one Grimoire. So you need to open 2 chests, and you can quite comfortably do that in like 50 minutes, for example. Even faster. Do I ever have latency issues? Yeah, my latency in general is just kind of bad, but I don't have like huge spikes or something. I bet the prices of mods will be a lot lower around 2 AM. What does that mean? Hi, Dorobi. Aha. Not a bad set. Yeah, it's craft your Uber unique, man. It's time. Actually, what would it mean for me? I guess I can salvage all of my Celics and all of my Undies if I want. But if you... I mean, you need multiples of 5. So I need to salvage 5. So I can actually keep an Andarius if I want and salvage all the Celics. I guess I will potentially have more fun with an Andarius than a Celic. I don't think I care about a Celic. I don't know. I mean, if I'm going for a Shaco, then I really don't care about Andariel. Also have 2 Doombringers, I guess. So I can salvage 2 Andis, 2 Statics, and a Doombringer. And we just need to find either the Shaco or the Starless Skies, and then we're good. And I actually get to keep 1 copy of all of them. But yeah, we still have to find either the Shaco or the Starless. So honestly, I probably should not be grinding that many more Hell Tides and stuff. I mean, I'm at fucking 1350 Forgotten Souls, by the way. That will last me. Interesting part is what will be the drop rate out of the real. We don't know. They just said it was increased. And then we doubled it. Yeah, who knows. Just wait for the emergency hotfix next Friday to craft the Uber. Wait, what emergency hotfix is happening on Friday? Wait. You think the shitstorm is gonna go crazy? I don't know. I mean, it's totally understandable that like a lot of people have no hope of getting one, you know, the more casual players. But I think, first of all, Uber uniques are not supposed to be for them. And, you know, even if you try a bit harder, let's say, and you try to grind them up a bit, even as someone who's like usually very casual, then you should still not really be fully expected to get whatever you want, you know, with like little time investment. So I think it's fine that Uber uniques are not for everyone. And I mean, ultimately, you know, we want to actually make more interesting stuff than that, right? We want, for example, like with the itemization changes next season, there's also going to be like rare items that people will have that other people will not have, for example, and these kind of things, I guess. If they actually make a good system out of this. This is how it should be, you know? There should be these chase items, there should be stuff that not everyone has. Right now, you know, everyone complains that the loot is bland and boring, and that's just exactly why, because you just get everything that is there in the game. And you do so very easily. And there's like not really much you can actually strive for. Like you can stop picking up loot at level 70 and comfortably just go all the way to T100 damage dungeons. If you want. It's just how it is. Emergency patch on Friday. OMG, 5 Ubers, this game sucks. Due to player feedback, you have lowered the requirement to craft to 3 and introduce a 50% chance to get 2 materials when salvaging Uber unique. Oh boy. The best part is if they actually introduce something like a chance to get extra materials, then, you know, like people gonna gamba their first Uber uniques. They're like, man, I want to get a Chaco first. You know, I've had these 2 drops and I try to gamba for the extra material salvage and I don't get it. And then the next drop is the actual item they wanted to craft and they don't have the item they just salvaged and then never get them until like 20 drops later. Oh man. That's gonna happen. But either way, I don't think it's gonna be an emergency patch. I mean, they're doing this now and then it's gonna go on the patch, I guess, and that's it. But yeah, I really hope that this is just a emergency solution in general anyway, like a band-aid for a crappy Uber unique acquisition system. And it's gonna make it better in the next patches. It makes it better, but not by too much. At least you have like somewhat of a consistency now, which is good. Like the consistency of getting the Ubers you want is significantly increased now. It doesn't make it much more fun though. You just avoid these instances where people literally grind Duel like, you know, 1,000 times and don't have their stuff. So that just won't happen anymore. I think Sorc is fun to play right now. I mean, this build is okay. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'm gonna play it again anytime soon, but you know, I wanted to try it at least. I'm excited to try the Meteor stuff. I don't like the late damage and stuff here with the Blizzard. It just feels a bit too clunky. Will I play last Epoch? Yeah, I might just log into last Epoch, man. I've done so many fucking outsides today. And I don't want to have it. I don't have really much else to do right now. Besides working a bit on the rogue and hoping for people to log in for Malphas tomorrow and tutorials. But I have a ton of mats. I might prepare some Martian kills. So try the intergroups monsters when you TP in Helltide, it's fun. Yeah, the Rayman chest. I could do that. I think I need a rest here, do I? Maybe like hard overcut on Shadow. Yeah. Do I care though? I don't really care, I think. Just spam Blizzard in a few places and that's it. And I can actually use my teleport more often. I think I prefer the mobility more than grouping stuff. Although, grouping up the singles is also useful. There's a legendary up there. What happened? Godslayer for pull. Yeah, I could do that, I guess. I mean, something like a pulling effect is definitely not bad. on Blizzard builds. He's like spam Blizzards in the same spot and then he pulls stuff in. For higher tiers, I think something like Gauntlet is really nice actually. Maybe Raymond. But I think Gauntlet has a bigger pull and also it doesn't have shitty stats like the Raymond's chest. I mean, Raymond's chest is horrible. And you don't really have that many defensive slots either. The Godslayer and the chest. Damn. You can proc the double pull by teleporting in and stunning them. You heard Blizzard will suck in Gauntlet? Well, that depends on how tanky the bosses will actually be, and also how much you actually have to go out of your way to loot stuff. Like, I mean, if you have to loot the points or whatever, yeah, that will be a problem for something like Blizzard, because it just takes long to kill stuff. I'll probably go with something like Fireball. I think 5 Ubers to craft 1 is reasonable. I think that's very reasonable, yes. I mean, I don't like that this is their solution to the Uber grind. And I want them to, you know, fix Ubers in general by making more bosses, you know, that have, you know, they spread out the loot table on different bosses and stuff. That would be good, for example. But yeah, at least it's something, so. I think it's like a bad sign though, because, you know, them introducing this 5-to-1 craft now most likely means that they have no immediate plans to change how you get Ubers in the first place, you know, with more bosses, for example. So I don't really like it too much, because it allows them to be lazy on that end. They can just say, yeah, we have a solution for now, you know, let people grind Duriel, and then they can craft what they want. But ultimately, we need to have, like, you know, 5 different bosses where each of them drops a different item. Or stuff like that. So this is the goal here, I guess. It's just they never made these bosses. Well, I mean, practically they made them. They just didn't put the items on them. We didn't have to leave to respawn the boss, plus this. Maybe a significant enough change to make people satisfied. Yeah, resetting the instance is also kind of like redundant, I agree. On the other hand, I guess kind of just makes the most sense as well, and also like prevents, you know, from like instances getting like overly filled up with items and then crashing or these kind of things, right? Like I know there's a thing where if there's like too many items on the ground, they just start disappearing. Like I remember like people were farming like PvP zone and stuff at some point, and you know, if you just like run circles in PvP zone all day long, get like tons of items, but then eventually items just like start disappearing when they hit the ground and stuff like that. So you can like run into those issues, and resetting the instance helps a lot with this, I guess. Yeah, nice, Tom. Can be funny watching streamers kicked off the leaderboard to TAS engines on leaderboards. What does that mean? What is TAS? Craft Ubers next week, yeah? Tool assisted speedrun tools. Ah. I don't think the tool assisted speedruns will help it too much though, like in ARPG, like there's too much RNG and like, you know, it is not Trackmania. Like you have RNG and like, you know, procs and crits and, you know, all kinds of shit. So, I mean, people will definitely try to cheat with programs and, you know, helper programs like casting stuff for them and like navigating or whatever, but we'll see exactly how bad it will be, I guess. Learn it. So many will be quitting D4 next week. Yeah, and imagine the week after that when it's actually last Epoch launch. Next week, he says. Yeah, I mean, I also strongly doubt that a lot of people will just quit D4 to play Last Epoch. Last Epoch will definitely be fun and stuff, and I'm really looking forward to it, and, you know, launch is gonna be big and everything, but, you know, ultimately it's gonna remain a somewhat niched game between D4 and PoE 2, I think. But we'll see. What's in chaos? I want Crusader, I want Monk, I want Witch Doctor. Anything else, guys? Warlock. Oh, this is recently actually introduced the Warlock to last Epoch. Just 40 Durios. Oh, go again. Good luck. Any hints on topics I'll be coming on Sunday? Yeah, I've been like, you know, putting together some notes and stuff, but I haven't made like a full like topic list yet. I'm gonna do it tomorrow probably sometime. But if you have any suggestions for Sunday, let me know. Been listening to the Zizaran interview that they made like 2 weeks ago or something. Actually, it's weird someone do the Marshan conversions, so let's just open one chest and go. Pfft. Why is this guy so squishy, by the way? Can I answer the trades if I just have buyouts or will be bidding an option? Oh yeah, they talked about instant buyout, right? I guess bidding would be interesting. It's definitely a good follow-up to the trade stuff. Fixing issue where attacks on Malphas could still damage players after he's defeated. We made it, guys. We are in the patch notes.
Is someone there? Dark all around. Why did Mother go? I don't want to be alone.
He's squishy because of doing about billions of damage. Nah, it's not about billions of damage. But the Blood Bishop from this Helltide event is just like super squishy boss. I don't know why. He dies like 5 times faster than the other guys. Imagine how bad you feel as a dev when you're watching Rudy loses a 100 character to this bullshit. Who's just they're feeling bad? They're probably sitting there like, got him, you know? To introduce raids, that means it will never introduce SSF mode. Yeah, this game doesn't need raids. You know, there's another MMO called WoW that has raids. I mean, okay, raids could be like very different from WoW raids as well in this game, right? They could be a solo. They could work with as a solo player as well, right? It could be solo raid. It could be like some mega dungeon that has like a lockout or like, you know, a key or whatever. And, you know, you go there and it kind of like saves the progress and you like expected to clear this over like a few hours or whatever, right? And it has like 20 different levels and there's like, you know, different bosses in there and whatnot. And it could still be like a solo player experience if you want. Why not? So, what exactly are you trying to do with raids in general anyway? Why should it be group-based content? There's like no group roles in this game. There's like no group synergies in this game almost. Like there's like no reason really to have anyone with you outside of just like another body doing random stuff. Like group play is so irrelevant. Lost Arcs, right? Yeah, Lost Ark has the ability to like fight the bosses solo and stuff. Like not the big raids, I guess, but like at least like the little bosses and stuff. That's kind of fun. I did that. Yeah, but Lost Ark is also, you know, it's a very different game. It's an actual MMO. Just has isometric view. You know, it's like a real MMO. There's healers and everything. There's no seasons, you know, there's no resets and all that. Would love a mega single player dungeon like a raid. Yeah, I think this could be cool, you know. I would like to have something like Sanctum from PoE or something. Like some roguelite mode. That would be cool. Where you actually like, you know, go through like, you know, like 30 different levels and you unlock power-ups and loot and stuff. And then it's like every run is a bit different because of the randomness. That'd be pretty badass.
It is done.
Okay, how's it looking? Oh, we have a lot of stuff again. What the fuck? We're finding a lot of this Greek armats. I just converted them all earlier. We got more. A lot more. Okay, let's do it, I guess. Very part of the free was the beta to the Skeleton King because it gave you false hope of what the rest of the game was like. Yeah, the free beta, I remember. Skeleton King, it was funny. First dungeon is built good for group play. Yeah, and a lot of people hate that. Like, RPG is not a very social genre, you know? RPGs are played solo by most people. Thank you for the subs, bye. From Gina on Twitch. Why they include a group play? I mean, it's good to have group play. I mean, why would you not do group play, first of all? I mean, there's also a lot of people that do, like, you know, couch co-op, or like they play with their friend, or they play with their wife, and all this kind of stuff. So, I mean, open world, shared world, and all that, of course, there should be group play. But I think that the way that they actually balance group play is relatively good. If it wasn't for, like, this shitty, like, experience leeching, and, you know, like, split farming in dungeons, and then, you know, of course, like the, you know, the Uber bosses with like the summon mods and stuff. I think group play would be actually really good, and it would be very easy to fix those things, you know. I'm not sure why they're not doing that, rather. But the fact that this game doesn't actually have like a group meta and like a support meta and all that stuff is actually excellent, I think. Because, you know, people actually play together with the real characters and, you know, contribute, basically. You don't understand before. It's the farming of the receipt. You're farming what in D3? I wish there was a healer. Who knows, maybe the new class will have some stuff. And easy to play Mercy class in A4. Mercy. It's actually one of my favorite heroes in Overwatch. Played a lot of Mercy. It's really fun. 15-minute fight with what boss? Okay, nice. But who won? Yeah, it was actually, at least in one of the seasons, I was Mercy main, actually. I played a lot of Mercy. I really like the hero. I really like the movement and everything. And then the switching between like the buffing and the healing and the shooting sometimes. It was fun. Yeah, thanks for all the subs, guys. All correct. Nemario as well earlier. Appreciate it. Yeah, for Widow main, I don't really have like the, you know, 2.5 decades of practice in shooters. So no Widow main. Like Mercy is good for me because I don't need much aiming there. But it's like, you know, very, very strategic here, like very like, you know, the positioning and all that, you know, matters a lot on Mercy, for example. So I like that.
Wait.
Yeah, Genji is kind of the same problem. I'm like not good enough at Genji. Like for Genji, if you want to play Genji, you need to be good at Genji. If you're not good at Genji, then you have a problem. And it's very easy to not be good at Genji. Yeah, and you need healing. Yeah. That's my opinion of Season 2 versus 3. They seem like very similar, I guess, right now. But the game overall is getting better, so... Do we know when WSD movement in D4 will be added? I don't know exactly, but let me check my notes. So I think I'm just gonna like open my inventory here. I think it must be somewhere here, so... no, I can't find it right now. But... at some point, I guess. Sort. Getting good unique drops from other classes, or getting some barb. No. I think they're always smart loot. I mean, in general, everything is smart loot in this game, right? I don't think there's really any scenario where they can get items for other classes outside of like the... I mean, there's like the random extra monster drops, right? It's like the monster family drops. They can be off-class loot. But I've never seen a unique not for my class, so I'm not sure if those extra drops can convert to a unique that is not of an item type of something that you can use on your class. I have a feeling, I'm not sure if this is confirmed, but I have a feeling that the unique system in Diablo 4 doesn't respect the item type of the item that drops. It just like gives you a random unique. And this means it's always smart loot. It's not like, you know, it rolls the item type first and then it rolls the rarity. But I think it rolls the rarity first. And then it rolls whichever unique. You got a Sky Hunter on a barb. How did you do that? Strongest barb at the moment is Hoda. It's also good. Sorcerer's alright. There's a bunch of decent builds. You can say that uniques drop in addition to other loot, so once you're throwing a unique from the list. I'm not sure why they said that it's just an additional item. It could be that it's that way. But yeah, either way, I definitely don't believe that Ubers that uniques work similar to like how Diablo 2 works. Like basically the way that Magic Find works in Diablo 2 and also in Diablo 3 is like, you know, the item drops. It determines what item type. And then it determines the rarity, and it goes from the top to bottom. So it goes from, you know, unique to legendary to rare to magic to blue. And you know, if one roll fails, it goes to the next one, and if that one fails, it goes to the next one, and so on. But I don't think this is how Diablo 4 works. What's the best noob friendly? Sorc. I'd say Fireball, Ball Lightning, or Blizzard. So they're all like fairly decent and easy. The Advanced Red Fire is next Tuesday. Like the entire patch is on Tuesday, so it's not fixed yet.
Have many fine pieces.
How does this one compare to Whirlwind Hoda? This one is faster, but weaker. But I mean, the only thing that will slow you down here is Duriel. If you do Duriel runs, I can't one-shot Duriel, but I need like a few seconds to really contribute enough damage. And my setup is very scuffed right now. It's gonna be way, way stronger if I want it. And this will be the build I'm gonna take for Gauntlet as well, I think. I think it might beat Hoda. Mighty Storm Druid good for tier 100? Yeah, it might be a bit squishy if you play the Shepherd variant. But other than that, it should be fine. Looks very similar to Rend Barb. Yeah, I guess most of the like spam melee barbs are kind of similar anyway. Yeah, 6 fury per second while berserking, huh? Oops. Yeah, I really like this move as double swing as well. It just feels so good. Playing double swing. With high attack speed in particular, you know, it's just like such a nice animation. You can kind of like walk up to the monster and already swing at them and these kind of things. It's amazing. I think Hoda is stronger than full charge builds. Yeah, I mean, you can combine Hoda with charge basically, and then the thing is that charge is so powerful that even without much investment in it or something, it's just kind of like one taps entire screens. And then Hoda just kind of deals with like the rest that survives if there's anything left. Okay, there's another 17x here, man, that we just made. Shards. One or 2 a.m. At what time zone is that? C to the 4th? Why does it go fluctuate so much?
Don't dally. Hand it over.
Actually, I have completely inventory. Yeah, empty.
Don't ruin all that work.
Okay, I have 43 shards of agony now. It's time to make some eggs, I guess. In fact, I have more shards. Oh my god, I found so much health right now. I actually have more shards than Marshan nuts now. Look at that. How's this looking? I'm gonna say an e-stream. Yeah, soonish actually, in around an hour. I mean, it's like a very spontaneous thing. It's gonna be like kind of hanging out with the Maxroll elite boys and talking about Falconer and stuff. So they've all like played it, and so they can like talk a lot about that. Let's do like another deep dive. Gonna be fun, I think. Have I installed patch 132? No, I have not. It's on Tuesday. A very angry guy. That's how, indeed. I mean, how do I get Fury on this build, actually? I mean, one comes from Band of Unrelenting Fury, and we have 2 resource rolls. And we have Fury on crit from the glyph. The Brav glyph. Yeah, this is basically it. I mean, there's also Rallying Cry, but I don't really use it. Do we even have the upgrade? I didn't even take this, actually. Yeah, I also have the pet, actually, so pet helps a bit. That's not really required for this to be smooth. And I have no Tibalts right now. But Tibalts is a very good source of resources. I wonder if they're gonna nerf Tibalts. I think Tibalts is definitely up for a nerf. Like, even if we don't care about the resource part of Tibalts, it's a pretty powerful item. And the resource just makes it completely bonkers. Oh! Close. What the hell? It's actually high item power, but... Man. Perfect maximum fury as well. Yeah, I probably have to grind some 925s on this barb to try to get a Romanatni. It's just not happening. I found like hundreds of Grigors on this barb. And this is my best sword, 882, man. Actually insane. Combination for itemization fix, legendary items are gone. Now it's just unique. Yellows, blues, and white. If the character got 5 legendary slots by the 100. You insert legendary affix to a character. I mean, it's, like, all of this stuff doesn't really fix anything though, besides making us weaker and... I don't know. Like, what we need for an itemization fixes is we need like an actual rework of how items roll and what they can do with them, what they can craft and all that. This is what we want. I mean, this will solve the codex thing. But the codex thing is easy to solve in general. You don't need to like remove legendary items. Do we spend shards be tradable? No. Hi Jack, nice to have you here. Why are you the only one? What happened? Oh yeah, it says one viewer on my... what? Twitch bugged out or something? The fuck? Wait, is that everywhere? Oh yeah, look. Damn, Scissorin beat me. He has 2, dude. That's amazing. Fluffer in 36, man. Big streamer on my list. Look at that here. Rise of 5. Karn with 11. Crip 63. But Kuna is 128, man. What the fuck? Dude, I follow way too many people on this platform, by the way. What the fuck is this? Look how much more I can click show more. There's more. There's even more. Holy dude. All the view buttons exposed, yes. That's funny. Some months have created the illusion that you're staying to a large audience, but here's the truth. All these people in the chat are me. Uh-oh. This is why I have only one viewer now. Oh no, man. I have a link to my endgame charge build. Yeah, it's my build. It's the double swing build. Do you already have Harlequin or more than one? I don't have a Harlequin. Still missing that. But I guess on Tuesday I can craft one if I want. But yeah, for now I guess we're gonna do... Well, I'm gonna have like more than 20 summons. I guess if I do all these here.
Well, let's have a look.
301, fastest growing streamer. What's my arsenal selection for charge? Everything is on double dual wield. Yeah, there's also a video guide on my YouTube you can find. Snippy. From a week ago, maybe. I'm just trying to prep for later on the side for the last Epoch stuff, guys. Oh. Uberny crafting is coming, yeah? What I think about the Uberny crafting system? Well, I mean, it's like helpful to just like prevent those outcomes where you farm the real 1,000 times and get nothing of what you want. Like now you're like basically guaranteed to get at least like, you know, the one thing that you're really looking for after X many attempts. So it's like a good pity system. On the other hand, I don't like that they're introducing this because it means that they're most likely gonna slack for a long time until they actually do like a real solution, which is, you know, make more bosses, spread out the loot table, or, you know, something along those lines, for example. But yeah, we'll see. Can't wait for the new bugs. Yes. I'm kind of interested to see like how often will Uberneaks drop now in general with this increased drop rate stuff. So maybe we're gonna start hearing like it on the first day already from like a lot of people like, I found one. That'll be interesting. Maybe we can get it from data mine to see like the actual weights. That's why I didn't say how much they increase the drop rate. Yeah, we'll see. Thank you, Rabbit Weed. They increase the Uber drop rates 4 days in the future. $301. Hello, guys. We just had 200 distilled fears taken from inventory while in-game. Wait, what? He lost distilled fear while blasting? What happened? I mean, I don't think that people were duping distilled fear, right? So, monk ass. Yeah, Patton, who's like a regular here, said that they actually have someone in their clan that found, I think, in Andariel's last season at some point or something. What was it this season? You're not a viewer streamer. You have a funny bug here. And let me check my Duriel mods. We had 43 shards and 0 eggs. Ah, still 43 shards. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
That's kind of weird, man. I wonder how true it is that they only do like deleting duped mats or something, or if people actually accidentally get hit. And the thing is just like something bugged right now, Nitro. Seems completely random. Like some people even have like 100 viewers or so, and they're like, or like some people are like, you know, a few dozen, and it's like, you know, relatively close to like their standard. Let me see. Let's go do a little tweet real quick, guys, over here. Because in like around an hour we're gonna start the last Epoch stuff. Get us a little bit hyped up here. Bow. 875. Not sure if I really want to save these, but we'll see.
I carry the best shards of the heavens.
I got 15 next already. Didn't realize I killed him 15 times. Who next? Okay, I just made this little tweet here, guys, so this is why I was distracted. Because we're starting soon. Let's get us out there. About last Epoch stream. Let's go to do a bit more runs here, and then we go later. 536% growth in 4 minutes. Fastest growing stream, man. Now I just need to keep that up for a while. You know? Like, even like a day or so would be nice. And then we basically have the entire population of Earth watching me. That'll be pretty profitable. But imagine the chat experience. God help us, mods. They're built to make Shadow Clone Rogue viable. I mean, you see me using Shadow Clone right now, but it's not because the Shadow Clone is so good. Shadow Clone is really awful. It's mostly because it's bugged in many ways. And you have to wait until they do like a major pass and fix all that stuff. Right now there's no reason to run Shadow Clone for anything other than fluff. The reason why it's in this build is because I want to activate Beastfall Boots and Tibbot's Will with the same button. And that's literally about it. Jo, RT Kalamata. Thank you for the mouse. Oh, that's bad. I'm still I kept my sanity. This is a build for Maxroll. Not exactly, but it actually reminds me I wanted to talk to Darkside to make the boss killer one-shot variant. I should definitely do that. This is the one-shot build right now from exclamation mark build. Roughly. anymore? Oh, not anymore actually. Good thing I checked. I think I could do more though. How much do we got? $11. Running out of these ephemeras. Look, I have 22 million hearts, 11 ephemeras. You just get more, so many hearts. Could convert like, you know, 4 for example, then I have 18. I think I'll do that. More than twice the amount of hearts as your second highest mat. Yeah, like people just sometimes complain that they don't have hearts, but I think you consistently get more hearts than the rest in World Tier 4. It's just that maybe people don't do World Tier 4 and then they don't get hearts because they only World Tier 4. It's National Pizza Day. Ooh. Into which rogue archetype can Shadow Clone Jutsu be incorporated best? Yeah, as I said, like Shadow Clone doesn't do anything really. It's just a waste of a skill slot. I'm actually not hungry right now, but thank you. No, they're buffing the non-dual sources of Uber, so basically everything outside or whatever random drops, they're gonna be much more common, but we don't know how much. So the patch notes could mean anything there. Can you talk about making melee viable and tournaments required for melee builds in PoE interview? I mean, like, is that really an important question though? I mean, we've already seen some gameplay, and I mean, builds and stuff are completely different in PoE too anyway, right? You have like multiple combos and all that kind of stuff. I don't think that melee will suffer from the same problem that it does in PoE 1 in general. All the boss designs in PoE are anti-melee. It doesn't have to be that way, and I'm pretty sure that they're gonna take care of that. But okay, I'm gonna try to pick it up in the interview and see it. And maybe gonna have some general bossing question or something where I can definitely include something like the melee stuff. We'll see. But yeah, I'll take it into account. Anyone else has like any other topics for Sunday, by the way, for the interview? Like I said, I haven't like finalized my list or anything, so I'm definitely open up for a suggestion. Yeah, I was going to work at Blizzard. Yeah, more info on the trade mechanic will be definitely something good for sure. I'm gonna try to ask him about it. The trade stuff that was in the system interview was definitely interesting. But it's definitely open questions. Maybe they have thought about it more and, you know, maybe have an update to share or something. Do they have recipes? Actually, is vendor recipe still a thing? I guess it is still a thing, right? Like, the general concept is probably still there. Would be cool if they actually make, like, you know, actual, like, hidden recipes that the community has to find. I mean, there have been a few of these over the past, right? Like, very weird stuff. Could imagine they do that. Hidden things for in-game pets. Imagine you sell the right combo of items to a vendor and then give you a pet for it.
I carry the best shards of the heavens.
When was lore we've introduced actually in PoE? But I guess we knew that the item existed, right? But we didn't know how to get it. Until someone found the recipe, I guess. In-game achievement under certain conditions for free MTX. Kind of doubt they're gonna do that, but who knows. Anyone else in chat who has lost mats, by the way? Apparently, Blizzard is deleting mats again. So far, my stuff's still there. One cast then. The charge aspect is a drop. Should try to hold on to that. I'll put it on like a neck, for example, or a ring where I can keep it for a while. Necro Reapers are bugged. They only can damage of the courses they're supposed to. Oh, really? I actually never tested that. Like, I used them for a while and I was always complaining like, huh, this doesn't really seem like it should be, but okay. I never actually double checked it. Macro tested it. That's wild. Maybe it scales with the lucky hit chance or something, I don't know. I think the pets have like some tiny lucky hit chance. Not sure how much, but maybe it's like a hidden lucky hit effect, so it's just like a flat effect and they just don't give you corpses, man. I'm gonna put a wiki into it in the game. That's a good question, actually. Are they gonna, like, imagine if PvE2 actually had an in-game wiki like last Epoch? That would be amazing. At least for like all the base mechanics and these kind of things, right? Like, you know, how does Ignite work? How does H work? Blah blah blah. Like, you know, these kind of things. I mean, that would be cool. I mean, I have like these new player tips and stuff in PvE1, but honestly, I've never looked at them. Charge and total buffs, hit armor cap. Yeah, basically, Juggernaut aspect carries you almost all the way there. I gotta introduce new damage types. I think it's like something quite fundamental that we would have known about by now, right? I think it's gonna be just the same as before. Like Fist, Cold, Fire, Lightning, Chaos. Yeah, I think PvE2 will definitely be like a huge, you know, break from what PvE1 players are used to. On the other hand, I think a lot of people also welcome the change from existing PvE1 over to PvE2. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's likely that also stuff is not gonna be frictionless. Servers might be unstable. Might be bugs, whatever, you know, many things can go wrong. Balance might be completely off, etc. This was the last Wash tournament. Many eggs now. Please don't delete them, Blizzard. That'd be nice, because I just spent 7 hours farming this shit, and like the same yesterday. And the same the day before. Okay. $37x, 43 shards. Kinda neat. You plan to play PoE2 when the beta launches? Yeah, for sure. I wanna try to play the beta as much as possible. I mean, I doubt we're gonna be able to like stream it or make videos or something, but I'll definitely wanna, you know, get prepared for the launch as much as I can. Okay, what's the time now? Okay, so it's like 20 minutes for AD, guys. Or it's also the mod boss time. I think we go. Actually, do we do more hell tides? I have like over 20 summons, so it's like another 80 bosses. I don't know, maybe. I mean, like, I'm like so much in a loop of farming hell tides and farming whispers all this time that I actually cannot imagine not doing it right now, man. I just realized like it's like, man, I have all these mods and like, do I really want to farm more right now? I think I kind of should. It's just like the wing thing I do these days. Fuck. I don't really have anything better to do on my Sorc anyway. I think I'm just gonna like run 1 or 2 more chests on a hell tide and that's it. We actually can finish that at 100. Oh, that's more living steel and stuff. That's cool. How long is the left? 15 minutes. And the Legion coming. Let's do it. I found so much and I have only 21 summons in the chest. Hurts the soul. Yeah, I mean, as a soul player, it does. If you do good rotations, it's not bad, I think. It's just the fact that soul players get so fucked on this. That makes me sad as well. We're actually at 99.8 here. Like, let's finish it, man. Is the Legion event enough for that? Probably not. First beta is not open in PoE. It's a closed beta starting in June or something. I don't know the exact date. But yeah, this will be sometime, you know, before Season 5, I guess. That should gonna be pretty good timing if it's like sometime end of June or so. Because like end of July should be Season 5, so I might have some time. Does anyone know the date for the beta in PoE 2? You'll never do Rota. Yeah, if you never do Rota, then yeah, farming 20 summons and then getting nothing is shit for sure. June 21st. Okay, that's actually really good timing, at least for me. It's gonna be like 2 months into Diablo season. So yeah, season 4 is gonna be pretty big anyway, I suppose. So yeah, sounds kinda nice. Yeah, but I kind of doubt we can stream it and stuff, so I guess that will be similar to like D4, where it's just like, you know, closed beta, everything is NE8. See no evil. Speak no evil. I haven't played Torchlight. The only Torchlight game I've played is Torchlight Infinite, and I kind of like that one. I haven't played the old school games. I think Melt Heart could work on this build. But I wouldn't do it, I think. I mean, you're already kind of struggling to solve the resources because you have 2 unique rings, so no resource aspect. And also have Glacial on the neck, and in this case I guess you have to go with Glacial on a 2-handed. And then you don't have an offhand anymore for the extra cooldown and resource. Which right now I don't have anyway, but yeah. I mean, you could probably make it work if you really want it. I just don't think it's really necessarily good. It will be little. Thank you for the sub. I don't have Shaka on. Closed beta doesn't mean it's NDA. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's NDA. Maybe they allow you to show it off or talk about it or something, whatever. We'll see, I guess. It might be closed beta and it's just like having like a small pool of people and they can play it. They might also just like have closed beta and just restrict what you can do. You know, maybe they have already like the early game really fleshed out, but you know, maybe in the first round you won't be able to see the end game stuff until they fix more things. If you spend $500 for a cut off, you get an invite. Yeah, you can kind of buy in the beta, I know. Got Andarius. 25 solo runs, damn. Season was good. Nice up right after BOE start, Torchlight and Diablo. Yeah, usually I play Torchlight for a little bit as well when it launches. It's nice. And they also give me like sponsorships regularly, so it's cool. And I just, you know, blasted for a bit. You know, last time I went to like level 90 something on my Carino. And yeah, I like diving into Torchlight. And they do pretty nice updates to the game as well. Like it started as basically just like a PoE clone, watered down, but they're actually like developing their own stuff now, which is nice. Thanks, Shex. I will try last Epoch. And most importantly, we'll try to have a cool podcast very soon, in 15 minutes, about last Epoch. So let's see how that works. It's like a very spontaneous last minute thing. I didn't even set up my OBS for it properly yet, so I have to figure that out on the fly. So that's oof, but let's see what we can do. I'm gonna get tired of this shit. I'm getting tired because I actually woke up like at 5 AM or something. And then I was like, oh, fuck it. No, not 5 AM, but very early. I still didn't see Bernal. So I'm just yawning around right now. Been up for 3 days or sleep soon. What the fuck are you doing? 3 days? Didn't know if it's possible for me to be tired. Yeah, I can be tired if I don't sleep enough. I mean, usually on like season start, etc., you know, and I'm like so like kind of pumped up that it doesn't really matter, but you know, it can't really go forever like that. Hi Gary, by the way. I was doing much sparring for 3 days straight won't make anyone tired. And look, we know our Sorc. Kapow. Where is it? Yeah, it is. So at least you got this covered. Hey, Miguna. Fortunately. I guess so. Now this just disappeared. F. I'm not really planning to do much on the Sorc though in terms of Gauntlet or something. I'm mostly focusing on Barb and Rogue. I don't want to do, you know, even more Malphas grind, and then on Sorc you probably have to deal with Barbarian, RNG, and I think Sorc Gauntlet and Druid Gauntlet is going to be a nightmare. But we'll see about Barbarian. Me too, not sleeping for days. Oh boy. Gauntlet is not like a 1-star. It's not like the PoE Gauntlet. It just has the same name, but it's very different. Okay, Cinders. Yeah, 5 minutes is too short right now, I guess. So let's save this.
Greetings. How shall I guide you? Put those pieces to good use.
We have this as well. And this. I guess let's do these whispers real quick and then log out. What the fuck? Sam? I'm going to play a PoE 2 beta in June. If you let me, maybe. When does Blizzard start doing massive damage? I mean, the damage doesn't come from the Blizzard skill itself, it's the glacial aspect, and you have to find that with a high item power. Oh. Okay. So that's true there. I'm gonna have a short break, gonna get up real quick and stuff, because I've been sitting here for a long time. Then we're gonna start the last Epoch talk soon. So let's get ready for that. Maybe. Hello, guys. Yo, Vision, thanks for what's up. Hello. Yeah, I reacted to BA2 already. We're gonna do like last epoch now. Let me just check with the boys. It's time. I also need to check how I can build like an OBS scene. Because most likely we wanna like show actually some stuff on the screen, so I'm not gonna do like a normal like podcast, you know, cams only stuff. But it would still be nice to have like everyone at least with their face somewhere, I guess, on the side or something. So I'm gonna try to build something like that. Okay. I guess I'm gonna switch to a nice epoch category. So that's okay. Let me just out the folders. So in case you guys are not in loop right now, yeah, it is actually. So this is what we're gonna do now. So we have Bina, Tarek, McFluffin, and Volka. So they are our Maxroll last epoch team. Center stage. It's just like, as I made a thumbnail, this is gonna be like for later, I guess, if we upload it to YouTube and stuff. Let me just see. Are you guys hanging out on voice already, or are they in a call? I guess I'm just gonna call them and see what what happens. Go turn off the music for this, I guess. Let's see. Are you guys gonna pick up?
Okay, what's up?
Hello.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Yo. Yeah, guys, you wanna just a question at the start. Do you guys wanna do with cam or without? I don't know. We can just like hang out otherwise, and that's fine as you like.
Good either way. I can turn my camera.
Yeah, I don't mind, like, either way. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I want to show stuff on the screen as well, you know, maybe like the,
Yeah.
you know, and these kind of things. So it's not really necessary, but I think it would also be nice. So it's like, maybe I can try to put it like somewhere in the corner, but otherwise he's gonna hang out here. I'm gonna show it the Discord basically to us. I can do that as well. Hello. If you guys want to show your faces and stuff, but
Sure.
the other way works.
Hello, hello.
Ah, here we go. Okay, I can try to build a scene on my OBS right now, but it may or may not take a while.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I think Volker, we have not really like spoken at all almost, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think this is the first time, yeah. And, you know, nice to meet you, you know. Really cool.
yes, nice
Really
to
cool.
meet you. But yeah, I mean, like McFluffin, you know, on the D4 team as well. And now everyone is joining in here, so I'm just gonna show up real quick to the chat. Hello, Tarek.
Yo.
Here. You good, Bina?
Bina, hello. Yeah,
It's
Bina and
Oh,
Fluffin
no.
are also on the D4 team,
Professional
guys.
streamer, you know. Professional streamer.
Yeah, just ask me, man. I'm trying to build like a scene now, but I'm not sure if that's really gonna be. Maybe we're gonna do it like, you know, just very scuffed setup and, you know, have like the cam like this and I can go full screen or something if you don't show anything. That might be the easier solution here.
Yeah.
And yeah, actually, I might just do that. Actually, it's gonna turn off my own cam. This is like easy enough, I think. Yeah, as long as I don't show anything, at least. Just need to turn this off. If I do this, okay. Easy. Okay. Yeah, Bina is dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is very dark, indeed.
Yeah.
I'm trying, guys. I'm trying.
Chat is asking, do I have a twin? Yeah. Are you guys like streaming as well or something? Or like, are you just like chilling
I just rated you. I figured it'd be easier, so you're gonna show stuff on screen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not streaming. I'm
okay.
just chilling. So
Okay, I'm still
Yeah,
live
same.
here, so hi chat,
Okay,
hi
should work
YouTube
now.
and stuff. Okay.
there he is.
Hey
Yo,
Bina.
what's up?
Okay. Yeah, so for the audience, this was like a very spontaneous last minute thing here that we kind of set up. So McFluffin just asked me last night. I think usually it's like the last Epoch dev stream time right now or something, right? And
Yeah,
it's kind of like cancelled because they're busy with the launch and stuff. So as far as
Yeah,
I'm aware, and we're just kind of like
EHT
hopping
reached out to
into
me.
yeah. Yeah, so
Sorry,
you can
he
explain.
reached out to me yesterday and was like, "Hey, you guys want to like do that spot? Because we're not going to be doing it because like we're super busy with some other work. I don't know what it is, but something else they got going on. Something about 1.0 or something. Anyway, so that, yeah, we're going to do it basically in that slot for them, and they're just going to blast their socials and whatnot.
Mighty Berg is very impressed with your merch, by the way. He has more merch than me, and I work at the 11th hour.
Did
I
you
just set
actually
that
add
up last
more?
night. I just set that up last night. Yeah.
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 This has been a long time coming, actually, putting that together.
And speaking of working, man, get that patch ready, yeah? Yeah, anyway. So yeah, anyway, to everyone, welcome. So as I said, it's like very spontaneous. We're just gonna like talk about mostly the Falconer. We just had to reveal, so that was yesterday or 2 days ago on Maxroll. I watched it. It was really cool. That was like the Scissoring video, and like all of you guys contributed there, right? And yeah, we can like dive deeper into the Falconer. I'm actually very excited for that myself. I might actually start it. And
What did you like most about the reveal, Woody?
well, for me personally, I mean, I like
it's
that
kind
it's
of
a,
like your class, right? It's like
yeah, I mean, I'm like a rogue guy, and you know, obviously I was intrigued by rogue in last Epoch, and yeah, I started my first character was a blade dancer, but I was always intrigued by like what is going to be the third mastery, and this Falconer sounds like a pretty cool addition. So I like that there's like this trap stuff. I'm like usually a big like trap enthusiast when it comes to that, and that is always like very difficult to like actually get right in these ARPGs. So it seemed like they have some cool options there, so that was kind of intriguing. Also like the fact that you can play it with bows still, and also with like a rogue with a two-handed melee weapon, for example. Like these combinations, I hope that is going to be like a viable option to play like, you know, like with a spear. I saw there were like some passes that allow you to use a spear. So that would be fun
There's
as well.
like those nodes in net that you can convert it to trap and use puncture from it.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
one,
That seems really busted, actually, when I think about it.
I mean, it's a new mastery, right? So like, it's kind of like in every single game where you release the new shiny new mastery, the new class. They have to make it appealing for players, right? So I don't think they would ever release it if it was not feeling good or could not, you know, compete with other masteries in the game.
Yeah, I guess that, you know, the new shiny thing, you have to make sure it's not like too OP. I heard like Rune Master was apparently like, you know, infinitely scaling and these kind of things. I'm not sure, like, but that's what I heard. I haven't actually tried it, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah, the defense aspect, like for example, of Rune Master was crazy when it came out. Like you could generate so much ward compared to what was possible without any gear. So it was like, okay, like 10 times more tanky than any other class in the game, I guess.
Yeah, super broken.
Yeah, that is obviously like too much then at some point, right? So do we have an audio desync right now? Wait a second. So chat says there's an audio desync. Is anyone desynced, or is it just like the Discord lag or something? But yeah, okay, it seems, yeah, whatever, just keep going, yeah. If there's anything, let me know, guys, with the audio. Sorry. Just trying to keep an eye on chat here, so a little bit. But either way, about the Falconer, yeah, I mean, I have not actually had the chance to play it yet, so I was just busy blasting before. I mean, I also have the CT client, but I didn't really log in much. But Falconer is definitely intriguing. But all of you guys have blasted the Falconer, right?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah,
quite
okay.
a bit.
Quite a bit, okay. I guess it was like the big thing to test like out of the patch. So it would be interesting to see like what kind of like build like options do you actually see that could be a thing, like just like as a general archetype, you know, like there's like, you know, obviously the it's like a pure Falcon build, for example. Is it like something where you combine it with like bows? Is it like something where they do only traps? I mean, so this would be like something interesting.
You have that, but you kind of have to use also the other abilities to buff the Falcon. If you don't use them, you're gonna lose like a ton of value.
Yeah, like using your trap to like buff the Falcon is really good because you actually can get like an unlimited amount of stacks on the buff, so it can get really crazy. There's no cap on the buff at all, so you throw traps and you get like more damage on the Falcon. So that's like one thing you can do.
Like you multiply the damage by 10 or 15.
Yeah, or even more actually.
Okay, so how does a Falcon actually work? Does it have like some certain like base damage, and then can you scale it with your character or something? I didn't actually catch that. Like, is it just like scaling with your level, and then you have like maybe extra abilities to get like temporary buffs? Oh.
Yeah, so like minions in general in Last Epoch scale with your level, so they have something like called minion power, which scales up to level 100 and gives them more damage and less damage taken as well. And there's some nodes in the falconry minion that allows you to actually scale his damage with your own damage stats as well. So he takes a portion of, for example, your critical strike multiplier, your crit chance, your increased damage. So yeah, it can get pretty crazy if you gear properly for it, right?
Yeah, you could basically do like a kind of like a hybrid build, like using both the Falcon and also dealing damage yourself, because you can, your character stats will apply to the Falcon if you spec into it. So you don't have to be like a full minion enjoyer. So you can actually like do damage yourself also. And there's also a node that gives you like 1% more damage per level. So be level 100, you get like 100% more damage on the Falcon. So yeah.
I think it's going to be very interesting for itemization too, because since you scale both the minion damage and your damage gets scaled for the minion, like for example, legendaries, there are going to be like maybe some unusual legendaries that's going to be made just for the Falcon, just because you can get like double the value.
Is it like a hyperscaling in some sense, or is it just like, okay, it's like one-to-one, it transfers your power to the Falcon, basically? Like, I'm not really sure. I have not actually played any minion builds in Last Epoch yet, so I'm not a typical minion enjoyer, but this Falcon stuff seemed kind of interesting, but I have no idea about the mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a minion enjoyer either, but I think Falcon would be something I could actually play, because it's kind of like more active play style on the Falconer. Usually the
I like the dive attack. What is that called again?
Yeah, dive bomb.
Dive bomb, yeah, exactly. So that's really fun.
Yeah, dive bomb is kind of like the meteor of the Falconer. So it has crazy damage effectiveness. So it's like it's kind of like the meteor, but like just using your Falcon as a big meteor instead. And yeah, so the damage increase you can give him is also like, it's not like a 100% of your stats. It's only a portion of it, so it's not like as hyperscaling as.
You say that, but you can get like 250% of your crit multi. So,
I mean,
that could be crazy, dude. I don't know.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there are like two types of buffs. It's like there's one where it takes a percent of your stats, for example, a percentage of your like dot chance and stuff. And there is another one where it's like active buff, where you have to use abilities in order to buff your minion. So those usually like scale higher than like 100%.
Yeah, I was gonna like play the video again here, just for the audience to like see the Falconer in action a little bit here. This is like where we had this preview. It's gonna just run basically, so we see the abilities here right now, what's going on. And maybe also get like, a bit of, something to like, see that we like from the trailer, for example, to talk about. But yeah, in general, I mean, every mastery has, I think, 5 special abilities, right? And is it 4 or 5? I think it's 5, right? So this is like the dive bomb, and then and so on. So what else is there? There's the caltrops. So
there's net and
the net
explosion trap.
The net transforms into caltrops, right? Is that how it works?
Yeah, it's like a sub skill. It can basically
exactly
like throw caltrops at the same time.
Here we have the overview actually. Okay, net, explosive trap, dive bomb, aerial assault, and falconry. So falconry is basically just like the baseline that you get the falcon at all, or how is that exactly? Do we have to have it on the bar?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have to have it on the bar to be able to use the other abilities that include the falcon.
Okay,
So,
and this basically means you always have that as a falconer, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and then you have the trap that you can throw and the net. Okay. Yeah, I looked a bit of the skill tree, so like the individual skills, they are also here. And there seems to be like really cool, like, combinations of like converting, especially the traps with the caltrops, or like the net with the caltrops. I like that idea with the puncture, for example. So if you guys had
stuff seems to be pretty strong right now. The trap stuff looks like it's kind of like grabbing a build in PoE and like importing it into Last Epoch. It's gonna be
pretty much.
At first, it seems pretty crazy.
Yeah, I just got a raise.
I don't know if
guys. Thank you.
I don't know if you saw the Blast Drain bow build, but that's basically a PoE build. You have like full screen AoE and everything. So
was that one affected much by the bug? Because EHG did come out and tell us about the bug for that. So how do you think that's going to affect it?
I mean, it's gonna be like way less projectiles, of course, so it's like more reasonable, but it's still gonna do a lot of damage because it just did way more than it should before. But it's gonna be still good, but you might actually even need to like equip one piece of gear now instead of 0. So but yeah, it's not gonna be as flashy, basically.
It's just to clarify, the footage we showed for Volka's build had a bug in it that we weren't aware of until literally yesterday morning, which is way too late to actually do anything about it, except for tell people. So it's not quite as crazy as it's shown on there, but it's still pretty crazy.
To give an idea, it's like it was broken like 2 or 3 times more than it should have. So
and one thing that I noticed here in the preview is also that a lot of the playstyles seemed like very passive, and you were just kind of like, the Falcon was like going crazy here. Was it just because you're running like low difficulty, and is it like actually that strong, and is it like one-tapping most monsters around you automatically? Like, how is it actually in like real gameplay?
Yeah, I don't think.
Go ahead, Monstar.
I don't think actually any of the playstyles are passive, even though they do kind of look like that, because you're actually pressing abilities that the Falcon is using a lot of times. So I can see how they would look at that screen. And also, some of the stuff that's showing on here is like just walking to enemies, so it looks kind of more passive than it actually is. It's funny.
Yeah, but it kind of looks like even if we stand there, the Falcon is actually going kind of crazy, right? It's like very aggressive. It seems like, it's just like directly diving on enemies around you, and then here's like an ability that is used. This was probably the aerial assault or something. And then,
this is aerials. This is my favorite, and the one I'm doing for 1.0. And this one, like, you're fully engaged with the Falcon. He's picking you up and kind of throwing you, and then doing an attack at the end. I love this, man. I love it. It's so much fun.
It looks really funny, yeah.
Oh, it's awesome. Later you'll see the Shadow Dagger version of it, and it's just explosions everywhere, and that's my jam.
Mm-hmm.
It also has like a nice little buff in it for the people that liked Ballista. It has an actual multiplier scaling your Ballista damage with intelligence now. So with the experimental affix giving you the ability to grab all of your minions and them being teleported with you when you use a traversal skill. Since it's a traversal skill, you'll use that, bring all your ballistas with you, and then give them an insane multiplier of damage as long as like 75% attack speed.
Yeah, I saw that ballista node actually, and that seemed completely busted to me. I was like, whoa. I mean, that might be something I'm gonna actually want to try with this.
There definitely is going to be something there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, in general, like, so we already know McFuffin with the aerial assault, so you want to do like the ballista stuff? Like, is everyone here actually going to play a Falconer, by the way, on launch, or are you actually someone else playing something else?
I think so.
I mean, my build is actually not on Falconer, it's actually a marksman, because you only need to spec for like 5 points into Falconer to get the explosive trap. So, it's not technically a Falconer, my build.
Yeah, I saw that in the video as well, right? Where it was like this marksman. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also like another kind of ballista build. It's kind of like more a trapper, but you can actually make your ballistas.
Hey, don't tell the
But
secret.
what if it's just theory crafting? What if?
It's theory, It's theory.
Okay, theory craft.
Because you can
forbidden build. Lizard says. Lizard is in chat.
Forbidden build. You can technically use the traps to actually generate mana because you make them cost 0 mana, okay? With some affixes on your ring. And then there's a node that lets it proc ballista at a 20% chance. So you spam traps, and in ballista there's another node that makes your ballista transform into a giant explosion. And so you could just spam traps to get huge explosions with your ballistas, and that's gonna have crazy AoE and crazy damage. And like with the passive tree, it's gonna get a lot of support for damage, like scaling. But basically, you can also scale your defenses with critical strike avoidance as offense, because there's a node that gives you crit multi per of your crit avoidance. So that also is going to be a pretty funny thing to witness.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's also really balanced also. So
yeah. I mean, that's why we're gonna start with it, you know.
yeah, get it nerfed.
Get it. That's the reason, of course. Yeah, that's just.
Oh, of course. You know,
We just want to try to help balance the game. Yeah, we don't want to play the
yeah.
overpowered stuff because it's overpowered.
Of course.
Exactly.
Hey,
I will see.
maybe we're gonna stop saying no fun allowed in LE, and we're gonna have a little bit of fun now.
Let's see for how long. Yeah, that's probably gonna be like daily patches or something on launch.
I hope there's not too much of that.
Actually,
But, yeah, we'll see.
how's the patch like cycle in general? I guess they generally do like rather large updates and that is like scheduled or something, right? But I imagine when like the launch is happening, like are they actually like hot fixing stuff frequently? I don't really, I'm not really
Yeah,
involved with like these big patches.
That's a great question. We actually have a few devs in chat. If they do want to talk about this, feel free to, because it's been a little bit
Yeah,
of
some
a
guys,
question.
Well
Yeah,
done.
it's been a little bit of a question is how they're going to handle that. I know they've had a stance not too long ago about not wanting to nerf things because people will be affected by it, and so the arena is entirely full of just sacrifice builds right now. Like it's just zombie sacrifice builds throughout the entire thing. So I personally hope that at least the stuff that's super broken will get affected. We don't need another what's the D4 Sorc build? We don't need another scenario where that just insanely
lightning.
broken stuff just holds out all season on LE. But we'll see what happens. We don't really know yet.
No bugs
Surely the
allowed.
ballista build. Surely the ballista build will survive, guys. Surely.
Mhm.
I mean, it might for 1 week. Who knows?
Hey, that's enough. That's enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for most people, it will be like also hard to put in perspective. I mean, for you guys, everyone here has blasted a lot of last Epoch, and you've played like dozens of builds, and you have like a perspective of what a build should do and what it shouldn't, right? And if there's like someone new coming to the game and they have never played it, or they have maybe played it like 2 years ago, like in some other patch and some other class, and now they have no idea how strong they're actually supposed to be, right? So they might just feel, okay, it might be a bit easy now, or maybe it's like too hard for this one because it's underpowered. But I guess it would be kind of wild to see in general, like for like the different builds that people make, especially with a lot of, I guess, new players coming to the game. So I wonder how that is going to play out as well, right? When there's actually going to be like updates, and you have to make sure that you don't like alienate people that just started out with something. And of course, if something is like too busted, you always have to balance it, right? Like make sure it's not like too crazy, but don't nerf it into the ground either, so that it's unplayable. It's it's always important
What's
to balance.
pretty interesting with LE is that like because there's infinitely scaling on the mapping system and in the arena, like 99% of skills and builds can actually get to the point where they do like maybe like 200 corruption, which is the baseline where you start really dropping any item in the game. So this brings the initial feeling on any skill or any build feels like pretty good, but then obviously there are some like outliers out there that just like push way higher than anything else, or just are way tankier than anything else. But pretty much every build will be able to at least enjoy the campaign, the early end game, and like even a big portion of the end game. But for sure, like balance is always a thing in ARPGs, and so like really hard with all those pieces of puzzles that you're messing around with, and with more pieces added to the game, it's getting harder and harder to balance. But yeah, it would be nice if we could see a lesser a smaller gap in disparity between the best of the best builds and the worst of the worst build. If you can just like it's never going to be perfect, but if we can just bring everything down to like a middle range, would be really nice,
Yeah, because I mean, you could go and play Acid Flask, or you could play any of the new stuff, So it's like, do you get stuck at like 100 corruption, or do you do like, I don't know, 5,000 corruption? So it's the difference is pretty big on the like worst ones. So
Acid Flask sounds like the 100 corruption build to me.
yeah, exactly.
Yep.
You don't want to play that one.
Yeah,
exactly.
never. Even during leveling, don't. Just don't.
Yeah, I tried it very briefly, like when I started out my rogue, and I was not impressed either, and that was already like a long time ago, and like I kind of feel like nothing has happened on that end, so...
There's actually a point where it's really good, like between level 2 and like 3 before you get puncture. It's actually really solid if we use it at that point. So it's good for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, for one level, yeah.
Exactly.
But for the one zone mini boss that they have to defeat. Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly what it's for.
Yeah, I think I did exactly that as well. And then I got puncture, and then I never looked back. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much it.
Hey, you don't know. Maybe there's a challenge. You know, you did the only blue items hardcore challenge in Diablo. Maybe there's a acid flask only challenge in Last Epoch. You know.
That's
I
harder.
mean,
man,
I'm
that's
sure
way
there's
harder.
lots of meme potential, I guess. I mean, for me, it's, you know, I'm also like somewhat of a new player. I mean, I've leveled like 3 characters now. You know, I've seen the end game, but you know, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not like in meme territory yet, at least. So, but who knows? Maybe at some point, yeah, we're gonna do some memes. Yeah, I like doing that kind of stuff at least. So, you know, taking these underdog skills or builds or something and trying to make something out of that, or just like some weird challenges. It's always fun, you know? Why not try, make the best you can out of the Acid Flask build?
Yeah, and also like Ellie as a game is so young that you can easily find like some actually like pretty broken like, you know, interactions that nobody has even found yet, because, you know, it's a pretty small community and stuff, so you can do interesting things.
A pretty small community. I heard they broke 1 million players.
I mean, now it's getting bigger, yes.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
everybody's waiting, basically.
That's a big milestone, though. It's really nice to see.
The game is definitely not solved, so like there's still like a lot of room for theory crafting and messing around with different interactions for sure. You know.
Yeah. Like, for example, I can talk about leveling because that's what I do mostly in the game. Like, I've 2k hours in the campaign, basically. And there's barely anybody like min-maxing that stuff. It's also because of the campaign is pretty easy. Like if you take your time, you're never gonna struggle no matter what. But yeah, there's a lot of potential left there, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, speaking of campaign, actually, so we're gonna have the cycles, and I think we're gonna launch directly with the game launch, right? We're gonna have cycle 1 immediately. Okay, so it's basically seasons, like for you know, the viewers. So this is called cycles in Last Epoch. Do we have like the option to skip campaign? No, right? That's not going to be a thing.
No,
yeah, you have to go through it. Yeah, I know you can skip like the last part of it or something, right? And like some of the cycles.
You have multiple routes that you can take depending on if you're good at the game or if your build can handle it. So you can do like the full campaign, or you can, for example, stop at chapter 7, because at chapter 7 that's where you unlock like all your idols, all your passive points. But you can also do something that we're gonna do with Bina, is to stop at chapter 5, and at chapter 5 we go into endgame, and then later on we're gonna do like a dungeon skip to get to chapter 9 directly. And so we skip like chapter 6, 7, and 8, I believe. So you have like, depending on like your knowledge about the game and your build, you can skip like most of the campaign. You don't have to do it.
That's the anticipated speed strat, since we expect you're going to have to go to chapter 9 to unlock your factions. But you can get the rest of your passive titles there, so you can skip a pretty large portion of the campaign, and it's a lot quicker. I think Tarek's actually done all the way to Empowered in under 4 hours. So with a solo self-found character with nothing to start with, so you can go pretty quick.
Yeah, but that's Tarek, so
yeah, I mean, we're not going to do it that fast, but it's possible. Like for Tarek, at least.
I mean, Tarek is probably like the candidate here for like World First 100 or something, I guess, right? So
he's
have to play like 24/7.
He's expected to actually win at this point, but Bina's going to give him a run for his money.
Yeah.
They're playing together. No, he's not.
We're playing together, so like
they're cheating.
That's true.
Playing together.
Are you guys gonna play on hardcore, by the way, or how is that?
I mean, I'm still thinking about it, like, because the servers might be interesting to say the least on launch. So I'm not sure yet if I go hardcore, softcore. But then again, like most people actually don't play hardcore, at least right now, like most streamers and stuff. So kinda want to play hardcore. I don't know, not sure yet though. There's so many builds to try also in the game, like. would be easier to do in softcore, just like bring out.
Yeah,
so
that's
many
true.
builds.
But I mean, like, you technically don't lose anything from going hardcore, right? Because I think it has like the system where like your character is still preserved when you die, but you can't play it on hardcore anymore, right?
Yeah, actually, the devs just like yesterday said on Reddit that like if you die on cycle hardcore, you will go to cycle softcore. So you could actually just continue playing in the same cycle, but just
Exactly. Like I know in PoE, for example, like you go from the hardcore season to like standard, right? And then you can basically out, and that character is basically gone, right? But if you actually go to the cycle, I mean that is a much bigger incentive to start hardcore. At least try it. Why not?
Yeah,
and
that's the idea. They want to they want people to try the hardcore gameplay.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of cool. It's kind of like it's kind of like a marathon. Like who actually makes it to the end? Kind of like everyone can just start on hardcore. Why not, right? And you see who actually ends up at the end. So it's kind of funny to see. I guess every single season start. I guess there might be like way more people actually trying hardcore, playing hardcore as like not as a way of life, but as like just like you make a character, you make it hardcore, and you see when is the first time you rip, right? And then you just keep playing. So that could be like a way to do it. Kind of cool. Yeah.
I hope a lot of people play hardcore just for to see the clip in the campaign with the some of the changes. People might die. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it might not be as easy as before.
In which chapter, Tarek, are we dying? Okay, in which chapter?
Are we getting some campaign buffs as well, or what? Is that like anything coming or so? Because I personally, I also felt the campaign is like relatively easy. Like I mean, it's not bad to have an easy campaign for new players and stuff, but I felt like when I started a game for the first time, maybe I just happened to be on an OP build or something, but I felt the campaign was very easy. So
yeah,
but
it actually is if you go slow. But the thing is that they don't really penalize you that much for going faster and like skipping a lot of like levels, having like a huge difference in level compared to the area level. So that's one way to also increase the difficulty artificially. Is as you go faster, it's going to be harder because you're going to have like less gear in this
I
level.
guess the speedrunning strats will make it hard at some point, right? So if you try to just like reach monoliths and like like 2 hours or whatever, then I guess it makes sense.
But I mean, like if you're on a blast, like it's going to be harder, like no matter what. But if you take your time, it's going to be pretty easy, I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
And if you go ranged, it'll be even easier. If you go melee, that's
true.
That's challenge right there.
Yeah, because usually we want to go so fast, and it's like we don't have any gear or basically naked. So it's like of course it's gonna be harder for like fast players.
Yeah, I think the main difficulty spike. There's a couple of difficulty spikes in the campaign in different chapters, but the big one is usually Lagon. No, like once new players get to Lagon, they usually get slapped, like completely annihilated.
And then,
I mean, it's definitely like the first big roadblock, I think. So, yeah. I also noticed that myself, actually.
Hard, but yeah, the first time you come across that, if you haven't read a guide on it, you're gonna learn a thing.
Yeah, you actually have to do mechanics in the Lagon fight. You can't get hit by the beam. So yeah, that's usually a roadblock.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And also, like, it's just like, this multi-phase fight, and like, it's like the biggest. I mean, this used to be the final encounter, like previously, right? At some point when the campaign wasn't finished, and now like it continues after that. But yeah, somewhere around that point is also when you're kind of done with the campaign, like currently, right? And then you can move on to Monoliths, I think, or how's it exactly? But
there's one more chapter after that.
One more chapter, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
And
it's like.
By the way, the boss of the next chapter. Personally, I think it's harder than Lagon, but who knows?
But you can skip that one. It's
you can
+1 to all attributes if you do it.
You can do it like later once you hit I don't know, level 70, 60.
So can you actually go Monoliths already and then come back to the finished campaign, or what?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I can actually say I haven't done campaign Lagon in a year or something, because I always skip the campaign, So yeah.
Yeah, you can go.
That's usually what we do.
As soon as you reach the end of time, you shouldn't. It's going to be really hard, but you can. But most of us do it sometime well before the end. Just enough to get our idols passives.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I want to circle back to the Falconer again a little bit, because this was one thing that we actually like had have it as a highlight for today. So I mean, everyone said already like they want to make their own builds, or like at least like we have like some candidates already. Like Fluffin wants to do like the aerial assault, and I think Vina wants to do like the was it the ballista stuff?
I have like 2 different ballistas that I want to do, like the regular turret defense and also the explosive ballista.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up that video again, by the way. Then let's just like show that again to viewers, because we didn't actually finish the preview here. So this is like the preview from Maxroll, and the Maxroll page, where like all of our guys here also showed some of the gameplay and more. Here's also Boardman, for example. So is there like any other build from Tarek and from Volka? Like, I'm not sure which ones you are kind of eyeing here that you would like to go with. Which ones were those?
Yeah, so my build was the Blast Rain bow, like proccing millions of detonating arrows. That was my build. I don't think I have any other builds at the moment that I want to play on Falconer, at least not now. I think the other guys are doing like the other builds. Ballista seems really good though, so that's tempting.
Yeah. And since I'm mainly doing like leveling stuff, so I'm gonna also play like what Bina is gonna play. We're gonna play like the same build basically for a release. But yeah, for like leveling, a build that people haven't really talked about was the net proccing like punctures. And you have 2 choices. You can use either like a spear to increase like the bleed chance, because you have like nodes in the passive tree that increase bleed chance if you have a spear. Or you can also like do bow, and with bows you have like insane range with it, so it's like kind of cool. It clears everything, and also you drop like caltrops on the ground whenever you use net. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we see that right now with the traps here as well, and I noticed that basically most of these clips have like actually like bow in hand, but they don't actually ever fire a bow, and it's just like a stat stick.
Yeah, because it's using the throwing like base form of the trap. So you're basically just throwing the trap, and the bow is just there,
But also like for the other skills, like the dive bomb, for example, like how does that as well? Like, does that scale with your weapon in any way, for example?
Yeah, basically like the highest. I think there are nodes depending on the highest type of damage. For example, the highest flat that you have between like throwing, melee, or bow attack is gonna take a part of it and give it to the Falcon. Like same for increased damage, for example. So you actually have to make a choice on which weapon you equip.
So you kind of have the possibility to scale it in whatever way you scaled your own stats. Like he's gonna take the highest out of all 3, right? Whether it's like bow, throwing, or melee, right?
Yeah.
So like there's a lot of like versatility in how you will actually gear.
But everyone ended up with a bow here, and there's a nose clip. So is that coincidence, or is that just like...
No. It's not because of coincidence. It's because of explosive trap.
Yeah, I'm the Giga Chat that goes melee.
Yeah.
Screw these bow guys. What are they doing?
Okay. Yeah, I guess melee rogue enjoy here with shadow daggers as well, and all that stuff. That's fluffing.
I was literally playing a bow today on stream, so. But that build's not a bow for me. That's
like Lizard is saying, technically melee.
Technically, yeah. Lizard says melee kick W.
It's throwing me into like enemies and stuff. It's melee.
Yeah, it has the tag, so technically it's
the
melee.
Falcon tosses me into the groups of enemies because I missed click and didn't click to the side. It's melee.
Okay. Someone in chat is asking, it's a bit unrelated to this right now, but it's an important question. Is there any change coming for corruption? Felt a little daunting to grind to high corruption and high rarity. I thought isn't that like getting sped up or something, and you can like more easily reach
they've talked about this, so we can talk about it. So corruption is going to be the difficulty is going to be more about scaling actual corruption. So as the corruption scales, the difficulty is going to be inside the corruption instead of the modifiers. Like right now, you can get some really terrible modifiers as you scale corruption that do insane amounts of damage or just make them incredibly tanky, and it can feel really bad. So they're basically swapping it, where most of the difficulty you're going to get scaling-wise is just by increasing your corruption. So the more health and the more damage that they get are going to be the bigger source of difficulty.
Yeah. It's like you're not gonna have like insane difficulty spike because you're like the mods are not gonna have like a crazy amount of like increased damage or like whatever.
Yeah, and before people would like cherry pick mods, you know, like take the easy mods and make it super easy. Basically, like corruption didn't even mean anything. So now it's gonna be nice because you can actually like let's say somebody's playing 500 corruption, you know how it's gonna feel. You know, it's not like, oh, but did you take any mods? And you know. So now it's gonna be nice. You can actually compare builds and stuff like that.
Okay, so it's like much more about like kind of the corruption level as like a baseline, and then like much less about the actual map mods that you're gonna add basically all the time. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good system. It's, you know, also like to immediately grasp, you know, the difficulty and the comparability. So
it takes out the cheese. So like it's more easy. It's easier to compare two builds against each other when everyone's basically dealing with the same difficulty at 500 corruption versus before, where, like Volk was pointing out, you could just take the cheesy mods and you wouldn't really add any difficulty to it. It might slow you down a little bit or something like that, but you could still just blast through it. Now you can't really do that.
Yeah, I didn't dive too far into the corruption system because I think on like my first two characters from long ago it didn't exist yet, and I did it like recently. I played like a few weeks ago last Epoch, and I dived into corruption and empowered monoliths. And I didn't go to like, you know, thousands of corruption or something, but what would be like a good kind of target to have? Like if you have like some kind of like, you know, somewhat endgame geared character on a decent build, like what are you actually shooting for?
At least for my builds, I like to do like 500 corruption, because if you can do 500 with any mods, you know, in the current system, it's gonna be a good build. And that's pretty much a baseline for me.
Yeah, I think that's pretty normal, pretty standard for at least us. This team, if you can do 500 corruption, it's a pretty solid build.
Okay. And is it like some certain breakpoints you're actually aiming for or something, or is it like it just scales out the rewards more and more, and the more the merrier?
Oh,
I mean,
there's gonna be a breakpoint for like the faction system, because you have like a currency tied to the faction system. And there's bound to be like a breakpoint where that currency doesn't matter because you're gonna generate like more currency that you're gonna spend it. So, like, I don't know what that breakpoint is at the moment. But
like right now, corruption doesn't really mean anything because, like, I mean, you get more rarity, but you know, loot doesn't really scale with corruption. So, hopefully, that's better in 1.0.
I mean, would you actually like to see that there's like, you know, okay, you have to hit that minimum level and then maybe unlock like new drops or whatever?
I mean, there is some drops. There's some drops at like 200 corruption. You can drop Omnis from the Shade of Orobus, for example, the boss. But that's it. There's nothing past 200 corruption. And of course, you know, players like us can get that in like one day. So it would be nice if there was more like more kind of like breakpoints, you know.
Yeah, there's like drops, and there's like you unlock your 5th choice of blessing whenever you kill the timeline boss. So it's easier, you know, to farm your perfect blessings if you go higher in corruption, at least at that threshold that is 200 corruption, right? But yeah, like I think this is something that there's more than one item. I know there's others, but possibly in the future there might be some other breakpoints that they bring us, other thresholds for new items. And I think that could be pretty nice.
We do know that they have plans for like pinnacle bosses in the future, and the first 2 cycles after this are all endgame focused. I believe they're Monolith of Fate focused specifically. So there's a lot of room for them to play with this and make corruption maybe meaningful for pinnacle bosses, which also probably drop unique loot. So definitely hope to see a lot of that stuff in the future.
Yeah, I can definitely see that there's a lot of room to like, you know, expand upwards, I guess, with pinnacle bosses, like, you know, other incentives to go higher corruption, and then eventually also like just more tools to scale your character to those higher difficulties, right? And right now we're starting out, and yeah, you know, just getting through the game, getting to the empowered monoliths, and then getting to corruption. That's already like, you know, pretty solid, you know, path, I guess, for most players to tread, and then, you know, maybe they come back in the next cycle and there's, you know, the next thing to do after that, right? So this is probably what a lot of people are waiting for.
Yeah. I mean, it would be cool if someday they also scale like, you know, legendary potential with corruption and stuff like that. Basically, because that's gonna be your main thing you like hunt into end game, like legendary items. So it would be nice if you're kind of like incentivized to you know, push corruption and stuff like that.
I mean, don't you just have like more like unique drops basically as you push the corruption anyway? So this is kind of like how you scale it up, I guess, as long as you can keep the pace.
Yeah, you do drop more uniques, so there's more chances to get LP basically. But
Yeah,
you know.
but I guess it would be also cool if like just the LP chance itself would go up, so that you don't have to pick up like 200 different copies of the same item or something, right?
Yeah,
So
that would be
probably
very
gonna-
cool if that happens.
Yeah, that is probably like somewhat annoying at some point. I imagine if it's just like, you know, oh, it's one again. Oh, it's one again. You know, like
yeah.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see how the power of builds is going to scale, because with 1.0, we're getting Circle of Fortune and Merchant's Guild. So trade is being introduced for the first time. Like, you know, we don't know exactly what's going to happen. And there's going to be so many more players. So, you know, a Circle of Fortune as well with the prophecies and everything. We might see some, you know, some crazy stuff going on with loot, or, you know, crazy things going on with the trade system. You know, power builds might go up, you know, so
yeah, I guess that the fact that they actually have like these items already available, and you know, there's going to be an economy, and you know, people that you know what they're doing, they can, you know, probably fish out insane items from the trade, for example, right? Yeah, that's going to be pretty wild to see. Actually, what is your guys' choice? Are you gonna do a Circle of Fortune or the Merchant's Guild?
I'm gonna go solo account found. So you know, I can only choose COF. Can't really trade there, but I'm really expecting like you know, to get much more loot than before. Like at least +1 LP on every item, pretty much, because like the new bonuses are so big on the faction. So yeah.
I'm personally planning on going Merchant's Guild. I'm gonna be blasting and racing, so hopefully I can have a little advantage there and buy items from other people that actually find them for me, right? But yeah, I think Merchant's Guild is gonna be great if you are a blaster and you already know the ins and outs of the game and you're able to get a lot of gold, you'll be able to just buy whatever you want, you know? If you find your 2 LP item that you absolutely need these 2 stats on, and then you miss your slam at the Temporal Sanctum, then you can just go buy another one and then try it again, you know? You buy another one, another copy, another Exalted, and you just try again over and over. And you don't have to like find it after, you know, who knows how many hours. So yeah, I think it's going to be very fun and interesting to see how the first iteration of trade is going to like pan out, and yeah, if it's going to be good, right? But I do believe it's going to be pretty good.
And Lizard is on fire today in chat, by the way.
Oh,
what
man.
the hell?
He's after being a
Calm
hard
down,
right
dude.
now.
I mean, it's
yeah.
kind of true though.
Hey, I went back and forth on which one I was going to go with for a long time. And finally, the thing that broke it for me was this is going to be the only time that this is the first time we've ever had an economy in last Epoch. And I've got to check that out. So I'm going to go MG first character and COF second character.
That's cool. And Tarek?
Yep. I mean, I'm going to play with Bina, so MG all the way.
Are you grouping together or what? You're racing together? Oh, okay.
We'll be
Yeah.
at
Here to
work,
go it
you know?
alone. I
I'm
know they
gonna-
can't keep up with us.
I'm
Okay.
going to carry him,
I'm,
you know?
Yeah, we're not on the same continent, but like hopefully, you know,
Yeah.
everything works.
Okay, well, good luck to you guys. Yeah, for me, I'm actually somewhat torn, but I think I'm gonna go Circle of Fortune because I'm mostly an SDF guy, and especially like I guess early on. I mean, I'm not gonna be as fast as you guys, but I'm also gonna be trying to like, you know, kind of like keep racing and stuff. And I don't really expect that there's gonna be many items, like at least in the first few days, that will actually have any value in like the Merchant's Guild. So I'm gonna try the Circle of Fortune stuff. It looks kind of cool with the prophecies as well. So that might actually be kind of fun to like hunt something down and then you get it eventually. So we'll see how that will go.
Yeah, definitely. I think like the fact that you can actually play SSF in this game and it's gonna feel good. You know, it's not gonna be like PoE where you have to like play, you know, so much to actually get what you want. So I think COF is gonna be really nice to play.
Yeah. I think it's also going to be interesting to see like the top 1% in COF and the top 1% in MG. See like if there is actually any difference in terms of gearing and stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I could imagine that's going to be like, you know, some tweaks over just the different seasons at some point, right? If it's like one of them like turns out to be like, you know, too OP or something, but yeah, I mean, you can definitely like micromanage it, especially with the prophecies, I guess. Can like, you know, shift the balance either towards or away from Circle of Fortune very easily, and that would allow them, you know, to become like a kind of equal in power, I guess. But yeah, I mean, of course, it's also like, you know, kind of like a philosophy thing, like okay, do you actually want to play trade or do you actually just want to play solo, right? So it's hard to really like, you know, put like the exact like dot on it or something like, okay, this is how it should be.
The nice thing is you can go back and forth between one and the other faction. So like it's not like you have to make your character on only one single league or cycle realm, you know. So if you're if you want to play COF for a couple weeks and then you want to play trade afterwards, like you'll be able to, right?
Yeah, that's also cool.
So it's not like a definitive lock. It's basically
Yeah,
you have to unequip your gear, or you have to like there's gonna be something. You can't use the same gear in both factions, right? You can't trade and then
get unnaked slowly, but yeah, you'd be able to make the switch.
Yeah.
By the way, no, keep going first. I
was just gonna say like, especially because the end game progress is not shared between characters. It's not like in PoE where you can go like into T16 because you have another character that has T16 maps. Here you actually have like to fully progress again if you create a new character. So being able to switch on the same character factions is actually also has a lot of value just from that point alone.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's true. The one point that I wanted to talk about is the cycles again. So as far as I understand, the cycles are gonna be also like on the the cycle mechanics at least. Are they gonna be like across the entire game, right? So even on like non-season, basically, what is it called there?
Yeah, so I think they're calling it standard or something like that.
Legacy.
Yeah, legacy.
So the cycle mechanics, they're all gonna be across the entire game. Is it also gonna be an offline?
Yeah. Of course, not the trade one, but yeah, for the first cycle, and they haven't committed to beyond that, but the first cycle, everybody gets all of the same content, no matter how they play the game.
Yeah, that's really awesome. So in case for the viewers, if you didn't know, there's actually an offline mode, and you can play even the season mechanic there. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. Do we actually know anything about it? I can't remember any announcement or anything about the cycles. And since I haven't really played the CT, so I have no idea about it. But can we talk about it?
Yeah, I mean it's just the factions and it's the
this is the first cycle mechanic.
Yeah, so it's permanent content, and they said for the first few at least it's all going to be permanent content because they feel like they need to still continue to develop their content to give it enough. Other games maybe should learn from that. So yeah, it's Woody's what I'm talking about. So yeah, that's going to be permanent stuff, and that's what's going to be here for the first time. So you won't have like a special seasonal theme or anything that's going to go away. Not yet. It could be later, but for now at least, it's all permanent stuff.
Okay, that's cool stuff. Okay, I didn't realize that the faction system was actually supposed to be the cycle mechanics. So I thought there's something else also coming.
Not this time, but maybe in the future there's something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, especially I think the monoliths would be like a good candidate here for, just beefing up the end game, like putting stuff in there, making them exciting, making some, random stuff happen and all that. So
yeah, they did talk. They mentioned at one point that I think it was Judd that mentioned that he hopes that for 1.3 or something, like the next few cycles and patches will bring expansions to the monolith and like bring some more endgame content and like
the first two cycles are
the first two cycles
possibly
bring like the vision of what last Epoch is their entire vision and like which is going to be like a great package for endgame at that point, right? Because we still have a lot right now. I feel like last Epoch is probably the ARPG that releases their 1.0 version with the most endgame content out of all of the ARPGs, no? Because if we go back in the past, like at launch, PoE didn't have much, or at launch, all of these other ARPGs didn't have that much. But like in this time and age, I think EAG has made a great job at taking all of the feedback from all of the different games that were released and trying to make, maybe we don't have as much as PoE has, which had 10 years to have like multiple league mechanics added to the game. But I think right now it's pretty good. It's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, for a fresh launch, I think they're definitely in a good spot. I agree with that. So, and it's also like, it's not just that they have some stuff, but it also seems like, very well, thought out and, somewhat fine-tuned and, all that, because of the early access for years at this point, right? And, it's just essentially like a soft launch, right? But for many people, it will be like the first time actually jumping in, and they're going to see the game as it is at this point. And yeah, I think that's going to go well. So
yeah,
like,
for sure.
if you had like one thing that you could like create as like an end game system or like a new cycle mechanic or something, or like what would be like the most favorite thing you would like to see maybe in the first cycles at some point? That would be an interesting thing.
I mean, I would definitely want an end game boss, like an actual pinnacle boss that's actually hard to kill and stuff. And so then just like more mechanics into Monolith, maybe like, I don't know, Breach League or something, just like cool stuff like that. I guess start small, I guess,
Yeah, some sort of way to make us like more engaged inside the echoes instead of just rushing the objectives.
Yeah,
that would be pretty huge, I think.
Those were my two. They both took my two choices. It'd be pinnacle type boss content, and then more stuff in the echoes, like more events happening, like the mages that what are they called? Prison
exiled mages.
Exiled, yeah. Stuff like that I would love to see more of.
Yeah, kind of like random encounters that makes you that if you encounter something in an echo and then you like there's a message maybe that pops on the screen and tells you, okay, this echo is corrupted by this and that, and then that's a rare occurrence or something, and then you can actually like make a choice of either going to the corruption thing and then engaging in that content, and gives you a reward based on your choices of something else. Yeah, I mean all random encounters that basically makes you excited and like surprises you when you're playing, instead of just being going from point A to point B and that's it.
Yeah, I think I heard once one of the devs say like his ideal would be basically replacing the modifiers in the Monolith with like League mechanics. So one would be like, I don't know, Breach, and something else is like Legion, and so it would be actually interesting instead of just like oh, this one has a bit more HP on the enemies.
Yeah. I also hope that they scale with the corruption, because we have like an infinite scaling system. So it would be pretty boring if they didn't scale.
I mean, Monolith is effectively the one thing you do in late game anyway. So basically, any kind of like, that you could have like these dungeons, and you could have like like a separate boss somewhere, right? That has like a fixed difficulty or whatever, or maybe the multiple difficulty settings, like the dungeons, for example. But yeah, ultimately, I guess pretty much everything they put in the game will scale through monoliths anyway. And it's like a very easy way to kind of like streamline the difficulty and, make sure that, it's like properly scaled to, a certain level. So I think it just makes the most sense to put most stuff into monoliths and also make it scale through monoliths, including bosses potentially.
Yeah, we could talk about dungeons though too, actually. So dungeons are something that a lot of long-term players find kind of annoying because of the way they're set up. But interestingly, Mike in Ask the Devs, he's one of the devs that handles the Ask the Devs. He's amazing. He has so much information. But he was talking about how that's one of the things that they'd like to touch up at some point, because they went with like a system that was supposed to be like a pseudo-randomized, where it kind of blocks your path constantly. And they hoped it would be a good randomization system. It didn't work out. So that would be a nice thing to eventually see down the road, them actually get around to making the dungeons feel a lot better, and then maybe once they feel better, adding some more dungeons, because the dungeon bosses and the reward mechanics in those are generally been very, very well received.
I think just like layout changes could probably go a long way already. Like, like remove these random blocks and just make it feel a bit more naturally like randomized maybe. Could already, like I noticed the same thing as well. I didn't run many dungeons, but I tried them all like a few times. I tried to do like the tier 4 and defeat them on the hardest difficulty and stuff, and failed miserably. But it was fun trying them, a little bit. But I was also like, I was like trying to find my way around on like this one objective or something, and trying to get something, and then I just gave up and moved on to the next. Like, it was kind of annoying.
Yeah.
There's actually an interesting thing in chat right now from Berg from EHC. What about something like Echo Time Trials? You race against another player who is also in the same Echo.
PvP, let's go.
Just made this up.
Yeah, blade dancer pure meta. Everyone's all supposed to play the fastest builds constantly.
Hey, that's my meta. Easy.
True. Derek is so excited about that one. Actually.
Hey. Finally.
Yeah, it would be funny. I mean, like one thing I noticed is that you generally don't want to spend much time in each echo, right? You always just try to rush to the next and increase the web size. And I guess it would be nice if there was like more. Yeah, I think someone mentioned that, right? More stuff to do in the echoes where it's like like they have like this bonus corruption that you get or something, or bonus stability, but it's like ultimately kind of like irrelevant and like not really the way.
There is incentive to kill monsters in the Echo because the non-guaranteed reward, the chest that is right beside it to the right, actually scales with the amount of monsters that you kill inside of the Echo and how many monsters remain afterwards. So
oh really?
There's
I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, so there's the stability, the bonus stability, but also you get more loot from that chest. And in very high corruption, that chest drops items like crazy. It's like it can't drop items for like 15 seconds straight, pretty much.
Yeah, but it's pretty bad until very high corruption, and even when it's good, like you're not incentivized to like go way off your path, right? You want to kill stuff on the way, efficiently build stability until you get to the objective, kill the objective, and then kind of move on. And what people are generally talking about is make me want to go, like I'm supposed to go north of the objective. Well, what's west? What's east? What's over there? Is there something cool, some icon on the map that I should go check out? Which is like what the mages do. Like you see like, oh, if it's important for you, you're going to go get it. As a trader, you're almost always going to go get it because there's some really valuable affixes there that might drop. More stuff like that is what people really want.
Yeah, and also like having something that you need to think about while you're playing. So it's not just like, okay, I'm going to like autopilot into the end of the echo and that's it, and go again. I want something that I have to like actually actively think about when I play the monolith, So hopefully they can add something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely just interesting to see, like, now the 1.0 coming, and then, the first cycle's evolving, and, I'm sure that the devs have, like, many things, like ideas, and probably some things in the works already, like, at least concept-wise, that they're probably going to implement soon, and we're going to hear about soon. So, especially at the start of a game, the start of its lifetime, the first patches, that's always, like, the big hype moments, I guess. And, yeah.
It's time to get into it and grow with the game, Like, how many times do you have like the opportunity to actually start playing an ARPG when it releases? I mean, technically,
not very often. Yeah, that is
the
true.
1.0 release. It's time. Now is the time to get into Last Epoch and actually grow with the game. Just like back in the days, if you try to get into PoE nowadays after 10 years of content, it's much harder than it was at 1.0, right? So yeah. I feel like it's a good opportunity if you're an ARPG enjoyer and you want to actually, get into it. You will actually, grow with the game. It's gonna be a fun ride.
Lizard says fresh 10k hour start.
Yeah, I mean, technically it's been in early access, but it's the 1.0 launch. So,
how many hours do you guys have, by the way? That's like a little.
I mean, it's hard to tell because back then it was not on Steam, right? So there was the standalone client. So it's kind of just an approximation, but like multiple thousands for sure.
Yeah, I might have the lowest amount actually. I have like 3,000 only, only 3,000 hours.
Because I think you have more. You have more than me, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I started in 2021, so I don't know.
Yes, I also started in 2021, I believe. I have like 2.5k.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're kind of the same amount then. Okay.
I'm something over 5,000. I don't know how, because I'm the oldest person here in multiple ways, including playing this game for the longest. So I was playing the game before it was even on Steam, and there was no way to track those hours. So I don't know how many I had from that.
It's a grandpa fluff in here. Oh,
Gramps.
Yeah. But I guess you have also played the most builds then, I suppose. How many builds do you have played?
Oh, I don't know. A number of builds don't even exist anymore that I played in the past. I remember there was one that used fire shield. It's not even a skill anymore. It was righteous fire. It doesn't exist. Can't play it now.
Oh man. Do you have like some old video about it?
I do. Yeah, I have all the footage. It's great.
It's actually crazy if you go back and watch the old LE videos. It's like looks so bad compared to now. So there's definitely a lot of progress.
The game has come a long way for sure, for the better.
Yeah, a lot of people in chat also seem to have played like a bunch of these like old school builds or something. I don't really know much about them, so it's
Old
kind of funny.
Earthquake Werebear was crazy. It was absolutely crazy.
It was ridiculous looking though. Their old werebear was so silly looking. I wish we had a picture of that. The difference is tremendous. It looked more like a dog
Someone must
than
have a
bear.
screenshot somewhere, I guess.
Someone's
If
got
you have it,
one.
then link it in the chat, guys.
No,
Just play the Kickstarter video and you see XDD.
Oh, there you go.
Well, if someone gives me a link, I'll pull it up. Let's go. What are like maybe some like completely unexplored archetypes that could make it into a game in terms of builds?
I have one for you, Woody. It's a video.
You have right here in chat. Oh, whoops. Wait, are you linking it here? Or in Twitch?
I'll put it in chat.
Okay, Bina. Okay, let's pull it up from Bina. What is
That's
that?
the old Earthquake Werebear.
Alright guys, so today we're going to go over the Earthquake Werebear build,
The
which I have two
Earthquake
versions
Werebear
of.
build.
One is full life, one is
0.82.
low life. The full life I use
It was
for
just
arena
like
pushing,
movement
and the low
abilities,
life
screen
version
wide
I use
AoE,
for
basically.
monolith pushing.
Yeah, that's before
Which is
they
only
nerfed
best,
it.
like monolith speedrunning in general.
Yeah.
Oh, is this the old Werebear form?
So we'll go over both of those.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It looks very
Seeing
humanoid,
it
actually.
now,
like-
like holy shit.
This is
It's
probably
so
one of the
bad.
most powerful builds in the
The
game at
charge,
the moment,
man.
so let's get right into
This
it.
is not the current version of the game, right? This
first
is
of
like
all, the
3 years
skills I
old or
use,
something, guys. This
I
is
use
it
Ice
looks
Storm, Werebear, Swipe, Summon Thorn's Totem, and Earthquake. I do not
Okay.
have any points in my...
Great.
Come a long way. Now it's way better.
Yeah.
Okay, and someone else also linked some other stuff. Who was that here? Bass linked something?
If you got one of it even older when all the other graphics were bad too, because that one started to get the upgrades.
Mm-hmm. I use a concept art and
Okay.
stuff, okay. This is the current form, right?
This is current form, yeah.
Yeah, that looks significantly better.
Yeah, slightly better.
Mm-hmm. It's actually a machine, man, this thing. Yeah, I haven't played the Druid yet, so I'm quite excited for that as well at some point. Looks awesome, though. And Metal linked something, what is that?
That's a good one.
Oh, something we haven't talked about. But the
Live
graphical
on
improvement-
Kickstarter, April 17th, 5 years ago. Let's go.
This is what I started with. It looked like this.
Wow.
Actually, this is slightly worse than even what I started with, to be honest with you. This is like, yeah, like pre-Kickstarter. There's Judd.
Judd, game director. He looks so young.
He does.
It's so
He's gotten
weird
more
seeing
scrolls
it that
since then.
young.
Can we see more of the... Here we go. This is still like the bridge and the stuff from the start of the campaign, right? Actually, yeah.
The old campaign, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, they changed it, yeah. But I remember playing this part, but it looked different already when I played it, I think, and I just recognized this. If you want to see a real OG LE, here comes another one. What is that? Beastmaster demo playthrough 2017, man. Holy.
What?
What is this?
Beastmaster demo. Okay.
This is the same game, believe it or not.
Yeah, look at that, man.
Actually, insane game.
Oh, the,
now-
the old
wait.
minimap. Oh.
No, it'd be a good April Fool's joke if EHG just like, hey guys, we're overhauling the entire graphics, and they just showed this video.
That's amazing. And now compare this to like what we have here. So let's close this.
Yeah, and even in the 1.0 version that's gonna come out, there's some massive graphical improvements.
Yeah.
Like
So
the
there's not even this
shaders
footage here, or
and-
what? This is not
This is actually 1.0 footage. Yeah, that we pull this off the CC.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
put like a I don't know how do you say that, like some sort of like shader or
Yeah, like ambient occlusion maybe, or
yeah.
like lighting and stuff. It's like way better basically.
Lighting. There's weather effects now. You see the fog that's in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they showed it off somewhere in like a forum post or something. I remember seeing something like that.
Yeah, and when you actually play it yourself, right? It just there's a massive difference between 1.0 and what we're playing right now.
What is this message here, by the way? You have been ambushed. What is that? On the left.
Oh yeah, that's one of the monolith objectives is an ambush.
Ah,
You get
okay,
attacked
no
where
mind.
you are.
Okay. I just
Sometimes it's sneaky. They pretend it's something else, and you're like, I'm killing everything, and I can't find this thing. I need to be an ambush. Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah, okay, I remember now. I was just they were way off this message there, and I just saw it. I was like, first time I see that.
Yeah, the objective comes to you.
Lizard is like viciously defending the old school graphics here. It had a charm. Yeah.
Lizard
I don't know about that.
No, he
Doesn't
has
like
a point for visibility. I think.
True though. That's true.
Because as the graphics improve, you have like less contrast between like the terrain and the monsters. So some of the monsters they pop out like less than before.
Yeah, that is definitely true. There's like a general problem, I guess,
like-
that can arise easily. I noticed
Yeah.
that in many games where it's like, okay, if you tune on the graphics, it's just like very easy to read everything, right? Because there's like no grass and there's no shadows and like effects going on and whatever, right?
We just need a
Exactly.
toggle back to the old graphics, kind of like the D2R, where you can do the old one and the new one. We need the same thing.
Yeah, the contrast is not good enough, I guess, for something like that. But man, but it would be funny. Like maybe in another few years when there's like graphics 3.0 or something, and then you can do like the toggle. But yeah, I mean, like it's definitely cool to see. Like, I mean, this is probably still like basically the same base engine, right, and everything, right? I don't think they've redone the entire like game at some point. So like actually just seeing the improvements and the visual like progress, that's pretty amazing though.
Yeah, and they, for example, like they have a model for every weapon in the game. Like every unique weapon has a model. So I think that's like insanely cool to have that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, but you can't transmog them, right? Actually, how's that gonna go?
I mean, you can buy MTX, you know.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, MTX. Okay, I mean, they're gonna be. Look, it's our team. The MTXs, but are they actually in the game already? Are the MTXs already in the game? I'm not even sure.
There are. Yeah.
They are. Okay. So you can
Very
use that
few,
as.
but there are. Yeah.
Yeah, you can use those transmogs. Okay, I guess there's gonna be some launch like hype stuff. I guess, right? That we're gonna get just for like playing the game, and then there's probably gonna be like some new stuff.
Yeah, there's some pre-order stuff right now that you can get, and it gets you a bunch of 2 body armor sets and pads and stuff like that. But I'm sure they're gonna add more to it 1.0.
Yeah, I know there's like a lot of like MTX enjoyers out there, so yeah, it's like one good way of funding it. So
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait for like skill MTX actually. Changing the way a skill looks.
Yeah,
those are gonna happen.
I mean, we might need soon, like with all these new beautiful effects, we might need like a MTX that disables the effects, just to make it like actually clear, Who knows?
yeah, but I felt like I don't know, LE combat is like kind of slow paced and also not like it doesn't have like these like insane density of like like Path of Exile, like juiced up maps or something. Like I feel like the visual clarity is not like the biggest concern at least. I mean, you've played the game more, maybe it's like maybe there are certain builds where this really stands out. Well, at least like for me, it didn't feel like a problem when I played. So maybe I was just like pleb tier and not going fast enough or something.
I mean, it's only really a problem if you do like high arena or something like really pushing where you die in like one hit. So of course that's then it's more of a problem. But yeah, for like normal gameplay, who cares? Rather make it look good, I guess.
I think it's still pretty like I can tell when all the telegraphs are going off still. Maybe I'm not playing the Blast Rain build and that's my problem. Then I couldn't see anything, but the builds I typically play, I can usually see what's going on.
Yeah, Fluffiness probably memorized them all. He's like seeing them in his sleep and dodging. So it's
blindfolded, I can still see it.
Of course.
Yeah, someone is saying LE slow thinking. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can go pretty fast. You also saw this like in this video, right? Like these builds that you made there with the Falconer, like they seem pretty zoomy for sure. But
Yeah.
I think that is probably not going to be like the early game, like the early experience for people that just start out the game and like actually like, you know, even if you get the monoliths and stuff. Yeah, you really have to like try, I guess, to like get that all that speed, I guess, to actually like, you know, put it all together and actually blast through the maps. I feel like
Yeah.
you can definitely go way faster in other games. So that's like my impression.
Yeah. Like if you compare it to PoE, sure, but like if you compare it to D4, no.
Yeah, it seems like okay,
at least
somewhere
faster.
on the level of D4, I guess. If you go like zoomy in D4, it's like somewhere on that level as well, it seems. And I think it's a good difficulty.
Go in
But
30 seconds sometimes in fast builds. With dungeons, what, 4 or 5 minutes?
yeah, okay, it's just I guess it's just that the monoliths in general have like way shorter objectives sometimes, right? It's just like sometimes you walk to like the one guy and it's already like shown on the map and you just rush there and that's it, right?
Yeah.
But
I mean,
yeah, if you compare runtime, of course, it's like much shorter. But I mean, the actual like combat, like the gameplay, right? That sort of went with zoomy. Like,
if you're playing what's your favorite rogue build there? If you're playing that, then it's probably about the same. Maybe it's Shadow Daggers. I feel like generally though, Ellie's probably a little bit faster at the end game because you build a lot more move speed.
Yeah,
okay.
Because also the legendaries, like you can have like a crazy movement speed unique that then you build upon like useful actual affixes for your build. So you can, like, if you really want to, you can go like 200%, even like 300% movement speed on some builds.
Can you actually have like a unique boots that has legendary potential and then put movement speed on it again? Like, if can you have double movement speed? Okay, then I guess there's like one way to go really zoomy or something. Yeah.
You can have like
you can do
70% movement speed on just a pair of boots, basically.
You can
Just
put
by
on your
one
rings,
item.
you can put it all over the place. Get your haste, that's 30% movement speed, get haste effect on it too. Yeah, it gets crazy.
And then one of my favorite ones, the Shattered Lance Sword, can get 20% more movement speed. So if you're stacking movement speed, then you can multiply it with a more multiplier. So yeah, it can get pretty crazy.
What is like the fastest? I guess Rogue is probably like the overall fastest class. I guess that at least naturally that probably has like a lot of synergies.
Yeah.
So we probably saw
Especially,
like relatively
yeah.
fast build here already, right? In the preview that we just watched earlier with the Falconer. If you look at this, yeah.
Yeah. Right now, Blade Dancer Rogue is considered to be the fastest, but the Falconer may be pushing that.
Yeah, like I was watching this and I was like, they're actually going fast. Yeah, that's just like at least some of those builds, maybe not the trap stuff, but with like the aerial assault, I think somewhere this was like what Fluffin was doing here, I think.
Yeah, and that's me playing that slow to show off. So I won't be going that
like
slow.
the jump itself is like already crazy, right? And then
I can go full screen away, and you can do it in on average about a second cooldown.
Yeah, it's definitely a nerf candidate here already.
It's not even considered by us, at least, to be the most powerful. It might be like the third or fourth most powerful Falconer build when you talk about like high corruption pushing, but it's probably is the fastest.
Yeah, the main thing on Rogue that feels really good is you unlock Shift very early, and there's a node really close to the center that gives you 50% movement speed every time you shift for a short, like a burst of speed, basically. So it makes the Rogue really, really feel swift and agile.
Yeah, and then you can even build cooldown to make it, so you can shift more, so more uptime on the buff, and just being faster, basically.
That build is crazy. Like you can, like, on top of that, you can even like automate the umbral blades that leaves behind whenever you shift. So basically, you only shift and it kills everything behind you. That's the build.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have enough cooldown reduction, you guys can do something like that. Are there actually like some super crazy, like, cooldown reduction effects, resource cost reduction effects, etc., that they can actually stack? I've not really noticed them too much, but yeah, if you can like shift every half second or every second or so.
Yeah, Falcon's got some more interesting ones. Before that, we could build CDR from gear and stuff. But for example, the aerial assault one we're talking about has a node in it where you can get 10% cooldown reduction every time your Falcon hits, and you can start to kind of build up the speed of the hit with a couple of different things. And all of a sudden, that's how you get to like about 1 second cooldown, because it's just going to hit a bunch of stuff in density, and all of a sudden, like, you're right back and you're doing it again.
Yeah, sounds pretty amazing.
Yeah, and you actually have the same thing for the Falcon as well. So you have the more you hit, the more you reduce the cooldown of your Falcon, and then if your Falcon hits, you reduce cooldown of something else, and it's kind of
Yeah. And you can even make the Falcon abilities instant cast, so it's like actually just running, and you don't need to stop to cast the abilities. So pretty fast.
Yeah, I think personally I would actually like to try something like where I'm like a ranger and I have like my falcon actually kind of like diving in front of me and I'm just shooting with my bow or something. Is that like a viable option?
Well, yeah.
Not really because your falcon does not really grab. He's an invulnerable minion, so he doesn't grab aggro as much as.
Yeah, okay, it's not so much about the
can.
aggro, but it's more like I wanna shoot bow and I don't wanna like throw the explosive trap or something, or like overly rely on just a falcon diving in, for example.
I think that's pretty much what Boardman was doing with his build. Like he was using the bow explosive trap to buff the falcon with the insane node that's uncapped. And I don't know if it's on the gameplay here, but at least he has a build like that in mind that he's doing. So you can basically.
Yeah, in fact, at the end, because you had one showcase and he had the other one at the end of this video, and his was exactly that. So towards the end, towards the latter part of this.
Even though that build, like most of the damage is the falcon, not your attack, but you're still gonna be like a bow playstyle.
Okay, but it's not like where you actually deal like a significant damage. It's mostly just like buffing your falcon.
Yeah, I mean it's mostly gonna be the falcon doing the stuff, and you buff it. Actually, you're the minion of the falcon, kind of.
True.
Just escorting the falcon to the objective.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of sad. I might like theory craft around a little bit and see if like I can make something like that work or so. But let's see. I haven't really decided on like if I'm gonna go Falconer or not. If you guys couldn't choose Falconer, since everyone wants to go Falconer apparently, like what else would you play as a starter?
I mean, it would be this build, like you saw.
Yeah, outside of like Falconer or like the marksman Falconer combo.
My personal favorite is Thorn Totem Shaman. I think everyone knows that I love Thorn Totem Shaman, but like Thorn Totem is like the ultimate starter build that you can level any Primalist with. So on that class, it's like the premier way of leveling, and it actually scales very well to the end game. And you can actually, it's a minion build, of course, but it's like a totem build, and they are kind of like ballistas, but just disguised as totems. So they shoot single thorns that pierce, and they grab aggro, they heal you. It's a one button build kind of thing, but it feels very, very good for league starting and doing all the content in the game while not having to rely too much on gear or on like there's no real gear pressure. There's basically it's the best starter build. Let's be real.
Tarek disagrees.
Tarek disagrees on Primalist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
No one else cares.
I agree
about
that Shadow Daggers is a good rogue starter build, probably the best.
Yeah, for me, it's Shadow Daggers all the way. If I wasn't playing Shadow Daggers Falconer, I'd be playing Shadow Daggers Blade Dancer. I just love the playstyle.
Yeah, I mean there is also Warlock. So, but of course we don't know full Warlock builds yet. But there might be something pretty crazy on that one also. But if not Warlock or not Falconer, I would go for my Nova Hammerdin. It's like a really nice, just also it's also like full screen AOE clear, just like the Blast Train. You basically just like throw hammers in a Nova around you, and pretty easy gameplay. Just hold down really good mouse click.
Yeah, you're the hammer guy.
Yeah, I'm the hammer guy. Yeah, but soon I might be something else because the new stuff is so strong.
Yeah.
It's also funny to see like the reactions in chat. Like some people are also saying like, okay, Fawn Totem is like Resident Sleeper, and then another Primalist enjoyer Fawn Totem starting it is like Giga Chat. It's kind of funny.
There's more than one Primalist enjoyer. Oh wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Apparently, yeah.
Apparently.
Res Stacker Warlock. Let's go. MM enjoyer. What about Lizard? What is he gonna start? And Tarek, what are you gonna do? I think you didn't. Or like, what would be another option besides? Falconer.
I usually play like Shadow Dagger because that's like the the build I like to play like for speedrunning and stuff. But I like for those like types of scenario, like cycle start, league start, I like to like play something completely different that I never played before. So like warlock or like I don't know, some sort of skill that I never played.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of same for me because I played like at least 1,000 hours of Hammered In, so you know it's probably pretty nice to play something else also.
No cap,
So,
he
yeah.
actually did play like a
Yeah,
1,000
actually,
hours.
not even joking. So
He's got how many builds do we have on Maxroll that are you're now totally in control that are actually hammered in builds?
4, I think. Yeah,
Four,
only 4.
And we actually archived 2, so we had 6, and 2 of them were mine, and 4 of them were yours, right? And I just gave over the rest. I'm like, dude, you know hammers better than anybody. You just take these.
Yeah.
Why did you have so many like hammer? Like were they all different builds? But
they are different. Yeah, they are different, but you know it's still using the hammer throw skill, but it is different. Like sometimes you cast smite with it. Sometimes you're actually void knight and you cast basically different color of smite. Sometimes you do nova hammered in, which is like a crit physical hit based build, or you can do bleed hammered in also.
We probably went a little crazy on hammer throw, you know, but they're all really good builds, so it was hard not to.
And I mean, it basically is the best kind of like archetype on Sentinel. So yeah.
Shadow Daggers, you have a lot of builds actually, as realized. Holy. That's a lot of builds you already made here in the past.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that many.
I think 3 of us. Volker, are you at 10 plus yet? If you're not, you're close. 2 of us are over 10 builds.
Yeah, I think I'm like 9 now. Yeah.
And Lizard's got, I don't know how many, 700 build guides right now.
True.
Yeah, these guides look really nice. Yeah, I haven't really been like looking through the build guides myself because I looked through some of the resource posts because it was nice to read up on some of the mechanics and stuff. That was really cool. But when I started the game, I just like started blasting basically and like to see what I can do. But yeah.
Yeah, I think this game is also super friendly to that. You don't need to use a build guide to have a lot of fun and make a pretty good build.
That's not the right thing to say when you're working for Maxroll, but
true.
Yeah, but it's. I mean, that's what I love though. This game, if you want to follow a build guide, we've got you covered, and it's a great game for that. And if you don't want to follow a build guide, you can do that too. And both playstyles are perfectly great to do. And you still need to follow. You still need to follow our resource guides and stuff to learn about the game. So you still want to be on Maxroll, right? And also the planner. So
true.
Fired.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's like
just like the. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say that's like -1. You know, like more work to do for the other people, and I guess you guys are already like also like under pressure a bit with like updating everything. So I'm not sure if you really want to get rid of McFluffin right now.
Yeah,
I have 37 just resource posts alone that I have to update by 1.0. It doesn't include my build guides. You guys can do it if you want to.
No, thank you.
I'm fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you know the devs are like you know under pressure, and like you know you guys are also gonna be under pressure trying to keep up with like whatever the devs are throwing at us at some point. So
yeah, lizard molding with 25 build guides.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you guys got a lot of stuff to do, so good luck, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I mean, it seems like, you know, you have the tools though, right? I mean, it seems like fairly manageable per guide, like how, yeah. So if you know the builds.
Now, so we're pretty efficient, but it makes a lot of work, but we knew it was going to be. It's a 1.0 launch. You want to be as prepared as possible, get everything as perfect as you can get it, so it's expected.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if there's really not many builds to choose from, I mean, there's many options in the game, so this is like definitely not, you know, exhaustive of the entire list of builds that are possible, right? And even so, it looks like crazy.
Never be. Like,
yeah.
The game has got so many like things you could do, weird, you know, meme things you could do. Yeah, we could probably never cover everything.
Yeah, if we did every build, we would be only writing stuff. Like we wouldn't even be playing the game at that point. There's too many builds.
Yeah.
How would you keep up with all the, you know, every patch? Like try to keep up with everyone and make sure that they're all up to date. We'd need a team like 5 times the size.
Well, may gonna find some blasters that are gonna stick around and, you know, expand the team as well.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the D4 team. You know, this kind of keeps growing. Plus, Epoch keeps growing, and you know the player base is there, and you know like the the hunger for all these build guides, I mean, I can definitely see that happening.
I'm quite excited to see with the influx of players that we're gonna have with 1.0. Like, what are the new builds that are going to emerge, and the new interaction we might find. Maybe like new perspective on things brings another. Well, it brings another perspective. So like you bring a new pair of eyes onto something that we think is like most of it is kind of like it's not completely solved, but we know kind of like okay, the health meta is this, the ward meta is this. Maybe new pair of eyes might bring some other perspective that gives you new ideas and new builds that show up. So that's one part I'm pretty excited for the huge influx of player that we're expecting to get for 1.0. And we actually learned today that they actually sold over 1 million copies, right? So pretty impressive.
They're gonna sell a lot more real soon.
Yeah, I can imagine that it's probably gonna go up quite a bit, and we're gonna get like the next milestone at some point. So let's see. I think that 21st February will be a very, very exciting day for all of us here. And I mean, okay, I'm not on the LE team. I'm just like chilling with you guys right now. But
we consider you a part of the team, so you're honorary.
Yeah, I guess the WDC is always present, right? So
yeah, for sure.
I heard about it. So, but anyway, yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be cool either way. Like even for me as like someone who's like not actively like building the Maxroll side right now for LE, I'm like doing the D4 stuff, but it's gonna be fun to see like how it's gonna evolve, and it's just playing the game. So I'm excited for that. Yeah. Well, anyway, guys, I've been sitting here for a while. Do you have any other topics that you want to go through? If you guys have anything else that you have, or maybe chat that has questions, maybe we can like do some Q&A as well. Also, there's a cat.
Oh.
So
he's hungry.
Meow. Yes. Excited to watch. Yeah, I mean, like you also need to watch all of these guys, not just me here. Like these are the pros. Like I'm just like chilling. I'm trying to live on hardcore. So that's the plan. If I can make it to like close to 100 even on hardcore, I mean, I'll be very happy. Like that would be cool. I'm gonna try to like super rush it because I just don't have the experience with like all the little details in the game. So we'll see what I can do.
You'll do it. I believe you.
Question about how many hours to 100. So I actually timed myself. I got to like on dispatch on Thorn Totem while not really while still going fast, but like not like going as fast as I would in an actual race. In 24 hours I got to like 99 and 1/3. So I expect it to be under 24 hours, but like maybe between 20 and 24 hours to get to 100. Depending on how they change the corruption as well, right? Because like they are reworking that system. So we don't know how much experience gain we're gonna get from the corruption itself.
We kind of know they teased us in the article. Like I can give it in this one, I put it in the chat. They actually tell us like the new values for corruption.
Well, I still expect it to be under 24 hours for sure, but like close to 24.
Yeah,
Okay.
you could even play any of the new builds, and it's gonna be maybe even faster. Who knows?
Yeah, you're going to do it in one session, I guess, right?
Yeah,
Are you going to go for one session?
Player.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about Bina and Tarek or something. So of course, not the average player.
we could do it in one session technically.
Yeah, Blasters would do it in one session for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I don't know. Have you guys pulled like 24-hour streams already and stuff, or like for me, it's like some like very like kind of typical like season start thing. It's just like okay, another season start, another 30-hour. That's how I roll. So I'm like, okay, let's do it in one go.
Actually, that's a question I have for you. Is that you 30 hours? Is that because like at 24, it's like okay, I've just reset to the point where I'm now sleeping at my normal stream schedule. So is that how you combat it? You just go 30?
Yeah, basically, okay. For example, right now, like for me, Diablo 4 launches are at 8 p.m. So this is like the worst time imaginable to start. I mean, okay, it's good, if you have a typical workday and you want to blast a few hours and go to bed. But in my case, I want to blast, right? So I would have to get up, like 5 p.m. or something. I start my stream, and well, I go 30 hours, and then it's like the next day. evening, and perfect. I can sleep and I wake up in the morning. I have a nice schedule. So this is exactly what I do, and this is why I do it as well. So, and it kind of works out pretty well. So yeah.
Yeah, I gotta figure out if I want to torture myself enough to do a 30-hour
Yeah.
stream. It's a very
Yeah,
long time.
I mean, it's
I don't
obviously
think
very
we're-
taxing. I understand not everyone can or wants to do that. It's just like I figured, if you're talking about like the world first race here, Tarek and Bina, like trying to be the first, and if it's like actually feasible in like something like 20-ish hours, it would be an opportunity at least. So
Thing is, like Bina, I think it's like the morning, right? That the patch comes out, right?
For me, it's midday basically. I think it's gonna be
Midday?
12 p.m. or 1 o'clock.
Yeah. For me, it's
I
gonna
guess-
be like 6 p.m.
I guess that's another consideration if you're playing on hardcore, right? You guys not going softcore, right? But if you're playing on hardcore, I guess there's a consideration that might just fail at some point and die or something. So gotta be aware of
I
that.
definitely learned that the hard way in the Diablo 4 season 1. I was actually racing hardcore, solo hardcore for level 100. And I was actually first at some point at level 78 or 80 something, and I died because like failed the mechanic, got stunned, got CC'd, and with the amount of hours you have in, you're not 100%, and sometimes that happens, and it's
Season 1 was still like
it's
somewhat slow leveling. It was like 2 sessions, I think, for me as well, and then so if you go too
Rax
far,
had his hand, something happened to his hand or something, he couldn't play anymore. But 20 to 24 hours is doable in one session, but it's quite still a marathon. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So especially if you go hardcore, being a bit more careful might be the play.
Yeah, I think on hardcore, like if you can push it to like around that time on softcore with like all the absolute blasters in the game, then I guess going like at least an extra session on hardcore would probably be the way here, right? And then maybe do like like I don't know, like a 16-hour and then another 15-hour or something, and then he probably got it or whatever, right? So hardcore is just slower, I guess. So, but either way. Do you have anything else in chat? I mean, you can also just pick up questions if you see something like Bina just did. Lizard is asking. I'm planning to go hardcore. Yes, Lizard. So there's I think Lizard also want to go hardcore, right? And I guess Volker, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a few guys. It's gonna be fun. Maybe at some point if we actually live, and we've kind of like gotten a build together or something.
I mean, there's kind of no reason not to go hardcore, because you can just continue playing in softcore, but that's kind of I don't know. You have hardcore in your title and then you die and you keep playing in softcore. That's kind of I feel it's worse than just starting softcore and playing in softcore.
Yeah, at least if you play softcore from the start, you don't have to admit your failure, right?
Yeah,
so that's the advantage.
I already accept my failures, so I can just do hardcore and just like it's inevitable. Okay, it's great content when I do something really stupid and die like then 5 minutes in.
Yeah, but the worst thing was when you die and you have to wait in the queue for like 1 hour, because you died.
Does it push you out of the queue if you do that?
I mean,
we don't know about that. Like that's the question.
Yeah, that might be a reason not to do hardcore.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I would expect that there's actually like separate server or like at least a separate queue or something for hardcore. At least I noticed at least from like D3, it was most noticed, but also in D4, like there are separate servers for hardcore, and I usually have way fewer server issues than typical, like my chat or something coming to me and they're like experiencing lots of trouble because I play on hardcore and there's fewer people. So I'm not sure how LE handles this, but it might actually be fine for hardcore players. Copium. So
huge copium.
We'll see. But I mean, it might just be that login servers might go down and then no one can log in or whatever, right? So that could be it, but who knows? But yeah, let's just say that
now everyone goes hardcore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now everyone goes hardcore, Woody.
Yeah, those servers are terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a question asking about how when you remove an item that has plus levels to it, how it works on the skill. It actually it's built in a certain order of priority where it's going to remove like the least valuable to like what EHG decided. So it just removes one skill, and when you put it back, have another skill to put into this.
Yeah,
into the skill tree.
I actually noticed that as well. I actually tried this, and I was very confused about what the game thought I wanted to remove. And I was like, what? Why this?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, I think I was playing Shadow Cascade, and I think it actually removed a point from my extra damage per shadow, and it kind of like broke my combo because you want to have exactly those 4 shadows for the massive buff and stuff. And it removed that point, and was like, yeah. Like, thank you. Like,
Yeah, sometimes it can, when you're leveling up and then you have like a chest piece with plus levels, you go and craft it in the crafting window and you put it back in, you put it back on your character, and then you realize after like another hour of gaming, you're like, hey, why do I have points to put in this skill? Like, I didn't do anything. Oh yeah, I crafted on this like an hour earlier.
mm-hmm. I mean, we talked about the factions already, so it seems like it's a bit mixed here between trade and this SSF here. For me, it's gonna be SSF. Okay, do you have any other questions here?
Just I do want to clarify because CUF doesn't have to be SSF, right? Because you can play with people, so they're
okay. It's not strictly SSF, I guess. Yeah, it's just like SSF faction, but yeah, you can play with people. True.
Yeah.
COF.
I think, I'm not going hardcore, for example, because I go MG. Like, I don't want to have like only the hardcore like market. I prefer like softcore one because it's gonna be bigger.
Yeah, that's definitely like if you're like a trade guy, I guess softcore is the way because there's more people, and I mean, I kind of like the hardcore economy. Like, for example, like in PoE or so, like have a kind of small high end player base. And I think it's gonna be similar here as well, right? We have a small, like, high-end hardcore blaster player base, probably, like some people that stick around and go, ham, and these like extremely valuable endgame items that some people actually find and then actually like trade among, like a kind of like you're gonna find like the same people kind of like around, I guess. It's gonna be pretty cool. So there is something to that as well, I think.
Yeah,
maybe if I
like
live
levels.
If I live, I might actually like switch from the SF mode to the trade mode. Yeah, no, not the softcore, but to the trade on hardcore. That would be cool.
Okay.
Yeah,
because we have levels with the faction, so you like even the first week, not everybody is gonna be able to buy like the very like best unique with LP, for example. Like it's at level 8, I believe, of MG, that you can buy like any unique with LP. So there's already like gonna be like a VIP club of players that only them can buy like those items for the first few days.
Yeah. There's gonna be like 3 items listed, and I choose one. Like it's like,
yo, Bina, is that your item? Oh, lower the price, please.
Give me all the arboreal circuit, guys. All the arboreal circuit, okay?
Okay. You have anything else on chat, guys? No.
What's the like good cycle starters for beginners in 1.0? Like league start builds.
I heard there's gonna be a tier that's coming out very soon on Maxroll, huh?
Yeah. Yep, that is true.
I guess you guys are already preparing for that, I imagine. So yeah, just better keep an eye out on the Maxroll page for that stuff. But if you have anything to mention, you can say it now. Or do you wanna?
I mean, like we said before, like I think per class, like Primalist, Thorn Totem, Rogue, Shadow Daggers, Mage. There's like certainly Glacier. I was playing Shadow Strike today. Spellblade actually feels really good. Shadow Strike feels really good, actually.
Yeah, the problem is getting to Shadow Strike. Like getting for it to feel good, like you kind of have to unlock what is it, Firebrand.
Holy Trail Javelin on Sentinel feels really good as well. What class are you missing?
Or hammers, Acolyte we're missing, I think.
Yeah, Acolyte is different. Like if you play Necromancer, you can play like Minion Army, and like if you play Leech, I saw with the Warlock nodes, you can probably play like Poison Leech. It's gonna be pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds like really cool. Like also interesting, different archetypes and stuff. So very very excited for that as well. I definitely want to I think if I rip on hardcore, I might just go again with like a different build and just pick something up and start blasting or so. I think that's also gonna be like a really cool way of like approaching hardcore, just like make a new build and try it, and then you also get to cycle through like a bunch of different the different builds and different archetypes. Just no minions for me. No, I don't want the minions.
I'm the same. No minions. No minions.
Hey,
Yeah.
no minions here.
I mean, the Falconer is fine, but you know, like a Necro or something, nah. So
Or
Yeah.
you have to explode the minion. That's fine. But if you have to play the minion, oh no, please no.
yeah, we have some minion enjoyers here in chat for sure. I read the Rune Master. It's definitely something like that. I also wanted. I was very intrigued by Rune Master, but I didn't actually play it yet. So last time I played, I just like continued with like one of my other characters to like experience the endgame more. But Rune Master also seems amazing. I'm actually a big Invoker fan. It's my favorite hero from back then, old school Dota 1. So
Yeah, and you probably like it then, because it's influenced heavily by that.
yeah, I mean,
would love it.
obviously, I guess, but yeah, like this was actually my favorite hero of all time in Dota. So I was maining that and playing that a lot on like even the ranked games and stuff. It was fun. So I'm like, excited to try Rune Master at some point. Okay, do you have anything else on chat? Otherwise, I guess we're gonna wrap it up. So, anyway,
Thanks for having us, Woody.
yes, I mean, it was really fun talk. And, well, for chat again, these are the Maxroll boys here. They're writing the guides, so send them some love. We have Tarek, McFluffin, Volker, and Bina Shaw. Maybe also write it in the chat, and I'll give you all guys a shout out and stuff. And of course, Lizard is there, and we also had Boardman, he was also on the team, right? Is he on the team?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he just wasn't able to make it.
Yeah, exactly.
This time, but he also wrote in the.
And
Falconer.
that's all of them. Or is there anyone else who I'm missing now?
There are, these are just the Falconer people that wrote it for it. But did you mention Lizard and Vision? Yeah, you
Lizard. No, not Vision. Okay, yeah. I'm not
Vision GL as well.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna like pull this up here real quick. The team page. So those were the guys here, and then yeah, Vision, Boardman, Lizard. Look at that guy. And yeah, I mean, send us some love, guys, and obviously check out the Maxroll guides. So they are getting updated. There's gonna be lots of stuff, and yeah, everyone is gonna be ready to blast, I guess. Yeah, and then to you guys, thank you very much. It was fun.
Thank you, Woody.
Thank you
for having us, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe we hang out again, you know, on the launch, and you know, like maybe blast together at some point. I mean, I'm really excited for it. So
yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, man.
Yeah. Okay. In that case,
for sure.
Yeah. Hope you enjoyed the chat, and see you guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
GG.
Thanks.
Bye, Woody. Bye, chat.
Bye.
All right. That was it, guys. That was fun. Just gonna let's give them shout outs here, everyone. So Lizard, let's start with Lizard, who wasn't actually on the podcast, but let's give him one. Where are the others? Volker with an underscore. Then we have Lone Star McFluffin. It's also with an underscore, right? Drop in all the follow guys. It's like this. Then we have Bina QC. We're missing Tarek. Where's Tarek? Everyone has like some fancy stuff in their name, man. There's a free, there's an underscore. Okay. Did we miss one? Vision, Boardman, let's get them on as well. Can you give me their names? I'm gonna give them a shout out as well. If they have different different Twitch names. Like Fluffin has some seriously good videos. Indeed, yeah. I mean, they're all like running their own like, you know, channels and stuff. So I also find them on YouTube and stuff, of course. All right. You can click on Twitch though. Yeah, true. We can also let's do this. Vision GL. Let's give him one as well. And just Ballman 21. All right, here we go. Just want to make sure I get the right one. There we go. So these are all the Maxroll boys right now. They're writing all the guides, and you saw like how many those are. Writing a lot of build guides, guys. Yeah, look at this. And the game is not even out. Yeah. And for me, I'm also gonna be ramping up my content creation. I wanna start making some guides for you as well. So stay tuned for those. I have a few things planned since I've blasted last Epoch recently. I'm kind of like in the loop. And yeah, I wanna pump some stuff out and then obviously blast when it comes out. So gonna be fun. But I'm not, on the Maxroll team, I'm not writing here. Woody builds. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Woody builds, I'm like, I'll try, I'll make my build or whatever, and I'll talk about them, but obviously I haven't played like 100 different builds like these guys have. Oh, the cam. Oh yeah, true. Wait, here. Aha. Okay, forgot about that actually because we were on the call and we had this thing. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Okay, I think I turned off the Twitch chat as well, right? Where's the Twitch chat? Oh no, Twitch chat is there. Okay, all good. Alright. Here we go. Woody tries to build. Builds out a meta before launch. I mean, it's always like this. That's how it works, People want to have like a build and, they want to follow a build guide and stuff. Small streamer, yeah, please donate for Cam. Sounds like a complete game. I mean, it felt pretty good last time I played, so I'm excited for sure. But yeah, with that, I'm also gonna go now. So hope you enjoyed it, guys, and I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, it was fun. I had a good time here on the podcast. That was like really like spontaneous as well. Like it was basically like last night or something. Fluffin asked me like, "Hey, you want to do this and stuff?" And they're like, "Yeah." Then I knew nothing. And we're like, "Okay, let's talk about Falconer and talk about launch." And here we are. And it kind of worked out pretty well, I guess. It was fun. I mean, like I learned a lot of stuff, and I hope that was also like a good experience for you guys. That was on Perry the Pig. Is that like someone on Last Epoch right now? I can rate some Last Epoch guy, I guess. Oh, there's actually a bunch of people here. Where recommended channels, look at that. Okay. Let's just do it. Okay. If you say Perry, DM is big. Yeah, I've read DM recently. It's fine. Okay, Perry the Pig it is, guys. Yeah. Show us some love. Yo, thanks again, McFluffin. And Bina, Tarek, Volka, was fun. And I need to sleep actually. I was already like yawning before we started, but then the discussion was really cool, so I was actually like kind of pumped up now, but I need to calm down and keep my schedule. So anyway, have a good one.